Dick Hill. Chapter 1. Urgency and Exigency. Weapons compound man's power to achieve. They amplify the capabilities of both the good man and the bad, and to exactly the same degree, having no will of their own. Thus, we must regard them as servants, not masters, and good servants to good men. Without them, man is diminished, and his opportunities to fulfill his destiny are lessened. An unarmed man can only flee from evil, and evil is not overcome by fleeing from it. Colonel Jeff Cooper. FOB Wolverine, Task Force Duke, Zabul Province, Afghanistan. October, the first year. Andy was awoken by the sound of mortars. His many months in Afghanistan had taught him the difference in sound between outgoing and incoming mortars and various artillery. These were distant mortars, so he knew that it wasn't friendly fire. Andy already had Operation Enduring Freedom camouflage pattern, OCP pants, and interceptor body armor, IVA, on, and was snatching up his M4 carbine and helmet when the take shelter warning siren sounded. He popped out the door of his containerized housing unit, CHU, and jumped down into the entrance of the heavily sandbagged shelter just a few steps away. Moments later, the two lieutenants from the CHU next door piled in behind him. One of them took the precaution of scanning the floor and walls of the shelter for scorpions with a flashlight. He found just one, and stomped it without comment. The mortar rounds started to come in, with a succession of sharp blasts that shook the ground. There were about 20 impacts, arriving in a span of 10 seconds. They could see the flashes of the explosions reflected on the wall opposite the doorway. The closest round impacted about 100 feet away, close enough that shock waves could be felt. As the rounds came in, Andy Lane said a silent prayer. He knew that only a direct hit would endanger him, but it was still unnerving, since he had less than a month left in country. "That may be all she wrote, sir," said one of the lieutenants dryly. Lane agreed. "You're probably right. Just another shooting scoot deal." At the far side of the forward operating base, FOB, they could hear the echoed commands from the Arty boys, and then the deep-throated crumps of outgoing mortars. They sounded like big 4.2-inch mortars, just 3 rounds. Andy marveled at how quickly the counter-battery radar team could pinpoint the insurgents' firing location and direct return fire. Less than a minute after the enemy rounds impacted, the reply was sent, no doubt with considerable precision. It was no wonder that the mortar duels with the jihadis had become less frequent in recent months. As they waited for the all-clear horn, Andy leaned against the sandbag wall and stretched his calf muscles, more out of habit than because of any stiffness. At 6 feet 2 inches, with a runner's physique, he weighed just 180 pounds and prided himself on his flexibility. When doing PT with his units in garrison, he was always among the most limber. The next morning, along with dozens of his fellow Fobbits, Lane did a bit of gawking at the damage done by the mortars. It actually wasn't much. One round had shredded the corner of a CHU, and another perforated a tent with dozens of small holes, the largest about 3 inches across. All the rest of the mortar impacts had no effect, leaving only black marks on the ground and some scattered shrapnel. A couple of the newbies to the FOB posed for pictures in front of the damaged CHU. "So what? Big deal," Andy muttered to himself as he walked to the company headquarters. At 31 years old, Anders Lane was the typical lean and fit U.S. Army captain. He was on his second deployment to Afghanistan. His first had been to Iraq. On this new deployment, his assignment was branch immaterial. Although he was branched Ordnance Corps, he was assigned as a staff officer in a Stryker battalion, an infantry unit equipped with 16-ton wheeled armored personnel carriers, APCs. With the heavy manpower requirements of ongoing deployments to Afghanistan, it was not unusual for officers to get assignments outside of their usual career path. The needs of the Army was the reason often cited when making these assignments. Andy and his older brother Lars had grown up in the shadow of their late father, Robbie Lane, a Finnish-born Army officer who retired as a full colonel. Their father earned his U.S. citizenship by joining the U.S. Army and eventually retired to a small horse ranch near Bloomfield, New Mexico. Robbie had been raised on a farm and was convinced that he should retire on a farm. Their late mother was an American of mostly Swedish ancestry. She had died of breast cancer when the boys were in high school. Following the mortar barrage, Andy spent a frustrating 10-hour day of pushing paper for the battalion, which was greatly complicated by the process of the unit's upcoming redeployment to Germany. That afternoon, Andy chatted with Larry Ekenes, the Battalion S1, the staff officer in charge of personnel. Ekenes had been Lane's martial arts sparring partner for the past several months. He had taught Andy some Warangdo katas, and Andy reciprocated, teaching Larry his mixed martial arts moves. Their battalion, or squadron in Stryker parlance, was a forward-deployed part of the 2nd Stryker Cavalry Regiment, headquartered in Vilseck, Germany. The incoming squadron was a sister unit in the same regiment and also part of Task Force Duke, but Andy's squadron was headed back to Germany in a regularly scheduled unit rotation. Lane and Ekenes had been discussing events back home. Lately, the war effort had been taking a back seat to tumultuous economic events emanating from New York City and the world's other financial centers. Larry Ekenes seemed worried but was trying to be upbeat. He asked, "You think that this will blow over, right?" Lane put on a glum face. "At this point, there's no way. The whole system is breaking down. The global credit market is frozen. The sovereign debt problems have blown up past the GDP levels for most countries, and the derivatives have totally imploded. We're in a world of hurt. I think there'll be some major riots and looting soon." Ekenes bit his lip. "Well, that won't be a big deal for my family. Most of them live in eastern Oregon. Have you ever been through Ontario, Oregon? It's out in the middle of nowhere. The disruption will be in the big cities. Our town is 300 miles from Portland and more than 350 from Seattle as the crow flies." Lane shook his head. "I wish it was that simple. Sure, the riots will be in the big cities. The metro areas will be death traps. The suburbs will be only marginally safer. But you gotta realize that these days, even the small towns are dependent on long chains of supply. When the 18-wheelers stop rolling, everyone is going to be hurting. It will definitely be safer out in the boonies, but you should tell your family to stock up on every scrap of food they can find. They need to get out of dollars and into canned goods right away." "You really think it'll get that bad?" Lane answered soberly. "I'm afraid it will. Does your family live in town or out on a ranch?" "Used to be ranchers. All in town now, but we're Basques, so we still know how to live the old-fashioned way. My mom used to cook a lot of our meals in a Dutch oven. I didn't even know how fast food tasted until I went off to college. There's no comparison to my mom's cooking." "Well, with those skills, and living where they do, they'll probably ride the storm out pretty safely." The conversation left Andy feeling uneasy about his plans for leaving active duty. Strapping on his Molly vest to leave his desk at the battalion headquarters, Andy turned to Ekenes to say, "Well, when the going gets tough, the tough go shopping. I'm going to stop by my chew and grab a duffel bag, and then I'm off to the Haji Mart." It was 90 degrees, but felt even hotter since Andy was wearing IBA and had the weight of an M4 carbine slung across his back, a PRC 148 radio, and numerous Mali magazine pouches. The only concession to being in a relatively safe area was that he was wearing a boonie hat instead of a Mitch helmet. As Captain Lane walked past the guards manning the HESCO barriers at the FOB's main gate, he read the signs on the Haji Market windows just across the road. They proclaimed very best prices, DVD, and custom tailorer, imaginatively spelled. As he walked in the door, the smell of the market hit Andy like a hammer. It was an odd mix of Turkish tobacco smoke, incense, kerosene, sweat, and overcooked lamb. It certainly didn't smell like the exchange store back at the FOB. Aside from the hint of JP-8 jet fuel, which was a presence everywhere in the FOB, the exchange smelled just like any retail store in America. Hardly any smell at all, almost antiseptic. In contrast, Ali's store reeked. An aging Italian-made air conditioner was roaring above the door, but not keeping up. It was perhaps 10 degrees cooler inside than outside. Nabil Jassim Ali gave his usual "Salam, salam, Mr. Colonel" greeting. The portly and balding Pashtuni flashed his yellowed, crooked teeth. He called all the American soldiers Colonel, even the privates. It still made Andy laugh every time he heard it. Eyeing the empty duffel bag slung over Lane's shoulder, Ali chortled, "Perhaps you are wanting to buy plentiful numbers of thingings, Mr. Colonel." Lane nodded. Ali waved him in and added, "The store? I am closing in a few minutes, but for you, Colonel, I am willing to be late." "You always have the best deals, Mr. Ali," Andy said with a smile. "Do you have Afghanis? The American dollar not so good today. It is slipping off another 5%. "Down 5% in 1 week?" Andy asked. "In 1 day, Colonel," Ali replied seriously. "Soon, I think. I take no more American money." "Don't worry, sir. I have plenty of Afghanis." His front pocket indeed bulged with a huge wad of cash, a mix of Afghanis, dollars, and a few euros. In the bottom of his pocket, he also felt the weight of 18 American Eagle 1-ounce silver coins in plastic sleeves. Ali's store had the usual Haji Mart merchandise. There were cigarettes, pirated CDs and DVDs, imitation designer sunglasses, magazines, mostly in Arabic, cheap Chinese knives and ersatz Leatherman tools, candy, sunflower seeds, sodas, and sports drinks, jerky, chewing gum, and assorted trinkets. There were 3 young striker troops already in the store when Captain Lane arrived. When he passed them in the dimly lit narrow aisles, they each acknowledged him with a hushed, "High speed, sir." That was the newly arrived battalion's unofficial motto, but Andy was accustomed to hearing it at a much higher volume inside the FOB. Lane sorted through packets of jerky, settling mostly on the teriyaki flavor, piling up a large stack in the crook of his left arm. The 3 enlisted soldiers completed their purchases, buying the usual Fobbit food, energy bars, packets of salty chips, and Coca-Colas that came in cans with both English and Arabic markings. After the 3 soldiers left the store, Lane stacked the packets of jerky on the counter. Then he walked back to the shelf to get a second armload. This, too, he stacked on the counter. Ali smiled. "Perhaps you are wanting to buy all of my jerky?" he asked. Lane chuckled and replied, "Well, not all of it, just most of it." Next he went to stock up on batteries. He ignored the Egyptian bargain brand, of dubious quality, and selected a dozen 4-packs of Energizer AA batteries, being careful to pick the ones with the latest expiration dates. While Lane was sorting battery packages, Ali locked the front door and turned the open sign around. Lane stacked the batteries in a couple of piles next to the jerky on the counter. Then his gaze shifted to Ali's permanent smile. After a pause, Lane asked, "I've heard that you sell some other, unusual merchandise that you keep in back?" He pointed to the doorway to the back room, which, among other things, served as a kitchen and bedroom. "Sir, I have non-alcohol. It is forbidden." No, that is not what I meant. I've heard that you had some more expensive merchandise, like watches, some good optics, and guns. Ali's smile got bigger than usual, and he nodded. "One moment, Mr. Colonel," he said, then disappeared into the back room. Ali returned, lugging a large suitcase, and Lane knew that he had struck pay dirt. This was where the rumor mill at the FOB said the shopkeeper reputedly kept the good stuff. Ali gently slid the heavy suitcase onto the store counter, unfastened the latches, and spun it around. He opened it to display a large assortment of new and used wristwatches, digital cameras, film cameras, binoculars, assorted boxes of ammunition, and a few pistol holsters. Lane and Ali spent the next 5 minutes haggling over the price of a pair of rubber-armored Nikon 7x30 compact binoculars. They finally settled on a figure that seemed high to Andy, but he assented, realizing the prices would surely be double that in less than a month, perhaps in just a few days. Lane paid for the jerky, batteries, and binoculars, nearly depleting his wad of Afghanis. Eyeing the boxes of ammo, he said, "I see you have some 9mm ammunition here. You have any pistols in that caliber?" Ali frowned. "Oh, yes, Colonel, I do, but you cannot be afford them. Prices are, what is it to say, escalating. For a pistol, a good one, we are conversing of $5,000 American. What if I paid you in silver? Loujain coins. Loujain? Ah, Loujain. This works for me. In Kabul, silver closed today at $83 American for 1 ounce. In London, it was $81. Andy nodded. The man certainly knew his markets. Mr. Ali turned and again walked to the back room. Lane heard the sounds of boxes being shifted and restacked. Soon the store owner returned with another suitcase that looked even older than the first. He put it on the counter, flipped the latches, and swung it open. Captain Lane let out a slight gasp when he saw the contents. The suitcase was crammed full of pistols, revolvers, holsters, and magazines. Andy sorted through the guns. He saw older Afghan Army-issued Tokarevs, a few ancient revolvers that look either Belgian or German, and a couple of Egyptian Helwan pistols. One revolver immediately seemed suspect. It was a Pakistani copy of a Wesley .38 revolver. Looking closely at the gun, he saw that it was peppered with fake proof mark stampings and was erroneously stamped Welby. That made Andy laugh. Seeing Andy's expression, the storekeeper noted, "Oh, the guns from Peshawar, they are not so good." Andy replied, "Now that's an understatement." He didn't trust their metallurgy and mechanical tolerances any more than he did their spelling. Putting the revolver down, Andy noticed that there were several plastic Glock Model 19 magazines, but no Glock pistols. "Do you have any Glocks?" "Oh, sorry, Mr. Colonel, but none of those I have. Those guns of Glock sell very quick when I'm getting one." Then Andy spotted a pistol in a well-made holster that looked different from the others. Withdrawing it from the holster, Andy was pleased to see a SIG P228 9mm pistol in nearly new condition. It looked just like the U.S. Army issue P228s that the CID agents carried, except that it wasn't stamped U.S. property. This is my most nice of my pistols. You are liking it? The moment that he saw the SIG, Andy knew that he was going to buy it. The moment felt portentous somehow. He nodded and said, "Yes, I do like it." He knew that it was against regulations to bring any weapon home from the OEF theater of operations. Andy rummaged through the suitcase and found 6 spare SIG P226 series magazines, including 2 13-rounders, 3 15-rounders, and just 1 scarce magazine of 20-round capacity. He took a few minutes to closely inspect both the gun and the magazines. The pistol had no rust pitting and just a bit of finish wear at the muzzle. Locking back the slide, he examined the bore, holding a slip of paper behind the barrel to act as a reflector. Cupping his hand over the rear sight and holding the back end of the pistol nearly to his face, he could see the faint glow of tritium dots. He muttered to himself, 11.2-year half-life. The magazines were genuine Sig Sauer made, with the distinctive zigzag seam on the back, and they, too, looked nearly new. Setting the holstered pistol and the 4 magazines next to his previous purchases, he said, "This will do. I will sell you the Zig with just only 1 magazine for 30 ounces of silver and 1 ounce more for each magazine more." Lane shook his head and answered, No. That is too much. My offer is 8 ounces, and I want you to include these magazines. This is an insult to my family. Shall my children starve and beg in the street? I am not a fool. But, for you, as good and honorable officer, I will make a price of 20 ounces, with those extra magazines including. No, make it 12. Ali shook his head. 18 ounces. And he countered. Nope, 15. 16. Ali snapped back. Andy replied firmly, Done. They shook hands. Andy counted out 16 of the American Eagles, all still packaged in 2-coin flip plastic sleeves. Ali took the time to scrutinize the pairs of coins closely, removing several of them from their sleeves. He looked satisfied. You are needing of ammunitions? No, thanks. I've got plenty. 9mm is standard for the Army. Andy spent a few more minutes rummaging through the suitcases, selecting a pair of magazine pouches that had obviously been made for different double-column pistol magazines, but fit the standard SIG magazines. A tight fit, but they would do. Each pouch held a pair of magazines. The 2 pouches cost $220 in the increasingly worthless greenbacks. Starting with the holstered pistol at the bottom, Andy filled the duffel bag with his purchases and again shook hands with Ali. It was nearing sunset, and the temperature outside was down to 80 degrees. Ali unbarred the door, and they exchanged Salamu alaikum, go in peace, goodbyes. Andy wondered how peaceful things would be in the near future. Not very, he muttered to himself as he shouldered the duffel bag. Chapter 2. Stocking Up. What people did not realize was that war had started. By 1 p.m., a few minutes after Molotov's speech, queues, especially in the food stores, began to grow. The women shoppers in the gastronomes or grocery stores started to buy indiscriminately canned goods, which Russians do not like very much, butter, sugar, lard, flour, groat, sausage, matches, salt. In 20 years of Soviet power, Leningraders had learned by bitter experience what to expect in time of crisis. They rushed to the stores to buy what they could. They gave preference to foods which would keep, but they were not particular. One shopper bought 5 kilos of caviar, another 10. At the savings banks, the people clutched worn and greasy passbooks in their hands. They were drawing out every ruble that stood to their accounts. Many headed straight for the commission shops. There they turned over fat packets of paper money for diamond rings, gold watches, emerald earrings, oriental rugs, brass samovars. The crowds outside the savings banks quickly became disorderly. No one wanted to wait. They demanded their money sekhaz immediately. Police detachments appeared. By 3 p.m., the banks had closed, having exhausted their supply of currency. They did not reopen again until Tuesday. Monday was their closed day. When they opened again, the government had imposed a limit on withdrawals of 200 rubles per person per month. Harrison E. Salisbury, The 900 Days, The Siege of Leningrad, 1969. Farmington, New Mexico, October, the first year. At that same time that Andy Lane was at the Haji Mart in Afghanistan, his brother Lars was 11,500 miles away, rolling a cart into a Sam's Club store in Farmington, New Mexico. It was 6:52 a.m. in New Mexico and 5:22 p.m. in Zabul Province, Afghanistan. Both men had the same thing on their minds, stocking up in quantity and immediately. The Lane brothers shared a sense of urgency, realizing that there would likely be very few opportunities to stock up on things before mass currency inflation destroyed the value of their savings. The news outlets made it clear that things were falling apart quickly, very quickly. The Sam's Club store in Farmington, New Mexico, was about to open for the day. There was a large crowd of perhaps 100 anxious shoppers, many waiting with their membership cards in hand, standing behind oversized shopping carts and flat cargo carts. Lars Lane eyed his wife, Lisbeth, who was seated on their cart next to their 6-year-old daughter, Grace. Beth was 34, with curly brown hair and hazel eyes. She was slightly overweight and had struggled all through their marriage to maintain her figure. As Grace was doodling in her coloring book, Beth was adding items to an already long shopping list. She stood up, leaned close to Lars, and spoke directly at the hearing aid in his good ear. "We'd better hit the canned food section first, hon," she suggested. He nodded and answered, "Roger that." Beth smiled, gave him a peck on the cheek, and again sat on the cart to wait. Lars glanced around, sizing up the crowd. The middle-aged woman standing next to him was staring at his left hand. Lars hated that. It was hurtful to him that people stared so much at the flesh-colored rubber prosthetic. They always seemed transfixed, as if the hand were some alien creature that had just landed on Earth. They stared at his left hand, or at the left side of his face, or alternated between staring at both, and it made him feel like a circus freak. The reconstructive surgery on his left cheekbone, which had used a piece of one of his ribs, was less than perfect. Sometimes people he hadn't met before, or who hadn't seen him in many years, would approach him from the right side, smiling, and then he'd turn his head toward them and they'd suddenly look repulsed. The Quasimodo effect is what Lars called it. 1 month earlier, on a street corner in Durango, Colorado, the nearest city with large department stores where Lars was shopping for a new refrigerator, a man who appeared to be in his 70s walked up to Lars and asked simply, "Iraq?" Lars answered, "Afghanistan, sir. I was in that little Dominican thing, and then I did a tour in Vietnam. I came back without a scratch." The old man looked Lars in the eye and said firmly, "Thanks for your service, and for what it cost you." Welcome home." He shook his hand and strode away. Lane's eyes welled up a bit, but he didn't cry. That one encounter made up for a whole lot of previous Quasimodo moments. Finally, the roll-up door opened and the crowd rushed in. Lars and Beth headed for the canned food section and started stacking full cases on the cart. That was just the first cartload. They stacked the cart high on 3 successive trips into the store that morning. The television news anchors had recently started calling the intensifying economic crisis the crunch. The term soon stuck with the general public, becoming part of the general lexicon. Government spending was out of control. The credit market was in continuous turmoil. Meanwhile, bank runs and huge federal bailouts had become commonplace. The debt and budget deficit had spiraled to stratospheric numbers. A Congressional Budget Office report stated that to pay just the interest on the national debt for the year, it would take 100% of the year's individual income tax revenue, 100% of corporate and excise taxes, and 41% of Social Security payroll taxes. As the crunch began, interest on the national debt was consuming 96% of government revenue. The official national debt was over $6 trillion. The unofficial debt, which included out-year unfunded obligations such as entitlements, long-term bonds, and military pensions, topped $53 trillion. The debt accumulated at the rate of $9 billion a day, or $15,000 per second. The official national debt had ballooned to 120% of the gross domestic product and was compounding at the rate of 18% per year. The federal government was borrowing 193% of revenue for the year. The president was nearing the end of his term in office. The stagnant economy, rising interest rates, and creeping inflation troubled him. Publicly, he beamed about having beat the deficit. Privately, he admitted that the low deficit figures came from moving increasingly large portions of federal funding off budget. Behind the accounting smoke and mirrors game, the real deficit was growing. Government spending at all levels equated to 45% of the gross domestic product. In July, the recently appointed chairman of the Federal Reserve Board had a private meeting with the president. The chairman pointed out the fact that even if Congress could balance the budget, the national debt would still grow inexorably due to compounding interest. In Europe, international bankers began to vocally express their doubts that the U.S. government could continue to make its interest payments on the burgeoning debt. In mid-August, the chairman of the Deutsche Bundesbank made some off-the-record comments to a reporter from The Economist magazine. Within hours, his words flashed around the world via the Internet. A full-scale default on U.S. Treasuries appears imminent. His choice of the word imminent in the same sentence with the word default caused the value of the dollar to plummet on the international currency exchanges the next day. T-bill sales crashed simultaneously. Starting with the Japanese, foreign central banks and international monetary authorities began to dump their trillions of dollars in U.S. treasuries. None of them wanted the now risky T-bills or U.S. bonds. Within days, long-term U.S. Treasury paper was selling at 20 cents on the dollar. Foreign investors began liquidating their U.S. paper assets, stocks, bonds, T-bills, virtually anything denominated in U.S. dollars. After some weak attempts to prop up the dollar, most of the European Union nations and Japan announced that they would no longer employ the U.S. dollar as a reserve currency. The Federal Reserve began monetizing larger and larger portions of the debt. The Fed already owned $682 billion in Treasury debt, which was considered an asset for the purposes of expanding the money supply. In just a few days, Federal Reserve holdings and Treasury debt more than doubled. The presses were running around the clock, printing currency. Soon after, the domestic inflation rate jumped to 16% in the third week of August. To the dismay of the Fed, the economy refused to bounce back. The balance of trade figures grew steadily worse. Leading economic indicators declined to a standstill. Legislators in Washington, D.C. belatedly wanted to slash federal spending, but were frustrated that they couldn't touch most of it. The majority of the budget consisted of interest payments and various entitlement programs. Previous legislation had locked in these payments. Even worse, by law, many of these spending programs even had automatic inflation escalators, so the federal budget continued to expand, primarily because of the interest burden on the federal debt. The interest payments grew tremendously as rates started to soar. It soon took 85% interest rates to lure investors to 6-month T-bills. The Treasury Department stopped auctioning longer-term paper entirely in late August. With inflation roaring, nobody wanted to lend Uncle Sam money for the long term. Jittery American investors increasingly distrusted the government, the stock market, and even the dollar itself. In September, new factory orders and new housing starts dropped off to levels that could not be properly measured. Corporations, large and small, began massive layoffs. The unemployment rate jumped from 12% to 20% in less than a month. Then came the stock market crash in early October. The bull stock market had gone on years longer than expected, defying the traditional business cycle. Nearly everyone thought that they were riding an unstoppable wave. Just before the crunch, the Dow Jones Industrial Average was selling at a phenomenal 65 times dividends, right back where it had been just before the dot-com bubble explosion. The market climbed to unrealistic heights, driven by unmitigated greed. Soon after the dollar's collapse, however, the stock market was driven by fear. Unlike in the previous crashes, this time the U.S. market slumped gradually. This was due to circuit breaker regulations on program trading implemented after the 1987 Wall Street slump. Instead of dropping precipitously in the course of one day as it had in '87, this time it took 19 days to drop 7,550 points. This made the dot-com bubble burst in 2000 and the 2008 stock market meltdown both look insignificant. The London and Tokyo markets were hit worse than the U.S. stock exchanges. The London market closed 5 days after the slump started. The Tokyo market, which was even more volatile, closed after only 3 days of record declines. Late in the second week of the stock market collapse, the domestic runs on U.S. banks began. The quiet international run on U.S. banks and the dollar had begun a month earlier. It took the citizenry in America that long to realize that the party was over. The only investors who made profits in the crunch were those who had invested in precious metals. Gold soared to $5,100 an ounce, with the other precious metals rising correspondingly. Even for these investors, their gains were only illusory paper profits. Anyone who was foolish enough to cash out of gold and into dollars after the run-up in prices would have soon lost everything. This was because the domestic value of the dollar collapsed completely just a few weeks later. The dollar collapsed because of the long-standing promises of the FDIC. All deposits insured to $100,000 they had pledged. When the domestic bank runs began, the government had to make good on its word. The only way that it could do this was to print money. Lots and lots of it. Since 1964, the currency had no backing with precious metals. Rumors suggested, and then news stories confirmed, that the government mints were converting some of their intaglio printing presses. Presses that had originally been designed to print $1 bills were converted to print $50 and $100 bills. This made the public suspicious. With overseas dollars being redeemed in large numbers, and with the printing presses running day and night turning out fiat currency, hyperinflation was inevitable. Inflation jumped from 16% to 35% in 3 days. From there on, it climbed in spurts during the next few days. 62%, 110%, 315%, and then to an incredible 2,100%. The currency collapse was reminiscent of what had happened in Zimbabwe. The value of the dollar began to be pegged hourly. It was the main topic of conversation. As the dollar withered in the blistering heat of hyperinflation, people rushed out to put their money into cars, furniture, appliances, tools, rare coins, anything tangible. This superheated the economy, creating a situation not unlike that in Germany's Weimar Republic in the 1920s. More and more paper was chasing less and less product. With a superheated economy, there was no way for the government to check the soaring inflation, aside from stopping the presses. This they could not do, however, because depositors were still flocking to the banks to withdraw all of their savings. The workers who still had jobs quickly caught on to the full implications of the mass inflation. They insisted on daily inflation indexing of their salaries, and in some cases even insisted on being paid daily. Citizens on fixed incomes were wiped out financially by the hyperinflation within 2 weeks. These included pensioners, those on unemployment insurance, and welfare recipients. Few could afford to buy a can of beans when it cost $150. The riots started soon after inflation bolted past the 1,000% mark. Detroit, New York City, and Los Angeles were the first cities to see full-scale rioting and looting. Soon the riots engulfed most other large cities, including Houston, San Antonio, Chicago, Phoenix, Philadelphia, San Jose, San Diego, Dallas, Indianapolis, and Memphis. It was when the Dow Jones average had slumped its first 1,900 points that Lars Lane decided to stock up. But by then, it was nearly too late. Gas cans had all been snapped up a week before. The shelves at the supermarkets were already being cleaned out. Unable to find extra batteries at department stores, Lars and Beth started looking elsewhere. They finally found some that had been overlooked at a Toys R Us store. They were able to find a few first aid supplies, but those too were being rapidly depleted, along with everything else at the local CVS drugstore. The local gun shops had been completely cleaned out of inventory. There wasn't a single gun or box of ammunition left for sale. At night, after the stores closed, Lars and Beth stayed up late, ordering things like batteries, light bulbs, Celox wound coagulant, mason jar lids, and gun cleaning equipment from internet vendors and from individual sellers on eBay. They placed multiple orders, realizing that in the scarcity of the new market paradigm, at least half of these orders would never arrive. To their dismay, they found that the internet ammunition vendors had completely run out of ammunition and extra magazines. After much searching, Lars did manage to order a spare firing pin, a spare extractor, and a few stripper clips for the pair of Finnish-made M39 Mosin Nagant rifles that he and his brother had inherited from their father. As the local stores began to run out, there were fewer and fewer things that Lars and Lisbeth could buy. Beth suggested buying extra blue jeans and tube socks to trade, but they found that the clothing store shelves had already been decimated. Realizing that their money was rapidly becoming worthless, they resorted to buying motion sensor yard floodlights, plumbing parts, sheets of plywood, and 2x4 studs at the local building store, just as something that they could later barter. A week later, even those were unavailable. It was like a huge, nationwide fire sale in progress. Everyone wanted out of dollars and into tangibles. But it soon became abundantly clear that there were too many dollars and too few useful tangibles available. Prices could only go one way: up. The local banks were overwhelmed with cash withdrawals and soon got into the pattern of having their cash supply wiped out each morning and then renewed each night as local merchants made their deposits. Their transaction volume soared, but their deposit accounts quickly dwindled to below regulation levels. The queue of customers outside the bank each morning soon became the inspiration for jokes and jeering. "They have to print fresh money each night," became the standard joke. Lars was thankful that he had a 300-gallon above-ground tank of gasoline at the ranch, and that it was nearly full when the economic crisis set in. He added a padlock to it, but he was worried that someone might try and steal the gas at gunpoint. Both in Bloomfield and the much larger city of Farmington just a few miles west, many of the retail businesses that remained open were cleaned out, leaving the owners with piles of increasingly worthless greenbacks. Eventually, even the local gift store ran out of inventory. People had become so desperate to get rid of their dollars that they traded them for New Mexico logo T-shirts and coffee mugs made for the tourist trade. Chapter 3. The Crunch. If the American people ever allow private banks to control the issue of their currency, first by inflation, then by deflation, the banks and the corporations will grow up around them, will deprive the people of all property until their children wake up homeless on the continent their fathers conquered. The issuing power should be taken from the banks and restored to the people, to whom it properly belongs. Thomas Jefferson, from the Debate on the Recharter of the Bank Bill, 1809. An-Najaf, Iraq, 2 years before the crunch. Pain. That was his most vivid memory of the past 2 years. It had started with a fairly routine convoy of 5 up-armored Humvees in the old quarter of An-Najaf. His last memory of that drive was of sitting in the sweltering back seat of the Humvee, looking down at a map and gripping a Sinkgar's radio handset. Captain Lars Lane had been in liaison with his Afghanistan National Army, ANA, counterpart, discussing the planned locations of a couple of random checkpoints for the next day. The 50-gunner standing above him yelled, "Possible device, left!" a warning that he had spotted a suspicious object that might be an improvised explosive device. Then he saw a flash and heard a loud explosion. The next thing that Lars remembered was waking up in a field hospital, trying to focus his vision. And no sooner did he realize that he was in a hospital than he passed out again. He awoke again 28 hours later, more than 3,000 miles away, at Landstuhl Regional Medical Center in Germany, with his head throbbing. He asked, in an almost unintelligible voice, "Can you take the edge off this pain?" He vaguely remembered the face of the E6 male nurse who stood by his bedside. The nurse obliged with a fresh dose of Demerol IV via his Lure-Lock intravenous fluid connector. The nurse gave Lars some water on a sponge stick that looked like a lollipop. It was as Lars was getting these first dribbles of water that he realized that he had no vision in his left eye. Several hours later, he further realized that the vestiges of his left eye had been removed from its orbit and replaced by a nitrile rubber and gauze packing supplemented with a drainage tube. Losing his eye put Lars into a brief depression. But then, seeing much more badly wounded soldiers around him made him count his blessings. As he later told Beth, "At least I'm walking around on two good legs. Every day above ground is a gift from God." Lars gradually regained some awareness of his surroundings. A male nurse walked up to his bed and handed him a cup of water with a straw. The nurse held the cup while Lars took a couple of clumsy sips. Lars nodded and said, "Thanks. That's better." The nurse put the glass down within reach on Lane's bed table and said, "You were delirious. The first time I gave you water on a sponge stick, you tried to eat the sponge. Oh, and you kept repeating some phrases. I think they were Pashto or Arabic." "Such as?" "Two of them that I remember are Wayne Riff Attack and Urf-E-Dak." "What language was that?" Lars thought for a moment and answered, "That was Arabic. Wayne Rifakak means we are your friends, and Irfa-Idak is an order. It means put your hands up." "Kinda strange that you'd be using both of those in the same conversation," the nurse said, looking bemused. "No, not where I've spent the last couple of years, up in Indian country. It happens all the time, believe me." It was while at the Landstuhl Hospital that Lars was told the extent of his injuries. Most of his left hand had been amputated. His left arm was broken in 3 places, and he had 6 broken ribs. His left eye, left cheekbone, and 9 teeth were gone. There were multiple lacerations and second-degree burns to his face, neck, and arms. Days later, he was told that he also had a mild to moderate traumatic brain injury, TBI. It was much later that he learned that he had lost all hearing in his left ear and had a 60% hearing loss in his right ear. This news made Lane doubt whether he'd ever return to regular duty and pushed him into another bout of depression. After 4 days at Landstuhl, Lars was flown on a C-5 to Andrews Air Force Base and transferred to Walter Reed Army Medical Center in Washington, D.C. It was the most agonizing flight of his life. It seemed to last for days, and the pain was incredible. Lisbeth was there to meet him at Walter Reed. She and Grace stayed at the home of her cousin in Silver Spring, Maryland, for the next 5 months, visiting him almost every day. Lars spent 4 months at Walter Reed, where he got his reconstructive surgery and skin grafts. More pain. Then another month at a Walter Reed satellite hospital, getting his hearing aid and glass eye. It was there that he started doing more intense physical therapy. It was also while he was at Walter Reed that Lars was awarded a Purple Heart, pinned on his pillow by the Vice President, who was there for a photo op. Lars caused quite a stir when the Vice President asked him what he planned to do when he got out of the Army and went home. Lars responded, "Home? If I may speak freely, sir, I intend to return to the big sandbox and take command of a civil affairs company. I'm not a quitter, unlike some people at the top of the chain of command. Your administration's accelerated drawdown is premature. It's putting both American soldiers and the citizenry of Afghanistan in peril. Now, sir, please leave my room before I say something rude about your boss." Just minutes after the Vice President and his entourage left the hospital, Lars Lane was dressed down by the attending physician, an 06, who very soon after placed a letter of reprimand in Lane's permanent 201 personnel file. Finally, he was transferred to Fort Sam Houston Hospital in Texas. That was where he got the rest of his dental work, his prosthetic hand, and an Army Commendation, ARCOM, medal. Lars jokingly called his spring-loaded prosthetic left hand Mr. President, in homage to the movie Dr. Strangelove. He hated the hand. The hand had very few advantages. One was that it allowed him to do electrical work without fear of getting shocked. It also gave him the ability to pick up hot pots and pans from the kitchen stove without using a hot pad. But in almost all other respects, it was a hindrance and an annoyance. Hampered by the letter of reprimand, Lars was never approved to return to active duty without limitations. Then came a frustrating year of branch immaterial duty, pushing quartermaster paperwork at Fort Hood, spending as much time with the medac or oral surgeons and physical therapists as he did behind a desk. Lars held on for that last year to finish his dental work and to get his bump to major, the 04 pay grade, providing him with a more substantial disability retirement. His branch manager at Perscom confided that it was only because of some politicking of the promotion board by two of Lane's former brigade commanders that he was not passed over for promotion to 04. Once his promotion to major came through, Lane immediately resigned his commission. When he was discharged, Lars was 30 years old and an 04/06, a major with more than 6 years of service. He was also suffering from depression. His arm had healed well, and he was back to his normal exercise regimen of running 2 miles every 2 days, with 200 sit-ups on the alternating days. Physically, aside from some nerve damage in his left arm, he was nearly as strong and limber as he had been before the ambush. But if it were not for his faith in God and the presence of his wife and his 2 young children, he had doubts that he would have ever recovered mentally. Chapter 4. Fujian Tulu. Turning and turning in the widening gyre, the falcon cannot hear the falconer. Things fall apart. The center cannot hold. Mere anarchy is loosed upon the world. The blood-dimmed tide is loosed, and everywhere the ceremony of innocence is drowned. The best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity. Surely some revelation is at hand. Surely the second coming is at hand. The second coming. Hardly are those words out when a vast image out of Spiritus Mundi troubles my sight. Somewhere in sands of the desert, a shape with lion body and the head of a man, a gaze blank and pitiless as the sun is moving its slow thighs, while all about it reel shadows of the indignant desert birds. The darkness drops again. But now I know that 20 centuries of stony sleep were vexed to nightmare by a rocking cradle, and what rough beast, its hour come round at last, slouches toward Bethlehem to be born. William Butler Yeats, The Second Coming. Bloomfield, New Mexico, May, the first year. Moving to the ranch had been his wife Lisbeth's idea. Lane had inherited the ranch 2 miles east of Bloomfield, New Mexico, from his father, Robbie Lane, a retired lieutenant colonel. The elder Lane had spent the last 4 years of his life as a widower. He had died unexpectedly of a heart attack when Lars was attending the civil affairs officer's basic course, and while Andy was still in high school. After Robbie Lane's death, the ranch had been leased out for several years to Tim Rankin, a part-time horse trainer and a full-time alcoholic. Meanwhile, as the beneficiaries of Robbie Lane's $600,000 life insurance policy, his 2 sons finished their educations and started their own Army careers. The ranch was in the Four Corners region, where the state lines of Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona meet. Beth thought that the activity of running the ranch would occupy Lars and lift his spirits. As it turned out, moving there was the best choice that they could have ever made. The property was a 20-acre ranchette that sat just above the south bank of the San Juan River, with a slightly run-down house that had been built in the 1960s. The place had a solid barn, a bunkhouse, a hay barn, a shop building that was built in the 1980s, and a couple of small outbuildings. It was on Road 4990, commonly called the Refinery Road, which paralleled the San Juan River east from Bloomfield. After passing by the refinery, the dog-legged road traversed dozens of ranches and hay farms. Lars and Beth moved to the ranch just 6 months before the crunch. In the October following their move to Bloomfield, when he heard that the Dow Jones average had slumped its first 2,000 points, Lars shifted his attention away from fixing up the ranch to stocking up for what was sure to be a cataclysmic second Great Depression. Lars and Beth realized that they were, as he put it, way behind the power curve. They made multiple trips to the local Target store and Sam's Club. To fund some of their storage food purchases, they asked Andy's fiancée, Kaylee Schmidt, to rent a room from them. She was self-employed, working at home, and doing substitute teacher scheduling for the San Antonio School District. Her manager was agreeable to the move, so long as she provided her own telephone. With a voice-over IP, VoIP, phone service, she had unlimited calling. Her work transition to Bloomfield went smoothly, but ironically, she was only there for 3 weeks before the phones went dead and the Internet disintegrated into a few isolated autonomous networks. Since she was firmly engaged to marry Andy, Lars and Beth made it clear that Kaylee was welcome to stay with them indefinitely, even if she couldn't find work. Kaylee was of German extraction and grew up near New Braunfels, Texas. She spoke the local German dialect called Texas German, although not as fluently as her parents. She had strong features, dark hair, and a trim figure. Kaylee was 25 years old when the crunch began. She had just recently graduated with a bachelor's degree in marketing from Texas A&M University. She met Andy during her senior year of college while attending a Christian concert at Victory Church in College Station, Texas. She had dated several members of the Corps of Cadets while at Texas A&M, but had never met a young Christian man who she considered marriage material until she met Andy. They immediately fell in love. But unfortunately, Andy was just on a brief stint at Fort Hood, between overseas deployments. They were fated to a long-distance relationship. One evening, as Lars, Beth, and Kaylee were reorganizing the pantry to make room for their new supplies, Lars mentioned, "My dad was pretty smart. He picked a town out in the middle of nowhere, but it's got agriculture, and it's got huge natural gas fields and some oil wells. He once told me he picked Bloomfield because it would be a safe place to be if and when the stuff hits the fan. You remember all those right-wing economic newsletters and the Tea Party things he subscribed to? Ron Paul and all that?" Beth nodded and said, "Yeah, he always struck me as a bit batty, all of his I don't trust paper money talk. But I gotta admit, it turned out he was right." "Well, at least Dad converted Andy and me into gold bugs. If it weren't for that, we'd be in the same boat as most other folks, with 401ks that have turned into .01ks. Lars adjusted the Velcro strap on his prosthetic, something he often did out of habit, more than because of discomfort, and he went on. "Anyway, I figure the best place to ride this out is here in the Four Corners. Not a lot of rain or snow, but at least if the main grids go down, there will probably still be power here, since there is local generation and some agriculture. Most everywhere else in the country will be SOL, but around here we've got natural gas and drip oil, so we can still pump water from the rivers and up out of the aquifer. My dad specially picked this ranch since it is flood irrigated from the Hammond Irrigation District ditch. Dad even pulled a sneaky and put in a water line to the house up at the ditch headgate, just in case of a power failure. That provides just enough water pressure, although the shower is a bit weak." He added, There are a lot of orchards around, especially west of here, downriver. They grow apples, peaches, pears, plums, apricots, nectarines, and cherries, and they dry prunes and make cider. And everybody and his uncle around here cuts hay." Lars was interrupted by the phone ringing. He snatched it up and answered automatically, "Lane." Out of habit, he felt like he should add, "This is an unsecure line. How can I help you?" "Hey, it's me. How are things going?" Andy asked, his voice sounding remarkably crisp for someone practically on the backside of the globe. Lars replied, "We're still not mission-ready on logistics, but we're catching up as best we can. A lot of things are sold out. How about you?" Same. It sucks to be me. It sucks to be here. It sucks to not be with Kaylee. The only update is that I got hold of a bringback from a local." "A good one?" "Genuine Swiss. Do you remember the Swiss, watch that your college roommate had?" "Yeah, of course, that one with the 3 tritium markings." "Right. Think of sort of the same model, only slightly smaller." "Oh, excellent. Those are Hotel Sierra. I love their watches." Lars winked at his wife, cupped his hand over the phone's mouthpiece, and whispered to her, "He bought a SIG pistol on the local economy." Just then Kaylee came into the room. Lars continued, "Look, I'm sure you want to yak with Kaylee, so I'll keep this short, little brother. Get your assets back here as soon as you possibly can. If need be, do something that will torpedo your next officer efficiency report, but just get here. Remember, if the phones go down, we'll still have our shortwave contact sched for Tuesdays." Andy replied, "Roger that. We stick to the sched. The 30-meter band rules now that the sunspot numbers are back up." "Okay, here she is." Lars handed the phone to Kaylee, who was anxiously waiting. The couple conversed animatedly for another 20 minutes, until Andy's phone card expired. When she hung up the phone, Kaylee was weeping. Beth gave her a hug and said, "You've got to have faith that he'll make it here, sooner or later. Don't have doubts. We just trust and obey, like it says in the old hymn." Chapter 5. Hornet's Nest. The only purpose of a government is to protect a man's rights, which means to protect him from physical violence. A proper government is only a policeman, an agent of man's self-defense, and as such may resort to force only against those who start the use of force. The only proper functions of a government are the police, to protect you from criminals, the army, to protect you from foreign invaders, and the courts, to protect your property and contracts from breach or fraud from others, to settle disputes by rational rules, according to objective laws. John Galt, in Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged, 1957. Houston, Texas, October, the first year. Growing up on the streets of Houston had made Ignacio Garcia both wary and smart. He never used any drugs other than some occasional marijuana, and he never sold drugs. He realized that was sure to get him arrested eventually, because customers always talked. His only contacts with heavy drug users were some that he hired to work his burglaries. Garcia developed a reputation as a clever burglar who never got caught. His modus operandi was exacting, hit between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. on weekdays when nobody was home. Avoid lower-class neighborhoods where the pickings weren't worth bothering, and avoid the wealthy neighborhoods where they all had burglar alarms. Instead, he hit middle-class neighborhoods where there were still things worth stealing, but where they didn't have their guard up. Garcia started out by doing burglaries himself, but soon moved on to organizing and equipping teams to do the work for him. To approach middle-class houses surreptitiously, he outfitted his teams to look like plumbers, carpet cleaners, or gardeners. Their vehicles looked very convincing. Garcia then fenced his goods through a network of pawn shops, flea market dealers, and coin dealers who could keep their mouths shut. he had his teams concentrate on jewelry, guns, coin collections, cash, and high-end digital cameras. He made a point of never keeping any stolen merchandise at home. He paid several little old ladies to rent storage spaces for him. Eventually, he had almost a dozen places to hide his stolen goods. Garcia was never associated with any of the big gangs, although he did recruit a few members of MS-13. He kept his own gang, the gang with no name, as quiet as possible, and discouraged them from antagonizing any other gangs. Garcia often said, "Let them bicker and kill each other while we hang back and just make lots of money." The stoners who worked for Garcia sometimes did stupid crackhead stuff. Even though he gave them explicit directions, they'd ignore him and bring back things like big-screen HD televisions, bottles of various prescription medicines, and kitchen appliances. One time, one of his men brought back plastic bags of live koi carp that they had stolen from a pond. This pond was in the backyard of a house that they had trouble entering. Some of the items had to be discarded or took weeks to fence. 3 years before the crunch, Ignacio realized that some upper-middle-class people rarely let their guard down. For these targets, Garcia started to train and equip his home invasion team. He selected his most ruthless, yet most level-headed men. He gave them some of his best guns and carefully selected targets, mostly ones that he'd previously had to pass up. He called this team La Fuerza, the Force. Most of their home invasions took place at midday, when there would likely be just one adult at home. The home invasions went remarkably well. Because Garcia insisted on a strict 6-minute time limit inside a target house, La Fuerza never met the police face-to-face. Eventually, he split La Fuerza into 2 teams of 6 men each. Their take was so lucrative that he eventually stopped using his traditional burglary teams altogether. He gave control and ownership of that whole operation to his cousin Simon. Garcia grew up in Houston's 2nd Ward, but after he built up capital from his burglaries, he bought a house in Greenspoint on the north side. This was a nice suburban neighborhood that was roughly half Hispanic. He did his best to blend in. Ignacio told his neighbors that he was in the import-export business. In a way, he was right. He just exported things from people's houses and imported them into his own. When the crunch started, there were 16 full members of Garcia's gang. As the economy cratered, Garcia realized that he had to switch gears quickly. Previously, his goal had been converting stolen goods into cash, but now cash was perishable and even undesirable. The goods themselves were more valuable. He also realized that once Houston became the target of rioting, the whole city would be locked down, and he'd be just as at risk from burglary or robbery as anyone else. Garcia leased a large warehouse in Anahuac, a white-bread community on the east side of Trinity Bay in Chambers County, east of Houston. He rented a nearby apartment and moved his wife and children there. The warehouse had 35,000 square feet and a pair of large roll-up doors in the back. He set all of his men to work ferrying the best of his accumulated loot from his various storage spaces to the warehouse. Then he had them start stealing late-model cargo vans and pickup trucks with camper shells. He didn't ask them to stop until he had 17 of them parked in the warehouse. Using his gang members as agents, Garcia scrambled to convert as much of his cash as possible into practical tangibles. He had them buy 10 jerry cans for each van and truck and set each vehicle up with roof racks. They each also got water jugs, canned goods, camp stoves, sleeping bags, ammunition, tools, and freeze-dried foods. They bought or stole 4 spare tires mounted on rims for each vehicle and strapped them down on the roof racks. After just 3 days at the warehouse, he asked his cousin Simon to join him and to bring along his 8 toughest men who were bachelors. Garcia spent many hours talking what-ifs with Tony, his most trusted lieutenant. Tony had 3 years of artillery experience in the Army, with a tour in Iraq. That was before his Article 15s and dishonorable discharge. It was Tony who suggested putting CB radios in every vehicle. It was also Tony who recommended buying up as many cans of flat tan and flat brown spray paint as they could find. Tony was good at planning ahead. They had everything almost ready at the warehouse by the time that the riots started in earnest. He ordered the men and their families to get used to sleeping hard, essentially camping, inside of their vehicles in the warehouse. There were some complaints at first, but then, once Houston started to burn, they thanked Ignacio for rescuing them from the chaos and for getting them ready. The entire gang eventually adopted the name La Fuerza. Ignacio set them on a well-calculated campaign of nighttime robberies of sporting goods stores, department stores, and recreational equipment stores. They were cautious, though, so none of these stores were located in Chambers County. Once the gang was equipped for traveling and living independently, La Fuerza started stealing armored vehicles. Their first targets were members of the Military Vehicle Preservation Association, MVPA, a group that Garcia's wife found with an internet search. The MVPA members meticulously restored jeeps, trucks, and armored vehicles. Their roster, complete with the addresses of members, was there for the taking on the internet. The gang's goal was acquiring wheeled armored personnel carriers. Their vehicles of choice were the Cadillac Gage V100 Commando, a 4-wheeled APC, and the Alvis Saracen, a British 6-wheeled APC. Garcia sent out 4-man teams in stolen cars to as far away as Oklahoma and Louisiana to steal them. His men would arrive after midnight, batter down house doors, and force people from their beds at gunpoint. They marched them to their garages to show the gang members how to start and operate their vehicles. To give them more time to get away before an alarm was raised, the gang members killed the homeowners and their families. Over the course of 3 nights, they drove back to Anahuac with 3 Saracens and 2 V100s. Garcia was disappointed to find that most of the MVPA members had only non-firing dummy weapons mounted on their vehicles. Only one of the vehicles had a live gun. This was a semi-automatic only Browning Model 1919. So their next targets were belt-fed machine guns taken in storefront or home invasion robberies of Class 3 licensed full-auto weapons dealers. These robberies netted 6 .30-caliber belt-feds, 2 Browning 50s, and 15 submachine guns of various types. They were surprised at the quantity of ammunition and extra magazines that the dealers had. In all, there were 232 cans of ammunition, much of it already on linked belts. It was not until after they had the guns and Tony started reading their manuals that they realized they needed belt-linking machines to assemble belts of ammunition. They then brazenly went back to a store that they had robbed just 2 days before and took both 30 and 50 caliber hand-lever linking machines and several 20mm ammo cans containing thousands of used links. Chapter 6. Getting By. Most people can't think. Most of the remainder won't think. The small fraction who do think mostly can't do it very well. The extremely tiny fraction who think regularly, accurately, creatively, and without self-delusion, in the long run, these are the only people who count. Robert A. Heinlein. Radcliffe, Kentucky, October, the first year. Sheila Randall was fretting. Her husband Jerome had moved them from New Orleans to Radcliffe, Kentucky just a few weeks before the crunch. After he was laid off in New Orleans, Jerome had been offered the steady job in Kentucky, but that meant leaving behind their extended families in Louisiana. They brought with them Tyree, their 10-year-old son, and Emily Voisin, Sheila's spry, 76-year-old grandmother. They settled into a 3-bedroom rental house on 3rd Street in Radcliffe. The town was just outside the south gate of Fort Knox, the home of the U.S. Army's Armor Center and School, the school for tanker troops. Jerome got a job at a big old tire shop, just as he had in New Orleans, but with a higher salary and the promise of bonuses. Jerome had also been promised inflation indexing for his pay. Sheila took a job in data entry for the local phone company's billing department, much like the one that she had held for a power utility in Louisiana. It was boring, repetitive work, but it helped pay their bills, and she was able to work 6 hours per day, 5 days a week, which allowed her to pick her son up after school each day. Even working only 30 hours per week, the job offered full health and dental benefits, and this was a plus, since her husband's job didn't provide a dental plan. Jerome had thought Radcliffe was a good place to work, because the Army payroll meant that a steady stream of cash customers came into town every week, mainly on the weekends. All the local stores did well. The soldiers mainly spent their money at the grocery stores, Walmart, and the many bars and tattoo parlors. But the town had a slightly unsavory air to it, and that bothered Sheila. Most of all, she missed her large Creole family. Sheila had such fair skin that she could pass for white, but her husband had much darker skin. Their house was nice, as rentals go, and had a big yard, but there was noisy traffic since it was close to the Dixie Highway. The city park and the big old tire store were both within walking distance. At least the backyard was fairly quiet, since it had an alleyway behind it, and it had a fence, so it was a safe place for Tyree to play. Their neighbors were a mix of whites, blacks, and Mexican-Americans. Most of the houses in the neighborhood, including theirs, had been built in the 1920s. The owner-occupied homes had been well-maintained, but most of the rentals had shabby yards. Their next-door neighbor was Mrs. Hernandez, a divorced woman who worked as a shipping clerk at the U.S. Cavalry store. It seemed that half the town presently worked for the Cav store, or had worked there in the past. The company had started out in the early 1980s as a military uniform store that made machine-stitched uniform name tapes and sold tanker boots to soldiers from Fort Knox. It eventually grew into a multi-million-dollar enterprise, mainly selling by mail order. When the inflation started, Grand-mère Emily advised Sheila to buy up vegetable seeds. Jerome said he thought it was evidence of senility, but Sheila went along with the plan, since her grandmother was very wise and had lived through the Great Depression. So they spent 3 Saturdays in September driving to nearly every seed store in Hardin, Meade, and Breckinridge counties, buying up their late summer seed closeouts. Also, on Emily's advice, they bought dozens of pairs of gardening gloves in various sizes. Without telling her husband, Sheila also spent some of her lunch hours at work mail-ordering seeds via the Internet. These were mostly the open-pollinated heirloom varieties that Emily had suggested were best because they bred true, as opposed to hybrid seeds. Sheila followed that advice and concentrated on the non-hybrid varieties. She bought nearly all vegetable and herb seeds. The only flower seeds that she bought were nasturtiums, which could be eaten as salad greens, and marigolds, which Emily said could be planted around the perimeter of a garden as a barrier to protect it from rabbits, moles, and even slugs. As the dozens of seed mail orders arrived, Sheila had her grandmother hide them in her bedroom closet. Jerome had only begrudgingly gone along with the seed-buying plan, knowing that the money all came from Emily's retirement nest egg. But Sheila saw no need to tell Jerome about the mail orders of the heirloom seeds. If he found out about her secret petite with her mother, she knew that he'd go ballistic. But since Sheila handled paying all the family's bills, Jerome never caught on. Eventually, there were boxes containing thousands of seed packets stacked up in the back of Emily's walk-in closet. Even with all of the economic chaos, the mail was still coming through, and the seed companies, mostly family-owned businesses, were good to their word. Nearly all of the orders eventually arrived. While all of their neighbors were desperately scrambling to buy canned food, Sheila Randall was quietly buying enough vegetable seeds to plant hundreds of gardens. Seeing what was happening, many small business owners wisely went on vacation or closed for inventory. This started with the local coin shop. Then the local jewelry store and the calf store closed. The privately owned gas stations followed suit, but many people suspected that they had quit business while they still had fuel in their tanks. The big chain stations and truck stops soon had supply difficulties. Every time that word circulated that a tank truck delivery had been made, that station was swarmed with customers who would line up their cars for blocks. Short of gas cans, people resorted to filling unsafe containers such as 2-liter bottles, ancient milk cans, and water barrels with gasoline and diesel fuel. This wasn't allowed at the gas stations, but that didn't stop customers from filling their fuel tanks at the station and then driving home to siphon the gas into small containers at home. It seemed that the main occupation of many people was either standing in line in front of the bank or sitting in their cars in long queues at gas stations. Jerome spent many evenings after work driving up to 30 miles to buy staple foods. His dwindling supply of cash was spent primarily on canned foods, pasta sauce, and breakfast cereal. Jerome's other contribution to the family's preparedness effort was to withdraw their savings from the bank to buy a shotgun from one of his co-workers. The only gun that he could find was a 20-gauge youth version of the Remington Model 870, with a special short stock designed for small shooters. The gun was obviously well used and had a scratched stock, a dented barrel rib, and a few rust spots from previous improper storage, but it was serviceable. It cost Jerome $1,400 in the rapidly inflating dollars. As a teenager, he had hunted ducks with his father's 12-gauge Model 870, so he was quite familiar with the gun's operation. With much searching and what he considered a huge outlay of cash, he was also eventually able to buy 45 boxes of 20-gauge shotgun shells, an odd assortment of mostly birdshot of various sizes, single-aught buckshot, and a few slugs. Some of the birdshot shells were so old that they had paper hulls, and Jerome wondered if they would still fire. On their third weekend seed-buying trip, Jerome took his family to the Hoosier National Forest, just across the river in Indiana, to try out the shotgun. He explained and demonstrated how to load and fire the gun and the operating of its safety button. This gun had a duck-hunting plug in it, so the magazine would only hold 2 shells. But I took that out, so now it holds 5 shells plus 1 in the chamber. Now, let me show you something my daddy taught me. Right after you shoot 1 shell, after you pump the action, without taking the gun off your shoulder, you right-quick shove another shell into the magazine from your bandolier. You need to learn how to do that just by touch. That way, you always keep the gun's magazine full. And then, if you ever have to shoot multiple, ducks, then you can keep pumping from a full magazine. Okay? Okay. Shoot 1, load 1, unless it's an emergency, Sheila echoed. That's right, mon cher. They shot only the oldest shells, aiming at empty soda pop cans set up 20 feet away. This gave an impressive display of the gun's power, thoroughly shredding the cans with birdshot. Since he only had 2 pairs of earmuffs, 2 of them had to plug their ears with their fingertips. While the gun was small for Jerome, the stock was just the right length for Sheila, who was 5 feet 2 inches and weighed just 110 pounds. Sheila soon got used to shooting the gun, obviously enjoying it. Even Emily fired a few shells, and Tyree fired 3 shells while sitting between his father's knees. He was thrilled. As they walked back to his car, toting the shotgun and a paper bag full of ventilated aluminum cans, Jerome said, "Well, now we are all ready for World War III. Sheila snapped back, "More likely Civil War II. Luke Air Force Base, Arizona, October, the first year. 2 weeks earlier, in Arizona, Ian Doyle and his Honduran-born wife, Blanca, had been sitting in their living room watching the 10 o'clock news. Their daughter was already asleep in her bedroom. The news show was dominated by reports about the stock market crash on Wall Street. Ian asked, "Remember what your dad told us after his vacation trip to South Africa about how they don't transport diamonds from the mines on the ground, only in helicopters?" "Sure, I remember. He said the hijacking stopped after they switched to flying the diamonds." "Well, that has me thinking. If the economy totally falls apart, and it might within a year, if the 3 of us ever need to travel, then the safest way will be by air. Since our Laron only seats 2, we need to buy a second plane, something like ours that can burn regular automobile gasoline. With a second plane, we'll have a seat for Linda and can bug out of here with a marginal quantity of gear." Blanca answered, "Not being able to drive? That sounds pretty extreme, but I suppose it could happen." After pondering for a moment, she asked, "What about Charlie from the Ultralight Club? He has that tan-painted star streak. With that, we'd have common parts in case we ever have to cannibalize. I'll give him a call." 2 days later, Ian met with Charlie Gordon at his home in Old Stone Ranch, one of the nicest neighborhoods in Phoenix. Gordon was overweight and balding. He wore a golf shirt and a flashy Patek Philippe wristwatch. Ian spent 20 minutes talking with Charlie about light experimental aircraft. Charlie mentioned that he hadn't flown his much recently because of chronic lower back pain. In one of the bays of his 3-car garage sat an enclosed aircraft trailer, almost identical to Doyle's. Gordon explained that he had bought a Laron Shadow in kit form just before the turn of the century. Building it had been a 2-year project. He later upgraded it to the larger 4-stroke Hearth engine, effectively making it into a Starstreak. It only had 83 hours clocked on the new engine. Like Doyle's plane, Charlie's Laron had the optional wing lockers for extra cargo space. Ian asked Gordon if he'd sell his plane. He replied, "Yeah, maybe, but with inflation, I probably couldn't replace it for less than $25,000. He offered Ian a glass of lemonade. They settled into the living room with their drinks, and the conversation shifted to the recent stock market collapse. They agreed that it was the most dramatic economic event since 1929. Doyle then asked, "What do you plan to do if things get a lot worse, Charlie?" "You mean a depression that lasts a decade or more? My house is paid for. I'm scheduled to retire in just 6 months. That is, if I still have a job and if the company stays afloat." "No, I mean, what if there are riots, looting, that sort of thing? Would you move then?" Gordon's arm swept around the perimeter of his well-appointed living room, and he said, "My wife's whole life is wrapped up in her antiques and her paintings. I don't think she'd ever budge an inch from this house. So if times get hard, we'll just hunker down right here. If it looks like the power might go out, my plan is to drain my pool and refill it with tap water." He added with a laugh, "Then I'll sell it to my neighbors, 1 gallon at a time." "Do you have any guns?" "I've got a snub-nosed .38 and an old .22 pump action." "That's not exactly an anti-riot arsenal." Doyle leaned forward and went on. I don't have $25,000 in cash to buy your kite, so here's a trade proposal for you. You don't need your plane, but you may soon need a serious self-defense gun. You know what a Sten gun is? Yeah, sure, I've seen them on the History Channel. The Brits used them back in World War II and Korea. Oh, and in Malaya. The one with the magazine sticks out to the side. Right. Well, what would you say if I traded you my Sten gun, a sound suppressor for it, a dozen magazines, and a big pile of 9mm ball ammo? That, in exchange for your Laron, any spare parts you have for it, and its trailer. A real, fully automatic Sten submachine gun? Are you kidding? He snorted. But is that worth as much as my plane? Charlie, I'm not sure if you shopped for guns and ammo recently, but the prices are sky high, and you can't even find most ammo calibers on the shelf. Gordon scratched his chin. He asked, Is that Sten registered? I mean, the $200 tax stamp thing with the feds? No, and neither is the suppressor. Gordon started to laugh. Ian, you always did strike me as the kind of guy who thinks outside the box. Ian added bladder fuel tanks to the second Laron, just like he had already done the previous year to his Star Streak. Originally, the Star Streaks only had a range of about 320 miles at 80% power. The main tank held 14.5 gallons. The bladders weren't connected directly to the primary fuel system. Ignoring FAA safety regulations, he installed 2 Black & Decker Jackrabbit hand pumps, attaching them with Velcro cable ties alongside the front seats. Transferring fuel from the bladder to the main tank was time-consuming, but fairly easy to do when flying straight and level. The bladder tanks extended the range of both planes to about 480 miles without landing to refuel. Bloomfield, New Mexico, October, the first year. Lars and Beth continued to stock up by ordering things on the internet. There, prices were being bid up to the stratosphere. Lars had to pay $14 each for a handful of extra ammunition stripper clips for the M39 Mosin Nagant rifle that he had inherited from his father. But they did find a few overlooked bargains that most people considered antiques and collectibles. These included 2 hand scythes and a hand-cranked bench grinder. Lars was also successful at bidding on 9 filter cartridges for the ranch's whole house water filter. Lane also bought dozens of 3-packs of obsolete Magic Cube flash camera cubes. He explained to Beth and Kaylee that with just a piece of monofilament fishing line and a paperclip, these could be used as an improvised intrusion alarm device. The flash would both startle any nighttime intruders and alert anyone awake in the house that there was a prowler in the yard. He explained that standard flash cubes were set off with a battery, but Magic Cubes were set off with a mechanical striker. An NCO who was a Desert Storm vet had showed him the trick. Beth did a detailed inventory of the ranch house, barn, and outbuildings. The only serious shortcoming that they found was gas lamp mantles. They discovered that they had only 2 spares. So Lars emailed. Andy, the only mantles for Dad's wall gas lamps that work without falling apart are made by Fox and Humphreys. When you're in Germany, can you try to find at least 20 spares for me? Thanks, bro. Psalm 37, Lars. FOB Wolverine, Task Force Duke, Zabul Province, Afghanistan, October, the first year. Andy was able to test fire and zero the SIG pistol on a hot afternoon 2 days after he bought it. Because the unit rotation was underway, and the incoming Stryker Squadron's first range fire wasn't scheduled for another 3 days, the FOB's shooting range was deserted. Unlike range fire at U.S. installations in Conus, which was extremely controlled, Things were much more casual in Afghanistan. Andy simply walked to the range and raised its red flag. There were no formalities, no inspections, no safety briefings, and no bullhorned, "Is there anyone downrange?" warnings. Andy just stapled up 3 targets and started shooting. Firing at first very deliberately to establish 0 for the pistol, Lane put 250 rounds downrange without a stutter. He made a point of using each of the magazines to ensure that none of them had feeding problems. Andy was very pleased. He knew that he had a pistol that he could rely on. Radcliffe, Kentucky, October, the first year. It was 9:10 p.m., just past Tyree's bedtime. Jerome had not yet come back. Sheila and her grandmother were getting worried. For the past 3 weeks, each workday he had carried a nearly empty backpack with him when he walked to work. Then, on his lunch breaks and after work, he went out bartering seeds and some extra hand tools in exchange for canned foods and staples like bags of breakfast cereal. Now Sheila nervously pulled the shade aside and looked out the front window. "He's never been this late." "We need to pray," Emily said firmly. The next morning, after checking at the tire shop and hearing that Jerome had left at 5:30 p.m. and hadn't been seen since, Sheila walked to the police department and asked to file a missing person report. The harried front desk clerk replied, "Yeah, you and about 5 million other people." She told Sheila that an informal check would be made and to return at noon the next day to file a report. 2 days later, Sheila went again to the police department. After a 20-minute wait in the police department lobby, a plainclothes detective came out. After he identified himself, he told her, "I'm sorry, but there's no sign of your husband. We checked all the usuals, the sheriff's department, the state police, at the hospital. That took some doing with the phones out. No luck." After a pause, he added, "There was one John Doe, though, a black man in his 30s or 40s, but they said that he had only 8 fingers. Does your husband have all of his fingers?" "Yes, he does. He just lost 1 fingernail working as a mechanic." "Then that can't be him. Please, be patient. With the phones down, he could be most anywhere and just unable to contact you. Maybe he caught a ride somewhere to make a trade and couldn't get a ride back. It takes a long time to cover 30 or 40 miles on foot. Your report said that he was a faithful husband." "I'm sure of that." "Okay. Well, if we hear of anything, we'll send an officer to your house." The following morning, the same detective knocked at the Randalls' door. "Could we sit down and talk for a minute?" he asked. Sheila felt a knot in her stomach when he mentioned sitting down. After they were seated, the detective said, "Something was bothering me last night, so I double-checked with the county coroner this morning. It turns out that the body of the black male with no shoes, no shirt or pants, and no identification who had been shot. It turns out that he had just recently lost 2 fingers, either just before or just after he died." Grasping together the 2 smallest fingers on his own left hand to illustrate, he added, "The coroner said that it looked like they had been cut off with an axe or a hatchet." "His left hand?" "Yes, it was his left." Sheila turned pale, and she whispered, "His wedding ring always was a tight fit. He had to put butter or oil on his finger and pull it hard to get it off." Chapter 7. Paperwork. A commander can delegate authority, but not responsibility. American military axiom. Bloomfield, New Mexico, March the first year. L. Roy Martin had purchased his Bloomfield, New Mexico plant just 8 months before the crunch. His reputation as a maverick Texas oil man meant that the purchase of the troubled refinery for cash and stock didn't raise many eyebrows. The plant had been temporarily shut down by Western Refining in 2010, mostly because of insufficient feedstock in the vicinity of Bloomfield. Since then, under new ownership by a green energy consortium, it had been reopened, but was operating at less than half of its full capacity, with frequent layoffs and rumors of a permanent shutdown. Martin bought the moribund plant for pennies on the dollar. Most industry analysts surmised that he planned to bring it back to full operation with a couple of long-distance pipelines. The purchase announcement also made just passing mention that Martin Holdings planned to increase the refinery's cogeneration capacity. But the news that did start rumors in Bloomfield was that the Martin family had purchased a 120-acre cattle ranch and 3 40-acre ranchettes, each with modest homes. All 4 of these properties were on the same road as the 285-acre refining plant. A 3,000-square-foot tan metal shop building was added to the 120-acre place, which by then had been nicknamed Martin's Mystery Ranch by the locals. It was a mystery why Martin would sell his 8,000-square-foot home in a fashionable Houston neighborhood and move his family to a 1,500-square-foot 1950s-era ranch house. One of the rumors was that the house had been quickly transformed to nearly 3,000 square feet after remodeling. The ranch was better known for its natural gas output than its beef production. There were 3 low-production gas wellheads dotted across the place. From the Esparel Ranch House, the view of the San Juan Mountains far in the distance, across the state line in Colorado, was overwhelmed by the view of the Bloomfield plant's cracking towers and holding tanks only a half-mile away. At night, the sky glowed from the light of the excess fractions being burned off. To explain his family's relocation, L. Roy said that he was winding down to retirement, that he wanted a slower pace of life, and that he wanted to personally oversee the operation of the Bloomfield plant, especially since this was his first refinery. All of his previous experience had been in drilling and oil field development. Despite these low-key public statements, there were rumors buzzing of L. Roy Martin opening up new oil fields in various parts of the Four Corners. Why else would a famed Texas oil man with a background in oil exploration move his family, bag and baggage, to the middle of nowhere? And why would he buy a dumpy old house out in the sagebrush when he could afford to build a mansion on the south bank of the San Juan River? It just didn't match the public's expectations of a Texas oil man who owned a Cessna Citation private jet, a pair of Hummer H-1s, a Shelby Cobra, a restored 1963 Corvette, and a dozen motorcycles. The Bloomfield plant was nearly 30 years old and fairly standard for a modern refinery, being set up for crude distillation, hydrotreating of naphtha and distillate, reforming units for aviation and automobile high-octane gasoline, and fluid catalytic cracking units. The only unusual things about it were its close proximity to the San Juan River and that it had polymerization units to convert liquefied petroleum gas into gasoline. Most of the plant's production was from local Four Corners sweet crude oil, but some came from natural gas. El Roy, or El Rey, as some of the locals soon called him, was 62 years old when the crunch hit. He had seen it coming, but still felt underprepared for its severity. Martin's younger brother, his brother-in-law, and his first cousin, all Martin Holdings employees, took up residence at the 3 contiguous 40-acre ranchettes. They also embarked on rush job additions and remodels, albeit less grandiose than the work at the Esparel Ranch House. Even though they were on local grid power supplied by the Farmington Electric Utility System, FEUS, all 4 ranches were soon equipped with identical pairs of Onan 12-kilowatt generators with natural gas-fueled engines. Several of Martin's petroleum engineers also got in on the purchase, buying additional backup generators for their own homes at a bargain group purchase price. Like the grounds of the refinery, Martin's ranch was dotted with sagebrush and rabbitbrush. Southwest of Farmington was the largest agricultural project in northwestern New Mexico. The Navajo tribe owned the Navajo Agricultural Products Industry, NAPI Farms. There the tribe grew enormous quantities of alfalfa hay, corn, pinto beans, pumpkins, potatoes and grains, barley, and onions. Close to 60,000 acres were under cultivation in circular irrigated fields when the crunch hit. The majority of the water for NAPI came from Navajo Dam, about 35 miles away. The reservoir pushed back 20 miles. The project that got the water to NAPI included a huge tunnel that was completed in the mid-1960s. FOB Wolverine, Task Force Duke, Zabul Province, Afghanistan, October, the first year. Anders Lane knew that it was horribly bad timing to have been named head of the 3-man rear party for the battalion. But as the property book officer, PBO, he was the logical choice. The additional duty of PBO has always been dreaded by Army officers. There are very few brownie points to be earned, and umpteen ways to mess up as a PBO, just for failing to pay very close attention to detail. It had become standard practice to rotate troops and small arms, but not vehicles, whenever a unit left the Operation Enduring Freedom, OEF, theater of operations. The logistics of moving vehicles with each unit rotation were monumental, so lateral transfers of vehicles and heavy weapons made sense. This process also made a tremendous amount of work for supply NCOs and PBOs. While the rest of the unit rotated back to Germany, Andy, the battalion's E8 supply NCOIC, and a PLL clerk would stay behind to hand off both the containerized housing unit, CHU billets, and the many items designated for lateral transfer to the new battalion. In the case of his unit, a striker battalion, a unit shuffle was a PBO's nightmare. By his unit's table of organization and equipment, TO&E, there were dozens of lateral transfers to accomplish, including the striker wheeled APCs, each with their complement of TOW missile launchers, 25mm chain guns, frequency-hopping VHF radios, thermal sights, and so forth. Each of these items had a unique serial number. There were also spare engines, generator trailers, tentage, camouflage nets, and the umpteen other fiddly bits, as Master Sergeant Resendez called them. Word had come down from the incoming unit commander that he wanted every serial number double-checked. After all, who could blame him? It was the PBO's job, but it was the incoming commander's responsibility. A $196 million property book was nothing to be trifled with, especially when the loss of just one sensitive item would be deemed non-career enhancing. Ultimately, it would be the outgoing and incoming battalion commanders who would answer for any discrepancies. Everything had to be accounted for, right down to 2 radios that were currently off for depot-level repair. Before the main party of the unit departed, Lane walked into his commander's office carrying the electronic property book, EPB. Colonel Ed Owles looked up from his desk with his characteristic squint. Owles asked, "So, how are those laterals going?" Andy spent the next few minutes giving him the details. Colonel Owles leaned back in his chair and probed. "Any unresolved discrepancies?" "None yet, sir, but if I find anything, you'll be the first to know. The good news is that if it is something minor, with all the IED incidents, We can easily write something off as a combat loss." Olds laughed and said, "Let me tell you a little story from my ancient history, Andy. I remember back in the early days of the Desert Shield deployment. This was months before the actual Desert Storm invasion. There was a UH-60 helicopter that went down in a sandstorm. The crew got out okay, but the aircraft burned up. 6 months later, when the IG followed up on the accident report paperwork, they discovered that there was supposedly more than 2,000 pounds of miscellaneous equipment on board that aircraft. Radios, starlight scopes, an MWR television and VCR, 2 gensets, you name it, everything but the kitchen sink. According to all the paperwork, with all the I's properly dotted and the T's crossed, mind you, there was gear from every company in the brigade on board that bird. If what was on that manifest was actually on board, there was no way that Black Hawk could have got off the ground, and in fact, it wouldn't have even fit in the available space." Olds laughed. "Every 76 Yankee in the brigade used that crash to make up for years' worth of missing inventory items. Thankfully, the IG team kind of thought it was a bit of jest and gave it a wink and a nod. Fact is, there was a rather droll statement included in the after-action, something like, 'The aircraft's high takeoff weight may have contributed to this incident.'" Lane and Olds both laughed this time. Andy took a breath and then asked, "Sir, given the deteriorating security situation in our AO, I'd like permission for the rear party to keep our issued weapons with us, using hand receipts. We'll be here at least a week, and possibly a lot longer, depending on when we can find transport. We all know how irregular the MAC flights are getting." Colonel Olds bit his lower lip and asked, "Can we do that by regulation?" "Yes, sir. I just researched it today. Paragraph 9 of AR 190-11 allows detachments to travel armed at the local commander's discretion. And, of course, AR 190-14 Chapters 2 and 4 apply." Olds rubbed his chin. Lane added, "With your permission, sir, I'll prepare hand receipts for each of us in the rear party." "Just don't lose them, or it'll be nearly as bad as losing the weapons themselves. That would be a major goat rope." "Understood. Tell you what, sir, just in case, I'll make a backup copy of each hand receipt, also for your signature, and I'll leave them in the TOC crypto safe." "That would be prudent, Anders." "Make it so." Andy rolled his eyes as he walked out of the office. Colonel Olds was famous for that phrase best known from Star Trek. Behind his back, some of the junior officers jokingly called him Colonel Picard. It was 90 degrees outside. As he walked back across the quadrangle, Andy wondered when the weather would change. The standing joke in his unit was that Afghanistan had 180 days of summer and 180 days of winter, leaving 2 days each year for fall and 3 days for spring. Some things in the Army were still done the old-fashioned way, especially when units were deployed overseas. One time-honored tradition was preparing hand receipts on a 1980s vintage Ballheads electric typewriter that was still soldiering on. Just as he had been instructed, Andy typed 2 sets of DA Form 3749s for the 3 M4 carbines, carefully keying in the nomenclature and serial numbers. But he intentionally left off the standard ruler-drawn ballpoint pen line with "nothing follows," something that is always added as the last step before getting signatures. Just before close of business for the day, Andy took the 6 forms to Colonel Olds. 2 sets, as you directed, sir." Olds nodded and signed them with hardly a glance or a word. After the commander had left for the day, Lane returned to his desk and took just one of the pair of forms that was made out in his own name, put it in his typewriter, and added a line that read, "Pistol, M11 Compact, SIG P228, 9mm, along with his newly purchased pistol's serial number. Finally, he added the slashed "nothing follows" lines to all 6 forms. The subterfuge was that simple. Now Lane could carry home the SIG pistol with official paperwork, yet have a second set of paperwork to also make the pistol disappear. Back in his chew, Andy realized that if the SIG was going to be his only self-defense tool for his travel back to New Mexico, then he needed to research its capabilities. So he brought his laptop to the MWR tent and logged on to the Internet. A quick Bing.com search led him to jbmballistics.com. There, he entered the values for standard M882 9mm ball ammunition with 112-grain bullets. Running the ballistic calculator, he ran the bullet drop values for 100, 200, 300, and 400 yards. He was surprised to see that at 400 yards he would have to hold over, aiming at point far above his target, a whopping 228 inches. He determined that was roughly 3 1/3 man heights. He was also disappointed to see that the energy of the bullets decreased from 451 foot-pounds at the muzzle to just 176 foot-pounds at 400 yards. Andy jotted down the yardage and bullet drop values. Back at his chew, he printed out a small drop table with a fine-point Sharpie pen on an index card, trimmed it to fit on the top of one of his magazine pouch flaps, and taped it on. He knew that he'd be horribly outclassed in a long-range gun battle with anyone armed with a center-fire rifle, but at least he wouldn't be in the dark about how much to hold over. Andy and Lars had been taught about long-range pistol shooting by their father, 5 years before the crunch. Robbie had attended a class by Cope Reynolds of Southwest Shooting Authority in Farmington. Robbie was enthusiastic about sharing his new skills. After completing the class, Robbie could hit a man-sized target at 250 yards with roughly 50% of his shots from his Lati 9mm pistol. When Andy came home to visit their father on leave, Robbie showed both of his sons the basics of what he had learned in the course. Soon they were scoring fairly consistent hits on a 24-inch steel disc at 200 yards. Andy was officially released for his return to Germany, but he was in limbo. He was desperate to find transport, any transport, out of Afghanistan. The Military Airlift Command, MAC flights, had already become less frequent because of the ongoing troop drawdown, but more recently, flights had been nearly suspended. The reason cited was the new Fuel Austerity Program, FAP, that was mandated by Congress. Cutting the military fuel budget by 80% left most naval ships idling at port and most transport planes grounded. The U.S. military's new catchphrase was billions for bailouts, but not a nickel for fuel. After more than a week of begging on the phone and texting, Andy was finally allotted a seat on a German Luftwaffe C-160 transport. To make this flight, Lane had to be at the military side of the Kabul airport in just 5 hours. This would be impossible by road travel, so Andy called in a favor with the FOB commander to prevail on a West Point classmate who was the commander of the nearby 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment, which had organic air assets. Just 40 minutes after his call, an AH-64 Apache attack helicopter, flown with an empty gunner's seat, touched down on the main pad at FOB Wolverine. The helicopter never shut down. It took a while to cram Lane's gear into a cargo compartment and into the gunner's seat, where Lane also sat. Unlike the older Cobra gunships, where the co-pilot gunner sits in the rear, with the Apache, the co-pilot gunner sits in the front seat. The pilot, a crusty CW-4 named Halverson, gave Andy a nickel ride, winding up the main rotor and pulling pitch with gusto, making the tips of the main rotor come within 5 feet of the ground and kicking up a substantial cloud of dust. After getting his helmet on and figuring out the microphone switch, Andy exclaimed, Thanks for the lift. Not a prob, sir. I love making unscheduled flights like these. I just hope that someone's willing to do the same for me when I've got my day with a Freedom Bird. Just enjoy the scenery and, needless to say, keep your nose picker off the controls, aside from the Rambo mic switch, and we'll be on the ground in about 35 minutes. That mention of the microphone switch referred to the red button atop most U.S. military helicopter control sticks. In a notorious movie gaffe that made military helicopter pilots groan, that was the button shown used for launching rockets. That sounds great. You are a gentleman and a scholar. Andy felt a huge rush of emotion. He was finally headed home. Watching the landscape below, he mainly thought about Kaylee. He snapped almost 50 digital pictures of Afghan villages, typical walled family farm compounds, the outlines of ancient ruins, and finally the hazy skyline of Kabul. He clicked the red microphone switch and commented, "I wish my fiancée could see this." The warrant said, "No, you don't, because if she were seeing this, then she'd be deployed here in the big sandbox." Lane laughed. "I suppose you're right." Andy stood on the tarmac at Kabul International, watching the AH-64 fade to a speck in the distance. Even though it was now October, it still felt hot. He had a comfortable 2 hours before his Luftwaffe flight was scheduled to take off. He shouldered his pack and duffel and his M4 carbine, then walked over to the Flops shop, the new, dramatically scaled-down and consolidated U.S. Army Aviation Flight Operations Center, Kabul. There, he quickly bummed a 2-minute ride to the German hangars. Part of the route cut across an active taxiway, which was unnerving, but the specialist who was driving acted as if it was nothing out of the ordinary. Just another day in the land of Kipling. Checking in for the Luftwaffe flight was a breeze, even though he didn't have a scrap of documentation for the flight itself, just his movement orders. All of the arrangements had been made by phone, and the German officers had gotten the word that he was expected. They handed him a complex itinerary marked Luftfahrt-Bundesamt with typical German date formats and dotted times. It had just his name and rank typed at the top, yet they repeatedly assured him that was all the documentation he needed for every leg of his journey. Ja, Herr Major, das ist alles. Thinking about the SIG 9mm pistol buried near the bottom of his duffel, he felt a bit of anxiety. Strangely, even the obvious presence of his M4 carbine was not questioned, since nearly all of the Heer troops around him carried Heckler & Koch G36 rifles. It didn't look out of the ordinary. Some of these troops carried their rifles by their long top carry handles, and this almost made Andy laugh. It looked like they were carrying attaché cases. None of his bags were inspected. Only his military ID card and the flight itinerary sheet were checked. The series of cargo shuttle flights by way of Azerbaijan took a grueling 37 hours. The planes were too noisy for a comfortable conversation, and most of his fellow passengers, a mix of Heer ground troops and Luftwaffe airmen, seemed tipsy from pre-flight drinks. At least they shared Andy's joy to be heading home. Chapter 8. Ankunft. Wir versaufen unser Oma ihr Kleinhauschen, ihr Kleinhauschen. Wir versaufen unser Oma ihr Kleinhauschen und die erste und die zweite Hypothek. Popular drinking song from the Weimar Republic of Germany in 1922, referring to the runaway inflation of the period. Loosely translated, we are drinking up our granny's little house, her little house. We are drinking up our granny's little house and the first and second mortgage. After what seemed like an eternity, Andy's flight touched down at Rhein-Main Air Base. But the hurry-up and wait was far from over. He still had to travel to the Stryker Cavalry Regiment's headquarters in Bavaria for his last few days of out-processing. He spent the next night holed up at an Air Force Bachelor Officers' Quarters, BOQ, waiting for a flight to Ramstein Air Base, the base nearest to Fieldsec with regularly scheduled flights. The long-distance phone lines in the United States were temporarily out of service, so Andy was not able to call Kaylee, but he was able to email her and get her emails in reply. They each sent dozens of notes during the 2 days and nights that Lane was stuck at Rhein-Main. For some reason, the Skype voice and video service wasn't working. He knew their headquarters were in Luxembourg, but he wondered where the Skype server was, and if that was causing the problem. He surmised that the server was probably in a fire-gutted building in some riot-ravaged city in the eastern United States. It was while he was at Rhein-Main that the European Aviation Safety Agency, EASA, announced that all commercial flights to the United States had been suspended. Kaylee's emails then took on a frantic tone. In one, she wrote, "Andy, get home soon, darling. Ship yourself in a big FedEx box if you have to. I am so worried about you. I can't sleep thinking about this travel mess. XXOOXX, Kaylee." Although he was just as concerned as Kaylee, Andy tried to make his replies as upbeat as possible. In one of his last emails before checking out of the BOQ, he wrote, "Subject, Ray, you out processing and travel home from Lane Anders, CPT 2SCR. Forward. Classification, unclassified." My darling Kaylee, I cannot wait to hold you in my arms. Please remain prayerful and do not worry. All that worrying doesn't accomplish anything. Read Philippians 4, 6 and 7, and Psalm 46, and write them on your heart. The commercial flights may have stopped, but there are still a few MAC flights. I also talked with a gal at the military travel office, and she said that there are still flights going back and forth between Madrid and Mexico City. I will take a bus home from Mexico if need be, or I'll get a flight to Havana and rent a rowboat. I mean it, I will get home. Trust in the Lord. I'll get home, Deo Volente, but remember that we are on God's timetable. You are in my constant thoughts and prayers. With my love, Andy. Classification, unclassified. If this email is marked for official use only, it may be exempt from mandatory disclosure under FOIA. DOD 5400.7R, DOD Freedom of Information Act Program, DOD Directive 5230.9, Clearance of DOD Information for Public Release, and DOD Instruction 5230.29, Security and Policy Review of DOD Information for Public Release, apply. While waiting for his flight to Ramstein, Andy discovered that all of the ATMs on base were shut down. He also learned that the BX, Commissary, and NAFI store were all operating on a cash-only basis, with no checks, credit cards, EC cards, or debit cards accepted. Only the Burger King was still taking credit cards, and because of this, it was deluged with customers. The second evening that he was stranded, Andy stopped at the Burger King and ordered a Whopper combo and a beer. The cashier said, "That will be $96, please." Pulling out his Visa card, Lane muttered, "That's highway robbery." A faceless voice behind him said, "Get used to it. It'll be closer to $200 tomorrow." He turned to see an Air Force major, dressed in an olive-drab Nomex flight suit with his blue pea-cutter cap tucked into one of his leg pockets. In a more distinct voice, Lane replied, "Signs of the times, I suppose." Rio Arriba Youth Center, Galena, New Mexico, October, the first year. Shadrach Phelps sat on his bunk in the Rio Arriba Youth Center dormitory, looking glum. He was 17, but the other two boys were both only 16, so that made him the leader. He summed up the situation to them succinctly. Basically, we're screwed. As the crunch set in, the boys had been warned that their days at the center were numbered. The school was about to be shut down. The Rio Arriba Youth Center was originally established in the 1940s as the Phelps School for Orphan Boys. It was 60 miles north of Albuquerque, on the edge of the Santa Fe National Forest, just north of the town of Galena. Donations from churches had dwindled, so both the staff and the number of boys had been pared down substantially since their peaks in the early 1970s. When the crunch started, there were just 19 boys and 3 resident staff members remaining at the sprawling 160-acre center. The orphans were given a sound education and taught the value of hard work. Plenty of hard work. The center included 80 acres of irrigated hayfields, which provided some cash income for the school. It had 2 dormitories, one of them shuttered in the late 1980s, a classroom and multi-purpose building, 3 staff residence buildings, one of which was unoccupied, a stable, and 2 large hay barns. Shadrach Phelps was lanky and dark-skinned, undoubtedly with at least half African-American blood, but his facial features showed some other unidentified heritage. Like the other infants that had come to the orphanage without a name, he had been given the surname Phelps in honor of the school's benefactor, a wealthy widow from Santa Fe. She had passed away in 1962. After her death, the school was supported by church donations from 15 different churches in New Mexico and West Texas, and the annual sale of hay. The Rio Arriba County Road Department sporadically filled the school's walk-in freezer with road-killed deer. All of the boys grew up accustomed to eating venison and learned how to field dress and butcher deer as taught by Diego Aguilar, who served as cook, wrangler, haying boss, and jack-of-all-trades for the center. Following the announcement of a school budget crisis and the planned closing of the school, 15 of the 19 boys have been claimed by family members. As they packed up and left one by one, the remaining boys, without any known relatives, began to despair. The departures left just Aaron Phelps, who was the headmaster's favorite student, and the trio of Shad, Reuben, and Matthew. The headmaster made it clear that he would be adopting Aaron, but his stony silence about the other boys was devastating. The evening after Aaron moved into the headmaster's house, Shad, Reuben, and Matthew gathered to pray and talk. The way I see it, everyone's going to be starving here inside a few weeks. The deer hunting has gone straight to la mierda since the mountain lion population explosion. And even if they wanted to grow row crops here instead of hay, the irrigation water will go away if the power goes out. This country is going back to a big desert, especially in the lower elevations. Reuben chimed in. Diego says the grid will probably collapse in a few weeks. A voice from the hallway startled the boys. That's right. It's going to be a cold and hungry winter. It was Diego Aguilar. Diego walked into the room and sat down on a wooden chair that faced the bunk beds where the boys sat. He folded his hands across his pot-belly. You Phelps boys are, as they say, in an unenviable position. You've got no familia. You're maybe just old enough to do a man's job, but there are no jobs anyhow. You can maybe go beg for a place to stay, maybe with one of the churches that still send the support money, or maybe you could ask for a job and bed and board on one of the reservations. Matthew interrupted. That's easy for you to say. You've got a real last name. But we're Indians who don't even know what tribe we belong to. I was a baby that got left in a fruit box on the doorstep of the Lutheran church in Rio Rancho. All that they knew was my first name. Please, take good care of Matthew. That was all that the note said. Not even signed. Aguilar eyed the boys. Reuben Phelps and Matthew were obviously both American Indians, with round, fairly indistinct facial features that did not give a hint of a tribal connection. Hopi? Navajo? Zia? Mescalero? Probably not Apache. The old Mexican said, I'm sorry, you're right. Forget the reservations. They're practically starving there already. They've been taking government handouts for too long. After a pause, Aguilar went on. I talked with the headmaster. He says you are each welcome to take 2 good saddlebroke horses, 2 apiece. I'll get you all tacked up, each with 1 vaquero saddle and 1 pack saddle. The sleeping bags we got here are old cheapies, so you'll each get 2 of them. That way you can put one inside the other so you can't sleep warm. The boys looked at each other nervously, and then turned toward Aguilar. I got to warn you, boys. Don't go anywhere near Albuquerque or Santa Fe. There's nothing but trouble in the cities these days. That's where they'll be hunting each other to eat. I'm not kidding. And stay away from the border. Hombres malos there. And since winter is coming, you gotta stay out of the high country. The boys nodded. Shad asked, So, which way do we go? My mama told me, in lean times, you head toward the bean pot. I think you should go right on through the Jicarilla Apache race and go up toward the northwest corner of the state. That's pretty good country, and there, many places they have gravity-fed water, from an irrigation ditch. Not like our water here, where water has got to be pumped. You could stop at churches along the way and ask about finding work. Reuben offered, Maybe we could get jobs as cowboys. You've never roped a cow in your life, Shad chided. I could learn. Diego Aguilar added, He's right. You could learn. So, I'll also give you boys las riatas. I still have several good lassos that your classmates never managed to destroy. He stroked his chin. But don't forget, your main value is that you got strong backs. I'll send you each with a pair of flat-forged hay hooks and a pair of heavy gloves. I know for sure you can move hay bales. I seen you do it. You boys all know how to shoot, too, so you'll each get one of the school's old .22 target rifles. They are single shots, and their barrels are heavier than an anvil. But at least you'll be able to shoot rabbits. And from a long distance, seeing them, nobody will know that they're just .22, so hopefully they will leave you alone. Diego stroked his chin and went on. My plan is to send you boys with as much good camping gear as your pack horses can carry. Anything extra you can trade for food. Same for the 22 shells that I'm giving you. I won't tell the headmaster how many bricks of .22 ammo you have until after you are long gone. The 3 boys nodded, and Diego continued. The way I see it, he's treating you mean and sending you packing. So I have to balance it out by sending you out heavy, to give you the best chance possible. We should be fine, Shad added hopefully. I hate to see the headmaster cut you boys loose like this, but at least you got some practical skills, and you're hard workers, and you'll have good horses under you. Don't worry about us, Diego, Matthew assured him. Shadrach stood up to shake Aguilar's hand. Thank you, sir. I promise you that we'll look after each other, so, yeah, don't worry about us. We're Phelpses, and that means even though we aren't brothers by blood, we're still brothers in Christ. They spent the rest of the evening with Aguilar, packing. Chapter 9. Twisted. Inflation is a special concern over the next decade, given the pending avalanche of government debt about to be unloaded on world financial markets. The need to finance very large fiscal deficits during the coming years could lead to political pressure on central banks to print money to buy much of the newly issued debt. Former Federal Reserve Chairman Alan Greenspan, The Financial Times, June 26, 2009. Luke Air Force Base, Arizona, October, the first year. The week-long Diversity, Sensitivity, and Sexual Harassment class had 1-hour lunch breaks. Even though his wife had packed him a lunch, Major Ian Doyle decided to hop in his car and take a drive around the base on his lunch hour. It was October, but still pleasantly in the high 70s and low 80s. Luke Air Force Base, adjoining the city of Glendale, Arizona, benefited from the sunny desert weather. This was one of the key reasons why it had been developed by the U.S. Air Force in the 1950s as one of its main centers for pilot transitional training and operational fighter squadrons. The base boasted 360 flying days a year, and given the prevailing weather, most of those were VFR, Visual Flight Rules, days. The class that he was in gave Doyle the creeps. He couldn't stand to stay in the building during the lunch hour. The greatest irony was that one of the lead civilian contract instructors, an acne-scarred woman in her 30s, was hitting on some of his classmates, both fellow pilots and some of the doctors from the 56th Medical Group, during breaks. She had even leered at Doyle and made some suggestive remarks, even though he frequently made a show of twirling his wedding band. The chaplain was right. Flee from sin. The last thing he wanted to do was share his lunch hour with a liberal bedhopper. Under the Air Force's new twisted rules on sexual harassment, officers of either sex of equal rank could be propositioned, as well as civilians within 4 steps of equivalent pay grade, all regardless of their marital status. And those rules only applied to duty assignments within each command. For individuals not assigned within the same command, an airman first class could date a colonel, or his wife, or both, without any repercussions. As near as Doyle could figure out, under the administration's New Century military guidelines, only children, pets, and livestock were verboten. But even those, he was told, were now under study as gray areas, and had just tentatively been given the same don't ask, don't tell protection that had previously been afforded to homosexuals. The change of policy made Ian wonder why he was sticking it out in the Air Force, hoping to make lieutenant colonel before his retirement. In recent years, promotions above 03 had slowed to a snail's pace as the Air Force contracted in size. Ian had already been passed over for promotion once, and he had his doubts about the next promotion board meeting. On his drive, Doyle was amazed by what he saw. Luke Air Force Base was becoming a ghost town. His own wing, the 56th Fighter Wing, had just started a rotation to Saudi Arabia, but clearly all of the other tenant units at the airbase were depopulating while still ostensibly mission-capable and in place. The parking lot at the 56th Maintenance Group, MXG, was nearly empty, as was the lot for the Mission Support Group, MSG. The Base Exchange, BX, lot was also barren, since the BX had sold out of all their grocery inventory the week before, mostly to blue card and gray card retirees who lived in the surrounding communities. There were just a few would-be patrons seated in their cars. Ian assumed that they waited there in hopes of seeing an approaching delivery truck. The entire Taiwan and Singapore Air Force training contingents had quietly decamped 2 weeks earlier on the pretense of mobilization orders. There were no ritualistic drunken farewell parties this time. They just quickly got on commercial flights and left a considerable quantity of household goods behind in their haste. The parking area for 56th Med was less than half full, mostly with cars belonging to dental patients waiting to get some work done while any dental services were still available. Finally, closer to the hangars and flight line, he drove by the operational group's buildings. He counted only 5 cars and SUVs there. "Sweet Jesus," Doyle muttered to himself. "Where did everyone go?" Doyle had heard that there were desertions, but since he was no longer in a flight line squadron, he hadn't realized the extent of the problem. He surmised that once the mess halls ran out of their limited food supplies and the MREs kept on hand for short-term contingencies were gone, airmen started deserting in droves. And from what he had heard, when they went, they took a lot of equipment, fuel, and nearly every scrap of food on base with them. Doyle pulled his car off to the side of the road and pulled out a thermos of café con leche and his lunch, 2 leftover baleadas, Honduran-style burritos, and an apple. He started munching absently, hardly noticing the taste. He was playing the Passion, Grace, and Fire CD with John McLaughlin, Paco de Lucia, and Al Di Meola. But since he was so absorbed with worrying about his homeschooled daughter, Linda, he didn't pay much attention to the music. He turned on the car radio and punched the preset for KNST 790 AM. The news announcer was repeating an FAA order that all commercial airline flights in the United States had just been temporarily suspended because there was unrest in so many American cities, and in several instances, planes had been hit by gunfire as they made takeoffs and landings. Ian shouted, "No!" and slammed his fist on the dashboard. Linda was on her annual 6-week-long grandmom and grandpop trip, staying with Ian's parents in Plymouth, Michigan, an upscale suburb of Detroit. Linda was 11 years old, and this was the first year that she had made the trip alone, escorted on the flight by an airline stewardess. After making the trip for several years in a row, accompanying their daughter, Blanca decided to stay home and relax and do some oil painting and pastels. "She's old enough to fly up there herself," Blanca had told Ian. "There's no connecting flight. It's a direct shot from Phoenix Sky Harbor to Detroit." When class was over, Ian drove home to Buckeye, a 35-minute commute from the base. It was originally a farming town, but it had gradually become a commuter bedroom and retirement community. The housing developments were an odd mix of 1950s and 1960s one-story houses with composition roofs, interspersed with neo-southwestern developments of earth-tone, stucco, 3,000-square-foot McMansions built in the 1990s and in the decade of the aughts, just after the turn of the century. Interspersed between these developments, there were still many fields, mostly cultivated with cotton and alfalfa. There were also a couple of large dairy farms that produced milk and cream for Glendale and Phoenix. The rent in Buckeye was just half what it would have been in Glendale. They also had benefited from a lower crime rate and much less smog. Ian had picked their house because it had an extra deep garage that had room for his hobby airplane, a Laron Starstreak, which was normally kept in his trailer with the wings removed. The night before, Ian had had a lengthy discussion with Blanca. They were horribly worried about their daughter. "I think that on Saturday I should fly up to Detroit personally to get her." "But, Ian, all of the flights are canceled." "No. I'm in a cross-country, in a D-model Viper. They're 2-seaters. I can zip up there to get her and be back all in a day. That is, if my dad drives her down to meet me at the airport." Blanca frowned and shook her head, but Ian continued in rapid fire. "Wayne County Airport is too big, and it's close to Toledo, so that's too risky. The Canton-Plymouth Airport is only 2 miles out of town, but it's only a 2,500-foot strip. I'm sure you remember, an F-16 officially needs 8,000 feet, but it's actually under 4,000 in a pinch. I suppose that's a little hard on the brakes. Like my F-16 transition instructor used to say, if it's a short strip, then pop the chute and stand on those brakes, boy. So I checked on the internet last night. The Detroit Lakes wething strip is 4,500 feet. I could do that easily in good weather." "Are you crazy, Ian? You've got 16 years in. Just 4 years to go until you qualify for retirement. You steal a plane." "Borrow a plane," Ian interrupted. You'll get court-martialed. I'll just log it as a cross-country, Ian argued. You put a civilian passenger in a fighter, it's a court-martial offense. You file a false flight plan, it's at least an Article 15, maybe a court-martial. You make an unauthorized landing on a civilian strip of insufficient length, also probably a court-martial. Some busybody writes down the tail number with an LF prefix, and the finger is pointing right at you. No way! You cannot play You Bet Your Bars when you've got 16 years in. As impossibilidad. After a pause, she added, That's muy loco. Doyle meekly dipped his head to his chest. He said, Look, I also thought about flying the Star Streak up there, but that would take at least 6 hops each way. There's only 2 seats. It would be a 6-day round trip for one of us. I can't get that much leave on short notice. I agree. The Star Streak is out. With that many hops, I don't know where for sure you'd get avgas. You could get stranded in the middle of nowhere with no fuel. Blanca went on. We just have to wait until the riots die down in Detroit, and wait until they start up the commercial flights again, or you take a couple of days leave and one, or maybe both of us, drives up there and back. Ian frowned. Do you know how many cities we'd have to drive through to get to Plymouth? The rioting is too unpredictable. We'd have to zigzag up there. And how will we get gas to get that far and back? Blanca hugged him and said, Look, this is just a temporary thing. Your parents, they live in a very safe neighborhood. The riots and lootings, they're just in Detroit, not any further. We wait until things calm down. If need be, we dip into our savings and we pay a charter pilot from one of the General A strips in Michigan to fly her down here. If things keep going like they're going, the money will be nada in another month, so we might as well spend it. Let's just wait a few days. You can't take any leave until after you are done with your Frita class, anyway. Okay. Tomorrow is Tuesday, and the stupid course ends on Friday. But here's another idea. How about we rent a Cessna 172, or maybe a Beach Bonanza from the Glendale Airport? We fly out at ondock early on Saturday. We take turns on the yoke, with the other one napping, and in about 4 hops we fly straight to the Canton-Plymouth Airport. Then we do a 4 or 5 hour run, and we get back here either late Sunday or early Monday. After all, I still have my civilian ticket. Your ASEL just lapsed, but who'll be looking if we rent the plane in my name? Blanca smiled. With El Inferno, renting a plane will be expensive, but hey, renting a general aviation plane's the perfect solution. In the morning, I'll call around and find a plane. I'll work out all the refueling stops at little country airports. You know, private FBOs. I can call ahead or do emails and make sure which ones still got avgas to sell. This can work, Ian. We'll get Linda back home. Major Doyle's unit was one of the last operational units in the active component of the U.S. Air Force still equipped with F-16s. The 56th Fighter Wing had just begun a rotation to Saudi in its first overseas deployment since its TO&E began the transition from a tactical training wing to a tactical fighter wing 2 years before. This change was necessitated by the simultaneous downsizing of the Air Force overall, the ramping down of the F-16 fleet, and the emergence of the pitifully few re-scoped F-22 squadrons. 3 years earlier, for political reasons, F-22 transition training had been shifted from Luke Air Force Base to Shaw Air Force Base in South Carolina. As it was explained to Doyle, the chairman of the House Armed Services Committee was a third-term South Carolina Democrat. Some last-minute petitions before Congress saved the 56th from extinction. They would go back to being equipped with all F-16s, with nearly all of them in operational squadrons. But the Armed Services Committee chairman made it clear. Once F-16s are obsolete, so will be the whole 56th and its support groups. Doyle came on board just a few months into the shift from pilot training to an operational wing. In the first staff weenie position of his career, Doyle was assigned as the wing maintenance officer. In recent weeks, his duties necessitated spending most of his time doing paperwork at either the 56th Operations Group, OG, or at the MXG hangars. It all seemed rather pointless, since all but a few members of his own wing were in Saudi. He expended many hours writing maintenance training plans and standard operating procedures, SOPs, for notional units that would be needed for a theater-wide war contingency. He realized that his unit would never get the funding for F-22 Raptors, and that they were indeed doomed to eventual deactivation. His work seemed absolutely pointless. Doyle had orders to catch up with the wing in Saudi in late November, but he dreaded doing the rotation. It would take him away from Blanca and Linda. With the current economic meltdown, he worried about their safety in his absence. Several times, Ian thought out loud, "What if things get even worse?" On one of his class breaks, Doyle used his cell phone to call one of the civilian technicians at the 56th OG headquarters, who always had his finger on the pulse of the organization. The news startled Doyle. "The Chief of Staff of the Air Force is working up contingency plans for the emergency redeployment of almost all of the close air support aircraft in the Air Force inventory back to the States. Some know-nothing at the White House must have dreamed this one up. Rumor has it that our whole wing will deploy to Hurlburt Field." "Florida? What for?" "Get this, riot control and looting suppression. They want to be able to use close air support planes." Doyle was flabbergasted. What kind of bad weed they've been smoking at the White House? Use CAS planes against rioters? The collateral damage would be hideous. Doyle paid little attention to what was presented in the class for the rest of the day. His mind was racing. When he got home, he found Blanca in tears. She ran to Ian's arms, sobbing. "Commercial flights are all still grounded. I spent the whole day on the Expletivo phone and the Expletivo internet. I tried and tried to find a rental plane. I called as far away as Chandler, Levine, Sun City. No go. Nobody. And I mean nobody is doing any more rentals. They say too many planes are getting stolen on no-return flights. One of the managers said to me that they're getting told, like, you can keep my security deposit, but you have to send somebody to pick the plane up in Montana." How many planes are getting stolen? Before they cut off the rentals? Like 80%? Some charter pilots were also getting hijacked, so they also stopped doing any charters, too. So then I started calling FBOs and the general aviation airports up in Michigan. It's the same thing up there. I can't find a charter outfit to fly her down, not for any sum of money. What are we going to do? Ian thought for a moment, then said, "Don't worry. My dad has several guns. He can handle any rioters that come down their block." On Friday, just after Ian got home from his class, they got a call from one of his parents' neighbors in Plymouth, Michigan. Though she lived just across the street from the house, she was calling from Iowa. Sobbing, she said to Doyle, "Your dad shot two of the gang that were trying to kick in my front door. He saved my life, Ian. I am so thankful." There was a long pause, and then she went on. "I don't know how to say this, Ian. After your dad started shooting, they got really mad, and they surrounded your dad's house and used those Molotov things, and they burned it down, right down to the basement. Nobody got out of the house." She sobbed again, and then said, "Your daughter was in there. I'm so sorry." The next few days were very difficult for the Doyles. Ian took 2 days of emergency leave. Though they were grieving deeply, They still had current events on their minds. Over the weekend, the television news showed more and more American cities descending into chaos. Chapter 10. Initiative. If man is not governed by God, he will be ruled by tyrants. William Penn, founder and first governor of Pennsylvania. Radcliffe, Kentucky, November, the first year. As the frequency of gunfire and police car sirens in Radcliffe increased, Sheila decided that it was time to relocate. With her husband dead, there was nothing to keep them there. Consulting with her grandmother, Sheila ruled out moving back to Louisiana, which was even more chaotic than Kentucky. Sheila mentioned Bradfordsville, Kentucky, a small town that they had seen just once. It was a 1-hour and 20-minute drive east of Radcliffe. Do you remember it? It was way off the interstates, and there was an old store building for lease there. We have enough gas to get there? Emily asked. Yeah, but not enough to drive back here if it doesn't work out. Emily said softly, Then, let's pray. They bowed their heads and prayed for 10 minutes. Then they looked up at each other and smiled. You feel a conviction? Sheila asked. Oui, tout à fait. Indeed I do. They called Tyree into the room and started packing the car immediately. The drive to Bradfordsville was stressful. Tyree nervously held the shotgun all the way there. They encountered 2 roadblocks, both manned by sheriff's deputies. At the first, just outside Hodgenville, a brief radio call was made to check their license plate number. Sheila heard the deputy mention, It's just 2 women and a kid. After a few anxious minutes of waiting, they were waved through. The second roadblock was just west of Bradfordsville. This was strategically placed on a low bridge west of Highview Drive on State Highway 337. It consisted of 6 large trucks and truck trailers in a staggered formation, intended to slow the traffic to a slow, serpentine crawl. It was manned by a uniformed sheriff's deputy and 2 private citizens who were wearing jeans and baseball caps. All 3 held identical rifles that Sheila didn't recognize, but from their protruding magazines she knew that they were automatic or semi-automatic. The deputy who approached Sheila's car window asked suspiciously, What is your business here? I'm going to see the owner of a commercial building that I saw was up for lease. Which one? There wasn't a sign. There was an old building next to it, as I recall, the Superior Food Market. Well, they're both vacant now, the deputy grumbled. I intend to open a store in that smaller building, Lord willing. The deputy nodded and remarked, Well, somebody ought to get a store going again here, or there'll be folks starving. After a beat, he added, It takes a lot of guts to open a business in times like these. You just keep yourself safe. If you have any trouble, just ask for me, Deputy Dustin Hodges, okay? Sheila nodded and smiled. Deputy Hodges gave a sweep of his hand and said, God bless you, ma'am. As they proceeded to slowly drive through the remainder of the roadblock's sharp S-turns, Emily quoted one of her favorite sayings from the play A Streetcar Named Desire. I have always depended on the kindness of strangers. The old store building was on the main street running through Bradfordsville. It was sandwiched between the defunct Superior Foods and a gas station, also closed. At the gas station, a large hand-painted sign across the boarded front door proclaimed, No gas. Sheila got out and examined the building. It was of the old false front style and looked to have been built in the 1920s, or even earlier. Peering through the dusty windows, Sheila could see a small sales floor ringed by a semicircle of glass cabinets. Behind was a doorway leading to a back room. There appeared to be an apartment upstairs. A small, hand-penned sign taped inside the window read, For sale or lease, contact Holland Combs, and gave an area code 270 phone number. Sheila pulled out her notepad. On the inside of the front cover, she saw something that her late mother had penned the year before she died of uterine cancer. A prudent man foreseeth the evil and hideth himself, but the simple pass on and are punished. Proverbs 22:3. Sheila jotted down the name and phone number on a blank page. She told Emily and Tyree to wait in the car. Then she strode toward the payphone booth at the gas station. Tyree protested. "Mom, the phones aren't working, not even the cell phone." I know. Thankfully, the plastic phone book holder still held a local phone book. Listed under C, she found Combs, H., 200 South 6th Street, Bradfordsville. The house was just 2 blocks away. Again, leaving her son and grandmother in the car, Sheila knocked on the door of a 1960s-style house. A weathered sign read, Combs Soils Lab. The man who answered the door was in his 70s, gaunt, with thick, black, plastic-framed glasses. He carried a stubby Dan Wesson .357 revolver in an inside-the-waistband holster. He asked, "Can I help you?" "My name is Sheila Randall. I would like to lease that store building and apartment above it, next to the gas station. You own it, right?" Combs seemed hesitant. "Well, there is water working here in town. There's all gravity from a big spring up by the Taylor County line, but no power, and I don't even know what to charge in rent these days." "I propose $5 a month." The old man laughed and slapped the side of his thigh. "You got to be joking. $5 won't even buy you a piece of penny candy." "I mean $5 in silver coin." Holland Combs jerked his chin back and said, "Oh, well, that's different." After pondering for a moment, he said, "I'll need you to pay 2 months in advance, but you can lease it from month to month after that. I'll also need a signed statement from you that you're getting it as is, with no guarantee that the power will ever come back on. If and when it does, the power bill will be separate." Just a few minutes later, Combs unlocked the store's front door and ushered in Sheila, Tyree, and Emily. "My last tenants here were brothers. They had a unique combination gun, cigar, and liquor store. They called it alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, and they even answered the phone that way. Well, that was good for a laugh, but the recession just went on and on. Double dip and then triple dip, you know. They folded a year ago. I heard they moved back to Tennessee." Sheila examined the glass display cases as Combs went on. "The roof was redone just 3 years ago. The apartment ain't much, but it's been repainted since the ATF guys moved out. I had a man clean the chimney, and he put a new elbow on the back of the wood stove since the old one had rusted out. The place was clean, but I'm afraid the mice have made a mess up there." Sheila was pleased to see that the store building had plenty of windows that provided light to conduct business in the absence of grid power. Traces of the building's former use lingered. The back room was still cluttered with empty gun and whiskey boxes, and one of the glass display cabinets still had a distinct tobacco smell. There was an empty 20-rifle rack on the north wall of the store, behind the counter. The only entrance to the apartment was via an inside staircase that led up from the store's small, windowless back room. The stairs creaked as they walked up. The apartment had 2 bedrooms, a gas cooking range, a small Yotl wood coal stove, an electric refrigerator, propped open with a stick of firewood, and a small bathroom with a toilet and a tub shower. "Bring me the lease papers. I'll take it," Sheila said. Less than an hour later, they had unpacked the car and moved in. Sheila's packets of seeds filled 2 of the glass display cases in neat rows. They put a few other items suitable for trading in another case. "Not a lot to start with," Emily remarked.
"Trust in the Lord, Gran. We trust in the Lord."
Emily warned.
"And you know the $10 in silver that you gave Mr. Combs was almost all the coins we had. I got just 3 silver quarters and 1 dime left. Trust in the Lord, Gran. Trust in the Lord."
Sheila dug out her tempera paints and soon started painting signs on the inside of the front windows. The signs read, "The Seed Lady," "Sundry Merchandise," "Buy, Sell, Trade," and "Open 8 to 8, Closed Sundays." She had her first customer walk in even before the paint had dried. He traded a box of 12-gauge shotgun shells for 3 packets of seeds. In the next few days, a steady stream of customers began to arrive, all eager to trade. Eventually, some came from as far as the towns of Lebanon and Campbellsville. Sheila soon developed the reputation as a savvy yet fair storekeeper. People brought Sheila all sorts of things to trade for seeds, or at least to try to trade for them. Most of what they offered was junk, and Sheila got in the habit of saying politely, yet forcefully, "Pass." But she did trade for hard items, like tools, cans of WD-40, batteries, rolls of duct tape, ammunition, and hardware like nails and nuts and bolts. She made it her habit to reject any appliance that required electricity, since the grid power was down and batteries were in short supply. Late on the afternoon of the 6th day after they arrived, a slightly drunk man brought in an old Pilot brand vacuum tube table radio that had a wooden case. It had both AM and shortwave bands, and according to the man, it worked well, back when utility power was available. He also said that his grandfather put all new capacitors in it to replace the older paper-wrapped ones. Sheila was about to reject it when her grandmother asked,
"Look in the back. Has it got a transformer? And how many tubes does it have?"
Puzzled, Sheila did as she was told, which was easy, since the radio's original back cover was missing.
"It's got no transformer, and it has 5 tubes. Go ahead and trade for that." "But, Gran, it takes AC power. We don't have a generator."
Emily insisted.
"You go ahead and trade for that radio, and I'll explain later."
Sheila drove a hard bargain, trading just 1 packet of squash seeds for the old radio. After the man had left, Emily gave an explanation.
"Whew! Sheila, girl, that radio is what your late grandpa, rest his soul, he called an All-American 5 radio. He used to fix them. With 5 tubes and no transformer, it can run on AC or on the DC power. Out on the bayou in the old days, where there was no co-op power line, our kin would hook up 10 or 11 car batteries in a row. That makes you about 115 volts of DC power. That will run one of them radios for days and days. And what do you see all over the place these days? I tell you what, abandoned cars with no gasoline. But they each got a 12-volt battery. Now, don't they? You put out the word that you'll trade for car batteries that still have a strong charge. We're going to listen to the shortwave, maybe even tonight."
Chapter 11. Provisional Beginnings. There are 2 methods, or means, and only 2, whereby man's needs and desires can be satisfied. 1 is the production and exchange of wealth. This is the economic means. The other is the uncompensated appropriation of wealth produced by others. This is the political means. Albert J. Nock, Our Enemy the State, 1935. Radcliffe, Kentucky, late October, the first year. The situation in Radcliffe was out of control. The sound of gunfire punctuated every night. There were an average of 8 home invasion robberies per day, and most cases went unsolved. Many were never even investigated. The mayor had left town with no notice, towing a rider rental trailer with no indication of his destination. The chief of police had been shot and killed, and more than half of the police officers were not showing up for work. It was just after 7 a.m., and Maynard Hutchings was sitting in his bathrobe in his den, drinking some of his last remaining jar of instant coffee, alternating between listening to his police scanner and his CB radio. The latest rumor was that Washington, D.C. had burned down, all of it. His wife came into the kitchen and asked expectantly, "Well?" "Well, what, darling?" "Well, what are you going to do? Isn't it time you called a meeting or something? Ain't you the chairman?" He nodded. He was chairman of the Hardin County Board of Supervisors. In a city without a mayor, or even an acting mayor, and with just an acting police chief, he had more right than anyone to try to sort things out. The utility power was off, but the phones were still working. Maynard started making calls. None of the other county board members would agree to meet. They thought that it would be unsafe, and that their families would be in danger in their absence. 2 of them gave Hutchings their resignations verbally. Then he started calling some of his golfing friends to serve as stand-ins. He set a meeting time for 2 p.m. that afternoon at the county courthouse. Almost as an afterthought, he called to invite General Ullick. Under the Army's new streamlined management system, Major General Clayton Ullick wore 2 hats. He was both the post commander of Fort Knox and Chief of Armor, the head of the U.S. Army's Tanker School and Armor Development programs. All that Hutchings knew about Clay Ullick was that he was a 2-star general who drank scotch before 5 p.m., and that he cheated at golf. Rio Arriba Youth Center, Galena, New Mexico, late October the first year. The Phelps boys were on the trail leading west from the Rio Arriba Youth Center by 8 a.m. the next morning. The headmaster, obviously embarrassed by the situation, didn't even come to the stable to say goodbye to the boys. Just as Aguilar had promised, he sent them out heavy with each saddle horse equipped with full-size saddlebags and sleeping bags carried on the pillions and smaller saddlebags at their fenders. The pack horses, all large, gentle, bomb-proof geldings, had full loads and bulging alforjas hanging from their pack-saddle trees. Each pack-saddle was equipped with a fairly new rubberized brown canvas cover secured by diamond hitches. Aguilar had thought through the packing lists very carefully. He even provided each boy separate bills of sale for each of their horses as proof that they were not stolen. Aguilar closely watched the boys as they packed their loads, adjusted the girth strips, and dogged down the diamond hitches. Matthew asked him for help, but Aguilar wagged his finger, admonishing, No. You won't have my help out on the trail, so don't go asking for it now. You gotta show me that you can tack this boy up, tu solito." After a couple of more tries, Matthew finally got the diamond knot centered and the ropes cinched tightly. He gave a big smile when he did. Slapping him on the back, Aguilar exclaimed, "You can be proud of that." After the 3 boys had mounted their horses and straightened out the leads for their pack horses, Diego Aguilar shook their hands. He advised Shadrach, "Ready or not, you're going out into a man's world, sink or swim. And I hate to say, it's a world of hurt in some places right about now. We're going to be praying for you. You take good care of yourselves and these horses. Vayan con Dios." The boys said thank yous and then raised their hats and waved them at the headmaster, who was standing outside of his office 200 yards away. He raised his hand and waved in reply. All three boys tried to hide the fact that they were crying. When the boys reached a level spot a mile up French Mesa Road, Shad called a halt. They looked back on the patchwork of fields in the valley below. Shad said, "Mr. Aguilar wanted me to wait until we were away from the center to get this out. He didn't want the headmaster to make a big fuss, since all that he told him about us getting was the 22s. Handing his horse's reins to Reuben, Shad loosened his bedroll bag from behind his saddle and rolled it out, exposing the two halves of a well-worn Marlin Model 1893 takedown rifle. The front half was nestled in a scabbard. With a bit of fumbling, Shad assembled the rifle just as Aguilar had showed him how to do, and loaded it with 7 flat-tipped .30-30 cartridges. He emptied the remainder of the 20-round box into his jacket pocket and snapped it shut. Then, after attaching the .30-30's scabbard to his saddle, he stowed his .22 rifle under the hitch ropes on his pack horse. "Okay, now we got us a rifle that can knock down a deer or stop a predator." "Yeah, the kind that come on 2 legs," Matthew added. Luke Air Force Base, Arizona, late October the first year. Ian Doyle's last 2 days at Luke Field were surreal. As he drove through the lightning gate at the corner of Litchfield Road at 0635, he could see that it was completely unmanned. Incongruously, a threat-level orange warning sign was posted next to the gate. He spent the morning driving around the post, looking for anyone still on duty and doing a visual inventory of the base's assets. At the NCO housing complex, he saw a group of gang members brazenly loading loot into the back of a pickup truck. Doyle found that there were no aircraft remaining on the ramp. All of the military vehicles had also disappeared, either requisitioned or stolen. This included all of the fuel trucks. The C-21 Learjet used by the General Staff and several F-16s were gone. Ian then spent most of the afternoon searching for fuel containers. He couldn't find any gas cans. He eventually found dozens of empty 2-liter soda pop bottles in the recycling dumpsters near the BX. He took these to the POL terminal and found that someone had left a small Honda generator there. They had rigged it to energize 2 of the fuel pumps. One of these pumps dispensed 100 LL, a leaded, high-octane aviation gasoline. That afternoon, he returned to Buckeye with almost 140 gallons of 100 LL in the cargo area of his Suburban, with the rear seat folded down. A few of the containers had leaking caps, so he spent most of the drive with his head out the window, sucking fresh air. He prayed that he wouldn't be ambushed, since the slightest spark would surely cause a huge explosion. Ian waited until after dark. Then he and Blanca carried the fuel containers to the backyard and covered them with a tarp. The next morning he was back on base at 0615. He spent the morning wandering through the largely abandoned 56th Operations Group, OG, and 56th Maintenance Group hangars and buildings. By 0930, he found only a few young pilots and a couple of E-5 NCOs. The rest were lower-rank enlisted airmen. After finding such a pitiful contingent still on base, Doyle was dejected. He went back to the 56th Maintenance Group hangar and office buildings and came upon a lieutenant who was rummaging through closets and wall lockers, vainly looking for something edible. "Lieutenant, spread the word. I want you to announce that there will be an all-hands formation for all groups in the main 56th OG hangar at 1100 hours, he ordered. By 1100, only 21 ground crew and 7 pilots had gathered. There was just one other captain. They quizzed each other and found that Doyle's date of rank was 18 months earlier, giving Ian seniority. In the distance, they could see smoke rising from fires all over Phoenix, and there was an almost constant crackle of gunfire. Some of it sounded nearby, in Glendale. Doyle ordered the assembled gaggle to fall into a proper formation. He called, "Attention! Stand at ease." He took a deep breath and began. "Gentlemen, this is a sad day for me, and a sad day for the Air Force. As a captain, I am the ranking officer on base, so that makes me the de facto commander of all of the Luke facilities. As you know, the rotation to Saudi had our numbers greatly depleted even before the crunch, and now there's no grid power, and the backup ATC generators have run out of fuel. The water towers are now dry, and of course there's no electricity to refill them. As I'm sure you've heard, there were a lot of emergency requisitions of aircraft, some under dubious pretenses. More recently, there have been several aircraft that were without a doubt stolen, with no flight plans filed and without benefit of tower clearance. Those were our last flight-worthy aircraft. The local gangs are starting to strip out outlying buildings, and there are no more security personnel to maintain any kind of perimeter. We have no unit integrity or any functioning chain of command. I have determined that our position is untenable, and we are incapable of carrying out any useful mission. At this point, even our personal safety is at risk." Doyle let that sink in, and then continued. "The last straw was this morning when I was informed that there isn't so much as a can of beans left in the dining facilities. The bottom line is that we can't keep you if we can't feed you. Therefore, I'm hereby releasing all of the personnel on base. As of the end of this formation, your status will be on indefinite leave until either your ETS date or until you hear further orders from any commissioned Air Force officer from any command that is in a bona fide position of authority. Gentlemen, you are hereby released. You will be in my prayers. That is all. Dismissed." After the formation, Ian drove to the Air Force Security Arms Room. He found that the front door's latch mechanism was missing. It had been cut out with a cutting torch. Inside, he found that the building had been ransacked. The bodies of 2 dead men in civilian clothes, but with short-cropped military haircuts, were sprawled on the floor. Between them was an oxyacetylene torch cart. Both of the men had been shot. Their bodies were puffy and smelled putrid. The sight sickened Doyle, who had never seen a human corpse up close before. To Doyle it was obvious that the men had used the cutting torch to get into the arms room. 9 rifle and pistol racks had been cut open and emptied. What had happened after that was anyone's guess. Perhaps there had been a double-cross. All of the arms racks were empty, save one that was still locked. It held 5 M16A2 rifles. Doyle muttered to himself, "Well, I can't leave these unsecured." He lit the torch and cut the lock off the remaining rack. Carrying out the 5 M16s to his Suburban took just one trip with the rifles slung over both shoulders. His search of the building revealed a box of 23 loaded M16 magazines that was underneath a duty roster binder in a file cabinet. He also found just one M16 cleaning kit. Anahuac, Texas, late October the first year. When the Texas power grid went down, Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, Austin, and Fort Worth were soon overcome by riots and looting. Once the local radio station reported simultaneous rioting in all of those cities, Garcia declared it was time for La Fuerza to roll. A total of 53 adults and 23 children wheeled out of the Anahuac warehouse in a parade of 26 vehicles, and they never came back. They poured out of the warehouse like hornets from a nest. Downtown Anahuac was first on their list. Chapter 12. Little Ricky. A nation is the more prosperous today the less it has tried to put obstacles in the way of the spirit of free enterprise and private initiative. The people of the United States are more prosperous than the inhabitants of all other countries because their government embarked later than the governments in other parts of the world upon the policy of obstructing business. Ludwig von Mises, The Anti-Capitalistic Mentality, 1972. Elizabethtown, Hardin County, Kentucky, late October the first year. I hereby call this meeting to order. Sally is taking the minutes. Hutchings scanned the faces around the table. Most of them looked nervous and uncertain. Ulrich just looked slightly bemused. There were 3 attorneys, 2 bank managers, an IRS special agent, and Ulrich. Aside from the general, Hutchings had known most of the men since high school. Seated by the wall were the county sheriff, the acting chief of police, and 2 men wearing OCPs who had arrived with Ulrich, a command sergeant major and a young lieutenant, Ulrich's aide-de-camp. A court reporter sat to one side, silently tapping at a battery-powered stenotype machine. The county office building smelled musty with the power out. Hutchings continued. Given the unprecedented situation nationwide, it has become clear that action must be taken to restore order in Hardin County and beyond. I've asked General Ulrich to be part of this emergency council in an advisory capacity. I need y'all's agreement that we will take whatever means are necessary to get things set back in order. There were nods of agreement, so Hutchings went on. I'd like to make a motion that martial law be declared, amplifying the existing declaration from the state of Kentucky, and that henceforth looters will be shot on sight. Requisitioning of supplies and manpower will be made by force if need be. Bloomfield, New Mexico, May, the first year. Elroy Martin hired the Cuban just 6 months before the crunch, snatching him away from a refinery in Oklahoma. Ricardo Lopez had a reputation as a very resourceful petroleum engineer. Growing up in Cuba in the 1970s and 1980s, he had learned to improvise everything. Under Lopez's leadership, the Bloomfield plant's Unit No. 2 was immediately diversified, adding the ability to isolate and decant a variety of fractions and compounds that previously had been dismissed as uneconomical for the plant. Heretofore, working with Four Corners light sweet crude and natural gas was seen as economical for just light fuels. Having been given carte blanche by Martin, Lopez soon developed a reputation as a space hog, filling up nearly all of the available warehouse space with plastic containers of various shapes and sizes and in large quantities. He bought thousands of unmarked 5-gallon oil cans, the type most typically used for commercial sale of hydraulic fluid, military specification 20-liter Scepter cans and spouts, and 30,000 empty 1-quart oil bottles. Lopez bought so many small containers that additional storage space had to be brought in. 14 Continental Express Connex 40-foot shipping containers were purchased, repainted white to match the Bloomfield storage tanks, and lined up in a phalanx next to the bulk lube building near the front gate. These Connexes were stuffed full of factory-new, unlabeled bottles, jugs, cans, and small drums of all descriptions. It was Lopez's large purchase of these Scepter cans that caused Phil McCready, the plant manager, to finally complain to Martin. McCready walked into Elroy's office with a stern look on his face. He was carrying a copy of the Scepter purchase order. McCready slapped the P.O. down on Martin's desk and exclaimed, "Sir, have you seen this?" Martin looked up from his oversized flat-screen monitor and pivoted his chair. He tilted his head down to look at the document with his bifocals. "Well, not this actual generated P.O., but Rico and I did discuss it, and we did agree that 8,000 of the 20-liter cans and 3,000 spouts was a good number. Our only debate was about how many of the spouts should be the small diameter type for unleaded gas. But, Ray, those cans and spouts are banned from civilian sale in the U.S. because they don't meet the CARB compliance rules. Now, I mentioned that fact to Lopez yesterday, and he just said to me, "I know they're banned, but we can still get them if we say they are for export." Is he crazy? How will we ever recoup that investment? We aren't in the export market. We don't even have any sales representation in Mexico. I'm sure you know Pemex has that market sewed up tight in a sweet little deal with the PRI party. It's a total monopoly down there. So why buy all those cans if we have no market? This doesn't make any sense to me. And Lopez has this strange fixation with small containers. We're in the bulk business. We don't package itty-bitty retail containers. We don't have the distribution channels. This just doesn't compute. Martin chuckled. I think in less than a year you'll be thanking Dr. Lopez profusely for buying the gazillion containers, and maybe even wondering why we didn't buy any more of them. The way the economy is headed, we're in for some deep trouble. McCready gave Martin a puzzled look. Martin explained. The Schumer is about to hit the fan. Just suffice it to say that I believe that the marketplace and the legislative environment are about to shift substantially. So fuel can legalities will be the least of our concerns. Just keep in mind that I don't have a board of directors to answer to. This plant is mine. I paid cash for it, and although some of the things here may seem unorthodox, I have my reasons. It's my baby. Without giving time for the plant manager to respond, Elroy went on. So henceforth, I expect you to mention Dr. Lopez's projects only if there is a safety issue that is not being properly resolved, or if you think that there is some malfeasance. Martin clasped his pudgy hands together and rested them on the desk. He put his chin down and eyeballed McCready. McCready gave a quiet, "Understood," and walked out. Ricardo Lopez's shift in emphasis for the plant at first mystified and soon chafed old-timers like McCready. They considered him a bit of a mad scientist and thought that most of his projects would be unlikely to break even. Since Lopez was Cuban and only 5 feet 3 inches tall, he was soon nicknamed Ingeniero Ricky Ricardo, or Little Ricky. It was not until after the crunch that they all realized that Elroy and Lopez had repositioned the company to be able to continue to operate in the midst of a massive economic upheaval. Immediately after the crunch began, Martin ordered 3 of the plant's 4 units mothballed and closed out all the company's existing commercial contracts. "No paper money accepted. Silver only," Martin decreed. Gasoline, diesel, and propane sold for 20 cents per gallon, payable in pre-1965 U.S. silver coins or equivalent weight in .999 fine silver trade dollars. Empty Scepter fuel cans were $4 each in silver coin, and their spouts were 50 cents. Martin began paying his employees in silver, and they had the opportunity to buy gas at a 10% discount. The average wage was $1.20 per day, all paid in pre-1965 U.S. silver coins. Their feedstock suppliers were happy to be paid in a mixture of silver and transferable vouchers for finished product. In many ways, the business model for the refinery was similar to before the crunch. It was only the scale that had changed. But the smaller scale of production made for a tight profit margin, since many of the overhead costs in running the plant were the same, whether they were running all 4 refinery units or just 1. At Elroy's direction, 17 refinery employees with recent combat experience in the Big Sandbox became full-time security guards for the Bloomfield plant, working round-the-clock shifts. Many of them were armed with black guns from Martin's extensive gun collection: AR-15s, M4s, M1As, AR-10s, L1A1s, and HKs. Chapter 13. Concern. Inflation has now been institutionalized at a fairly constant 5% per year. This has been scientifically determined to be the optimum level for generating the most revenue without causing public alarm. A 5% devaluation applies not only to the money earned this year, but to all that is left over from previous years. At the end of the first year, a dollar is worth 95 cents. At the end of the second year, the 95 cents is reduced again by 5%, leaving its worth at 90 cents, and so on. By the time a person has worked 20 years, the government will have confiscated 64% of every dollar he saved over those years. By the time he has worked 45 years, the hidden tax will be 90%. The government will take virtually everything a person saves over a lifetime. G. Edward Griffin. Lane's flight to Ramstein was on a C-17 with a mixed load of cargo and passengers. About 30 passengers lined one wall on flip-down seats. It was an uneventful but noisy flight. He wore his earplugs. While on the flight, he composed draft emails to send to Kaylee and to his brother. Then he read some psalms. After arriving at Ramstein, Andy got nervous when he saw a scene unfold in an adjoining hangar. A Texas National Guard unit that was on an emergency redeployment back from Bosnia was undergoing a health and welfare inspection overseen by officers and senior NCOs from the unit, as well as some MPs. All of the troops had to completely unpack their duffel bags and backpacks. They even had dog handlers there, with German shepherds sniffing through the spread-out baggage. As an officer traveling alone and on a flight inside Germany, it was unlikely that Lane would ever be searched. And if he was, he wondered if his forged hand receipt would stand up to scrutiny. After all, it was fairly common knowledge that SIG P-228s, called M11s by the U.S. Army, were not on the TO&Es of any but a few CID and MP units. At Ramstein, there was more frustration. Because of fuel economy measures, he would have to wait until the next day to get transport to Grafenborg Training Center. From there, he could easily catch a ride to Rose Barracks, his unit's home near Vilseck. So it was one more night in an Air Force BOQ. There was no wireless internet services at the Q, so he was forced to war walk with his laptop to find an open wireless network. He finally found one in an NCO-accompanied housing complex. After he had logged on, he sent out his draft emails and checked his inbox. There were 3 new hurry-home emails from Kaylee. Then he checked the AFN Germany weather page and the HQ user G3 road conditions webpage. Out of curiosity, he checked the spot price of gold at kitco.com. He was startled to see gold at $5,453 per ounce. It had gained $312 per ounce in the past 24 hours. Since his laptop's battery was down to 32%, he turned it off and walked back to the BOQ. He was in a foul mood. The next morning, at breakfast, he discovered that the local internet was up, but that no connections to anywhere in the United States were working, for both email and web pages. The AFN television news soon reported the same internet outage, with no known time or date for resumption of service. Andy shut down his laptop and prayed. The bus to Graf at noon the next day was crowded. Most of the passengers carried 6 or more loaded shopping bags. They said that they had been forced to come to Ramstein because the shelves at the small commissary at U.S. Army Garrison Grafenborg were nearly stripped clean. Simultaneously, the price of food on the civilian economy in the town of Grafenborg became astronomical after the conversion from U.S. dollars to euros. Andy overheard two military wives sitting in the seats ahead of him discussing their mandatory next-of-kin evacuation orders, NEO contingency suitcases, and the lack of transport to the United States. They were quite anxious and at a loss as to what they should do. While on the bus, Andy copied all of his personal files onto a flash drive memory stick. He also copied the PDFs of several field manuals, including a Joint Service Survival, Rescue, and Escape manual, several out-of-copyright books on primitive skills like candle making, and a copy of the book Where There Is No Doctor. Then he took a deep breath and deleted all of his personal files from the laptop. Once he had arrived at Graf, Lane borrowed a cell phone to call for a ride to Rose Barracks, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by a staff sergeant who had overheard him. He said, "Sir, if you don't mind riding in a war pig, I'm headed to Rose in just a few minutes." Andy recognized him as a supply NCO from one of his unit's sister squadrons. Lane nodded and gave a thumbs up to the NCO, and then, turning back to the phone, said, "Strike that. I just got a lift. Out here." He flipped the phone closed. The sergeant helped Lane with his bags as they walked to the M1078A1 truck. The 2.5-ton truck, the replacement for the venerable M35 Deuce-and-a-half, was an ugly, boxy truck with a long step up to the cab. This was the same up-armored variant that Andy had ridden in many times in Afghanistan. A corporal was standing guard behind the tailgate, holding an M4 with a magazine inserted. It seemed odd seeing that level of security in Germany. To Anders, it looked more like A-stand mode than what he was used to seeing in Germany. As they loaded Lane's baggage, Andy could see a large pile of boxes and crates with ORMD labels and large orange diamond-shaped Class B explosives stickers. "Ammo?" he asked incredulously. He cleared his throat and asked, "I thought that none of the squadrons were doing range fire until April." "Sir, I guess you've been out of the loop. At 23:30 last night, regiment put everyone on an alert for civil disturbances." "Whoa, sounds serious." Lane's first stop at Rose Barracks was the brigade orderly room. It was humming with activity. Before he even had a chance to put his bags down, Colonel Olds spotted him and shouted, "Anders! Good to see you finally made it back here. Transportation problems?" "Yes, sir, plenty. A Major Charlie Foxtrot almost every step of the way." He set down his overseas bag and flight bag, but held on to his duffel bag. They shook hands. "Well, I'm glad to see you back. We could really use your help. I think for the time being I'm going to lend you to the S3 shop up at Regiment." "Sir, with all due respect, I've passed my active duty obligation date. That was 17 days ago. I'm just back here to TI my gear, clear quarters, and out process." "Oh, that's right. And if I remember correctly, you have a fiancé waiting for you." After a pause, Olds said, "Well, at least one of my staff is going to make it back to Conus this year." He sighed, clamped his hand on Andy's shoulder, and said in a quieter voice, "Good luck, son." Lane's next stops were the arms room, where he turned in his M4 carbine, and the NBC cage, where he turned in his M40 protective mask. After so many months of deployment, he felt naked without them. For the next 2 days he had brief moments of panic each time he stood up, realizing that his weapon was missing, but then remembering that he still had the SIG P-228 buried in the bottom of his duffel bag gave him some comfort. By regulation, U.S. military service members always mustered out of active duty inside the United States, but a very recent emergency order from the Army Personnel Command, PERSCOM, stipulated that anyone of E4 pay grade or higher could now be released from active duty in situ anywhere except inside combat theaters at the discretion of a Brigade S1 or higher, and a release for anyone E6 or higher could be made even inside a combat theater with the divisional commander's approval. At just after 1600, Lane checked into the Rose Barracks BOQ and finagled a field-grade single room by mentioning that he was in his last few days of service and that he was exhausted from his long journey. After dropping off his bags in the room and getting a shower, he rushed over to the Squadron S4 cage in a nearby warehouse. He wanted to get there before close of business for the day. There, he checked out the key to the luggage cage, where he had 2 footlockers and a large cardboard box in storage. All 3 items were stenciled First Lieutenant Anders Lane, 8277, the last 4 digits of his Social Security number. Luckily, his items were stacked together near the top of the 8-foot-high pile that lined one side of a 60-foot-deep security cage. Using a large cart, he retrieved his items, signed a release form, and returned the cage key. Although he was entitled to have these items shipped back to the United States as hold baggage, Lane realized that, given the circumstances, he would probably never see them again. It was better to sell or give away most of the gear as soon as possible. So he borrowed a 2-wheel hand truck overnight and got a ride back to the BOQ. Andy put a fresh set of batteries in his Cato KA-202L compact general coverage receiver radio and dialed in 1107 kHz AM for the local Armed Forces network station, AFN Bavaria, the big gun. The transmitter was just outside of Filzek, so it boomed in loud and clear. He caught the end of the afternoon mix show, then heard the familiar top-of-the-hour announcement. It's 6 o'clock in Central Europe, and AFN is on the air. Andy listened to the news summary while he sorted gear. It was more bad news. From the news reports, the rioting seemed to be the worst in India, Pakistan, Israel, Brazil, and the eastern United States. There were also some riots reported in French cities with large Muslim populations. But unlike in previous uprisings, the French police had the gloves off. They were shooting rioters on sight. Andy Lane hadn't seen the contents of his footlockers and boxes for 19 months. The first footlocker was completely filled with books. He emptied it onto the other bed in his room, and then carried it to the BOQ foyer, where he left it standing on end with its lid swung open. Atop it, he taped a sign, "Moving sale, tonight only, 2.4 gigahertz laptop, books, CDs, DVDs, clothes, and more, 1830 hours, tonight only, BOQ room 106. Andy changed into civilian clothes and popped the top of a can of Africola. He continued sorting. Just a few minutes later, there was a knock at the door. He answered it to find a pair of black female second lieutenants from down the hall. One of them asked, "Are you Lieutenant Lane?" "Captain, actually." "Oh, sorry, sir. We just saw your footlocker with a sign. Can you start your sale now?" "Sorry, but I'm not ready yet. Give me until about 1820 to sort through all this and come back here with cash. I'd prefer euros." "Will do, sir." After they left, he started sorting books. Lane's collection included a lot of classics, biographies, Christian apologetics, reference books, and military field manuals. After some deliberation, he settled on carrying just 4 books with him: his King James Bible, a compact copy of the SAS Survival Guide by John Lofty Wiseman, a small English-French, French-English dictionary and phrase book, and a copy of FM 534, Engineer Field Data. The books that it pained him the most to sell were his hardback set of Matthew Henry's commentaries and his set of The Rational Biblical Theology of Jonathan Edwards, but he knew that he had to travel light. He unlocked the second footlocker. It contained mostly clothes, about 30 audio CDs and a dozen DVDs. He already had MP3 backup copies of the CDs burned onto Kaylee's laptop in New Mexico, so there'd be no regrets in leaving those behind. Lane cut the tape seal on the cardboard box and pulled out the modular sleep system, MSS, sleeping bag that he had bought at the post-clothing sales store during his officer basic course. Also in the box was a civilian bivouac bag, a Millet brand Cyrano. This was a top-of-the-line bivy bag made with an olive green Gore-Tex top and a heavy brown rubberized waterproof fabric bottom. This sleeping bag's cover could take the place of a tent and was so waterproof that he could practically sleep in a puddle and it wouldn't leak. The bottom of the box was filled with clothes, a repelling Swiss seat, and a binder full of his college term papers. Andy sorted and then resorted his civilian clothes, paring them down into two piles, keep and sell. He sorted through the contents of his suitcase, duffel, and flight bags with the same ruthlessness. He placed everything that he planned to take on his trip home in the closet, so that it would be out of sight when buyers arrived. He took the time to check the condition of his compact Elecraft KX1 QRP shortwave transceiver. This low-power rig could be used to transmit Morse code in the 20, 30, 40, and 80-meter ham radio bands. Powered by 6 AA batteries, the 10-ounce radio was capable of transmitting around the world when ionospheric conditions were right. It put out just 1 to 2 watts of power, or up to 4 watts if using an external 12-volt battery. Using his 200-watt Kenwood HF rig in Texas, Lars had several successful two-way contacts with Andy in Afghanistan, even though his younger brother's transmitter put out only a few watts of effective radiated power. Andy carefully repacked the transceiver and accessories in 2 thicknesses of zipper-lock bags and then in a pair of Tupperware containers. The 2 lieutenants returned at 18:15. Right behind them were a TDY Marine Corps captain and a WO2 aviator. Then came a couple of majors. One was a field artillery officer, and the other was a chaplain. As they crowded into the room, Lane announced, "Okay, here are the ground rules. I hold up each item, describe it, and name a price. The first one that says dibs gets it. The prices will be very reasonable but non-negotiable. Keep in mind that I just had to pay $125 for a dinner at Burger King, so don't try to nickel and dime me. Each of you grab a notepad from the desk there and keep your own tally. We'll settle up at the end in cash. Now, any part that you pay for in euros, you can divide by 4, a 4-to-1 exchange ratio. Klar?" The sale was over in less than a half hour. Most of the items sold for between $10 and $50 each. Lane was surprised to see some of the officers buy clothes in sizes that they didn't fit. Then he realized that they were desperate to get out of dollars and into anything tangible that they could later barter or sell. He even sold the 2 empty footlockers for $100 each. The one item that brought in the most cash was his laptop. It sold for $2,500, which was a pittance considering the recent inflation. And he was sad to see it go, but unless the internet connections inside the United States started working again, it would just be a boat anchor. And if the connections were reestablished, Andy surmised that he could keep in touch using borrowed laptops or rented PCs at internet cafes. Lane took the small remaining stack of the books that hadn't sold and put them on the half-empty bookshelves of the BOQ lounge. Most of what was already there were Reader's Digest condensed books, out-of-date travel books, and romance novels. After he had added his books, the collective IQ of the shelves rose dramatically. Andy returned to his room and wrapped his remaining gold coins in duct tape. He similarly wrapped the wedding band mate to the engagement ring that he had presented to Kaylee just before his Afghanistan deployment. He then removed the screws to the Primus backpacking stove lid's sheet metal heat shield. He inserted the duct tape squares inside the lid and used even more tape to hold them in place. When the heat shield was reinstalled, the extra thickness was undetectable. Chapter 14. Clerks and Jerks. This first stage of the inflationary process may last for many years. While it lasts, the prices of many goods and services are not yet adjusted to the altered money relation. There are still people in the country who have not yet become aware of the fact that they are confronted with a price revolution which will finally result in a considerable rise of all prices, although the extent of this rise will not be the same in the various commodities and services. These people still believe that prices one day will drop. Waiting for this day, they restrict their purchases and concomitantly increase their cash holdings. As long as such ideas are still held by public opinion, it is not yet too late for the government to abandon its inflationary policy. But then, finally, the masses wake up. They become suddenly aware of the fact that inflation is a deliberate policy and will go on endlessly. A breakdown occurs. The crack-up boom appears. Everybody is anxious to swap his money against real goods, no matter whether he needs them or not, no matter how much money he has to pay for them. Within a very short time, within a few weeks or even days, the things which were used as money are no longer used as media of exchange. They become scrap paper. Nobody wants to give away anything against them. It was this that happened with the continental currency in America in 1781, with the French mandat territorial in 1796, and with the German mark in 1923. It will happen again whenever the same conditions appear. If a thing has to be used as a medium of exchange, public opinion must not believe that the quantity of this thing will increase beyond all bounds. Inflation is a policy that cannot last. Ludwig von Mises, The Anti-Capitalistic Mentality, 1972. Rose Barracks, Vilseck, Germany, early November, the first year. Andy was ready to turn in his green active-duty ID card, but there was some confusion and a day's delay while some red Army Reserve card blanks were couriered down from the Garmisch garrison. Technically, after leaving active duty, Andy still had a 2-year obligation in the Individual Ready Reserve, IRR, control group, but he wouldn't be expected to be in a local Army Reserve unit. A GS-12 civilian clerk, a jovial and rotund retired chief warrant officer, prepared his Form DD-214. Handing Lane a draft copy to check for errors, the clerk said, "Here are your walking papers, but I'm afraid they really are walking papers." Andy groaned. The clerk added, "I guess you heard about the groundings." "Yeah," Andy replied glumly. There had been 2 recent Islamic terrorist incidents in the 3 days since Lane had returned to Bavaria. The first was a bombing of a train station that adjoined the airport in Nuremberg, and the next day a 9/11-style hijacking in France had ended tragically in a fiery crash just short of the Parliament building in London, killing 242 people. These events had prompted a grounding of all civilian aircraft for at least a week. Most trains, except for some local U-Bahns and Straßenbahns, had also been stopped. Even long-distance bus lines had been halted. With the drama of the economic news, riots, and the terrorist attacks, the newscasters had plenty to talk about. In Europe, the focus seemed to be on the terror attacks, while in the United States the emphasis was on the galloping inflation and the riots. The volume of news was so overwhelming that the day-to-day clerical bureaucracy at the post slowed to a crawl. Several times in the past 2 days, Andy had to nearly shout, "Hello! Can you please get this out processing finished for me?" to get the various clerks and jerks to turn their attention away from their laptops, computer monitors, televisions, and text screens on their cell phones. Andy and the clerk next turned the attention to his quarters clearing papers, making sure that he had all the proper clearance stamps. They were variously stamped in blue and black: CIF, Cleared Finance, S2 Outbrief, No Mess Charges, and PMO. "Where's your yo-yo stamp?" the clerk asked. "Yo-yo?" Lane asked suspiciously. "That stands for you're on your own, pal." Very funny. That afternoon, Andy went off post to go to the local Raiffeisenbank branch. He got in a long queue in front of the counter with a sign above it that read, "Geldwechsel, change, cambio." After 20 minutes, he came to the front of the line and began to pull out his remaining Afghanis, U.S. dollars, his few remaining U.S. dollar-denominated traveler's checks, and Iraqi dinars that were left over from his previous deployment. They made a fairly large pile on the counter. The teller seemed unfazed. Obviously, in recent weeks he had seen much larger piles of cash. "Euros, bitte?" Andy asked quietly. As the teller began counting the stacks of Afghanis, Lane countersigned all of his traveler's checks. He then pulled out his passport and his military ID card and set them on the counter, knowing that they'd be needed next. The teller clucked a after he did the Wechselkurs calculation. "The exchange of dollars rate, I'm afraid, sir, is very poor." "That's understandable," Lane replied. After clearing the counter and handing Andy back his ID, the clerk said, matter-of-factly, 580 euros. Then he asked Andy, "Cash or EC card?" "Cash. Bargeld, bitte." Andy already had another 45 euros in his wallet. Together, those notes totaling 625 euros would barely cover the cost of a 200-mile bus ride or a dinner at a decent restaurant. Such were the ravages of the recent inflation. Next, Andy walked across the bank lobby to the indoor Geldautomat ATM machine. He tried both of his credit cards, with the same result. The message, "Credit card transactions suspended," flashed on the screen. "Oh, joy," Andy muttered. Back at Rose Barracks, Andy Lane was told that there would be no scheduled military flights for at least a week, possibly longer. At the rate things were deteriorating, he dared not just wait and hope that flights would be resumed. Even if flights were resumed, active duty personnel might have higher priority than someone traveling on an Army Reserve ID card. Or worse yet, civil order could collapse in Germany, just as it had in the States, and flights might not resume for months or years. Andy wondered how he'd get back to the States, and, once he did, how he'd be able to travel to New Mexico. He had the vague idea of heading west through Germany to the coast of France to see if he could find a ship of any description heading to the U.S., or perhaps even to Mexico or Canada. Just before close of business at the post headquarters, he made arrangements to get a flight back to Ramstein. There, in the U.S. military's largest complex in Germany, he'd have the best chance of getting transport out of Europe. 2 more frustrating days of hurry up and wait landed Andy at Ramstein. The BOQ there was full, so he was sent to the nearby Sembach annex. Seeing Lane's red Army Reserve ID card, the desk clerk asked him for a copy of his orders. "I don't have any orders," he said. "I've just been released from active duty and I'm trying to get home." Even after seeing Lane's DD-214, the clerk was belligerent. No rooms without orders for reservists. It was only after threatening to call the clerk's manager that Andy was finally given a room. Shepherding his rapidly dwindling cash, Andy bought food for dinner entirely from vending machines. Because the inflation was so rapid, the vending machine prices had not yet been raised to match the store counter prices. The news on television was all bad. Flights were all still grounded, and most trains and buses were not running. Some runs on grocery stores had begun in Germany, Austria, and the Czech Republic. There were also some large street protests and riots building up in the larger cities throughout the European Union. Reserve police and military forces were being mobilized throughout the EU and in the UK. There had been a widespread power blackout in Greece caused by a labor union dispute. It was also reported that no long-distance calls were getting through to the United States except, oddly, to Hawaii. Andy turned off the television and called a couple of acquaintances stationed in K-Town, begging favors. One of them phoned an hour later to say that they had found him a ride. Early the next morning, Andy got on a 5-ton supply truck that was headed to Landstuhl Regional Medical Center. Following the end of U.S. military presence in France, this was the westernmost Army installation in USA, the U.S. Army's European command. Beyond there, he truly would be in yo-yo territory. The next morning was depressingly foggy. Lane did not feel his best, since he had slept so poorly the night before. The specialist E4 driving the truck to Landstuhl was envious that Lane had ended his service and was headed home. "Sir, I still got 112 days and a wake-up," he said forlornly. "I don't know what things will be like by then. My family all lives in Atlanta. You've seen it on the TV, right? There's big dang riots there. They say half the city is on fire." Lane decided that it wouldn't be helpful to mention that this was the second time that Atlanta had burned, so he made no reply. The truck, he learned, was mainly filled with MREs. It was just one of many truckloads of MREs from as far away as Wiesbaden that were being sent to the Army hospital, since local transport of food for patients and staff had become intermittently disrupted. Even more MREs were being sent to various Air Force bases and to U.S. embassies. The big MRE shuffle was part of a contingency stock leveling measure, just in case food supplies and grid power were to suffer more severe disruption. "It's like some kind of siege mentality, sir," the specialist commented. At just after 10 a.m., Lane was dropped off at a Strassenbahn stop not far from the hospital complex, and the driver left with a wave. Andy stood alone at the tram stop, feeling overwhelmed. The fog was beginning to lift, and he could begin to see hills of the Palatinate forest in the distance, stretching to the south. After a few chilly minutes, a streetcar approached on Eisenbahnstrasse. Andy put on his duffel bag using both shoulder straps. Then he picked up his flight bag in his left hand and his overseas bag in his right hand. He waddled to the streetcar. The weight of the duffel bag pressed the holstered cig uncomfortably into his lower back. When the door opened, he asked the driver, "In Richtung Landstuhler Stadtzentrum?" "Ja, klar," the driver answered, gesturing him in. Lane stepped up into the streetcar, which was nearly empty. He thumbed in his fare card, and then awkwardly sat down, placing 2 of his bags in front of him and hunching out of his main duffel bag. An elderly German woman was sitting across the aisle from him with the seat beside her piled with string shopping bags. A long-haired Dachshund sat in her lap. The streetcar lurched and picked up speed. The woman recognized Lane's bags and asked, "You are away going, kein leave?" "No, I'm going home to America permanently. Ständig, if I can find a way." "Ah, the loot flights are all aground, und die Züge fahren nicht." Yes, I know about the trains. After a moment, Lane added, Are there any omnibuses still running to Frankreich or to the Low Countries? Das Benelux?
Nein, alles eingestellt.
Andy shook his head. These are crazy times.
Yeah, and the money? It is no good. This is like the Weimar time again, I think.
As they neared the center of Landstuhl, the Straußenbaum stops got closer together, and Lane began to eye the shop signs. Apotheke, Deli, Bäckerei, Optometrist, Moden, Eisenwaren, Schallplatten, Kaufhaus. The many buildings with whitewashed walls, exposed beams, and red-tiled roofs looked 19th century vintage or earlier. Andy wondered if the city had been spared any damage in the Second World War. The old buildings looked remarkably intact. Is there a Fahrrad shop in Landstuhl? He asked the old woman.
Yeah, at Adolf-Kulping-Platz. I tell you when you are getting off.
After another 3 stops, the woman said,
Here it is, you are,
and pointed to a sign that read, Gebrüder Becker, Fahrräder. The bicycle shop was smaller than Lane had expected, but then he realized that this might be a good thing. One of the big stores wouldn't have the flexibility to make the deal that he had in mind. Andy lugged his bags through the front door of the shop and glanced at some price tags on the bicycles as he walked toward the store counter. He set all 3 of his bags down in a pile. He felt like he already had the aura of a vagabond. Since it was not yet the noon hour, there were no other customers. The store was in an older, poorly lit building, but most of the selection looked new and state-of-the-art. There was a fairly large inventory, with a mix of children's bikes, mountain bikes, and high-end racing bikes. It was much like a bike shop that he had visited in Germany before his tour in Afghanistan. The difference was the inflated price tags. 2 years ago, a typisch mountain bike was about 300 euros, but now they ranged from 800 to 3,000 euros. Andy introduced himself, and the store owner did likewise. His name was Kurt Becker, a slim, muscular man in his 40s who spoke good English. Judging by his physique, Andy concluded that he must be a daily cyclist. An older, mustachioed man wearing a heavy leather apron sat on a bench in the back of the store. He was balancing a bicycle wheel, adjusting the spokes by hand. Lane explained that he had just left the army and was looking for a bicycle and trailer for a cross-country road trip. The store owner sighed and said, Yes, I have heard about the planes and the trains. Not even the buses are running on the long lines. They spent the next 15 minutes looking at Kurt's inventory of mountain and road bikes. Then they discussed panniers and trailers and how much cargo they could carry. Lane settled on a nearly new, Giant brand mountain bike that already had a headlamp, a blinking LED tail light, and both a small tool kit and a tire pump clipped to the frame. Next, he picked out some sturdy racks, a pair of Ortlieb waterproof black nylon panniers, and matching handlebar bag, and a well-used trailer. The trailer had a scuffed frame and road tar-stained yellow nylon sides, but it looked sturdy and serviceable. It had a clear plastic front since it was originally designed for hauling toddlers. During this time, another customer came in, but occupied the shop owner only for a few minutes to buy some optic yellow rain pants and a pair of trouser leg clips. After he had left, Lane picked out a similar pair of pants, except in forest green, and a matching jacket with hood. He bought the jacket slightly oversized, knowing that in cold weather he would want to wear a sweater beneath. He also didn't want the bulge of the holstered SIG printing through the jacket, so looser was better. And he knew that he was in for a series of long, cold, wet rides. Next he asked for 2 spare inner tubes and a bottle of slime tire sealant in case of punctures. Gesturing to his pile of selected merchandise, Lane said, Die Rechnung, bitte? Kurt pulled out a notepad and started listing and totaling with a fat pencil. Finally, he said, with VAT, 3,315 euros. So let's just call it 3,300, okay? And he let out a deep breath. I don't have that in Papierbargeld, but I have it in Geld coin, echte Geldstücke, Goldmünzen. Are you familiar with the Französische Goldmünzen from early in the last century? The Rooster, der Hahn, 2 Franc Goldmünzen? Kurt's eyes brightened and he exclaimed, "Yeah." And he pulled out his wallet, and from an inner Velcro flap pocket he withdrew 2 franc Rooster gold coins in a plastic flip. The coins were dated 1905 and 1907. Handing the coin sleeve to the shop owner, he declared, "Dies ist nicht gefälscht, the genuine article." Kurt took the coins, closely examined them under a desk lamp, and said, I am not an expert of coins, but I do want to accept these for you to pay. Can you please come with me while I go and ask a guarantee of a Goldmünzenhandler, a dealer of coins, to test their value? He has a shop just 5 doors away, and he's a friend. And he replied, "Freilich, keine problem. My father will watch the store and your baggages." Before they left, Andy picked up his overseas bag, which held his most valuable possessions, including the SIG's extra ammo and accessories. He slung the bag strap over his shoulder. "This Gepäck goes with me," he explained. Kurt nodded and said softly, "Ich verstehe," as he took off his oil-stained canvas apron and handed it to his father. As he prepared to leave the shop, Becker became momentarily flustered. He did not know whether he should hand the coin back to Andy before they left the store or hold it himself. Andy pointed to Becker's front pants pocket. Kurt obliged. They walked down the street to a smaller store with barred windows with a sign declaring, H. Kurtz, Goldmünzenhandler. A neon sign that read, Silber Geld Bullionhandler, shone in the window. They had to first knock on the door and then be buzzed in after a clerk recognized Kurt's face. The small store was unusually crowded, with both buyers and sellers. "We take a number, I guess," Kurt joked. They had to wait nearly 15 minutes while other transactions were completed. Once at the counter, Kurt and the coin dealer exchanged friendly greetings, and then, as he handed over the coin flip, some rapid-fire German that Andy didn't catch much of. The only portions of the exchange that Andy understood were, Ja, alles klar, and the word Schätzung, which Andy remembered meant appraisal. Lane watched as the coin dealer examined the coins with a loupe, weighed each of them on his scale, calipered them with a fish coin gauge, and finally brushed their edges against a touchstone, but not without first asking, Wie bitte? He looked up with a smile and nodded, declaring, Ja, die sind echt. For Andy's benefit, the coin dealer switched to English. These coins are, yes, genuine. They weigh, both by the book of coins and by my scale, 0.1867 troy ounces of the fine gold. That is almost 1/5 of ounce troy for each. Pointing to some figures on a chalkboard behind him, he said, Today, spot gold in London is 9,112 euros per ounce. That makes these coins worth both together 3,402 euros. Kurt thanked the coin dealer and handed him a 50-euro note for the appraisal. As they walked back to the bike shop, Andy marveled at how the gold had held its buying power, while the U.S. dollar had become so worthless. Once back inside, Kurt declared to his father, 3,400 euros. Turning to Lane, he said, I am still owing you 100 euros difference, or the same in goods from my shop. But, Kurt, you had to pay for the Schätzung. I am not worried about that, Herr Kapitän. For tomorrow, gold bullion, it will be higher, and the euro will be lower, just as sure as the rising of the sun. Back at the store counter, Andy asked, Haben Sie Landkarten? Ja. Lane asked, For Frankreich? Yeah. The shop owner pulled out a Michelin large-scale road map of France that had a heavy cardboard cover. These maps are now 20 years. Becker also opened up a similar road map of Germany. Taking it over to the shop's photocopier, he said, Also, you will need to have our little corner of Germany. No charge for this. He made 2 photocopies of the western end of the map and handed them to Andy, who slipped them inside the cover of the map for France. Lane said, Okay, that leaves me 80 euros credit, so I'd like to use that to pay for your time to help me attach the racks and trailer hitch. Becker nodded. Then we have a deal for the 2 gold Handmünzen. Klar? They shook hands. Andy left the store an hour and a half later, after the bicycle modifications and packing had been completed. As he was packing, Becker gave Andy a box of heavy black plastic trash bags to use as waterproof liners for the panniers, handlebar bag, and the now half-empty overseas bag. The latter initially went into the almost full trailer, for fear that Becker might spot the SIG ammo and accessories. Lane would have preferred that his sleeping bag and bivouac bag stuff sacks be strapped to the top of the cargo rack, but the gooseneck of the trailer was in the way, so they, too, went in the trailer. Kurt and the old man both shook Lane's hand before he wheeled the bike and trailer out of the store. The younger Becker waved and said, Viel Glück? Thanks, but I'll need more than luck, Andy replied. I'll need God's grace. Well then, möge Gott mit dir sein. Andy took the Saarbrücker Strasse out of Landstuhl, heading west. Getting accustomed to the feel of the bike and trailer took some adjustment. After the first few uphill grades, he decided that he should carry less food and water. He kept 3 liters of water, but poured out 2 other 1-liter bottles. He decided to gradually reduce by half the amount of food in the packed trailer. Chapter 15. Der Pilger. To my mind, it is wholly irresponsible to go into the world incapable of preventing violence, injury, crime, and death. How feeble is the mindset to accept defenselessness, how unnatural, how cheap, how cowardly, how pathetic. Ted Nugent. Bruchmühlbach, Miesau, Germany. Early November, the first year. Anders Lane kept on the secondary roads as he headed toward the French border. He stopped when he reached the first dense stand of timber, loaded the SIG, and put it in his holster. The L-395 expressway had surprisingly few passing cars and trucks. Lane passed through the town of Bruchmühlbach-Miesau late in the afternoon. Just after turning southwest on L-119, the terrain again got hilly, and Andy was feeling exhausted. Paralleling a major railway line, the road was heavily treed on both sides. It was a long day of riding, and his muscles were unaccustomed to the new strain. Andy started looking for a secluded place where he could camp for the night. He wanted to stop before he got to Hamburg, which was a sizable city. Huffing and puffing his way up a grade, now in low gear, at barely more than a walking pace, Andy was surprised to see 3 young men burst from behind a screen of trees. They came running at him to intercept, with their boots thudding on the pavement. Before Andy could either pick up his pace or turn, they were upon him. All 3 of the men had shaved heads. 2 of them wore black flight jackets, while the third was in an obsolete Flecktarn camouflage-pattern Bundeswehr jacket. All 3 of them wore what looked like Doc Martens boots, or something similar. One of them grabbed the bike's handlebars, while another shoved a 1-inch diameter tree branch through the spokes of the front wheel. Lane wasn't going anywhere. The one standing the closest taunted, "Wo willst du denn hin, Pilger?" His breath stank of beer. Andy jumped off the bike and backed up 5 steps. He held his hands just out from his thighs, showing his palms to the men. The tallest one made a show of flicking open a German parachutist's gravity knife. He held it up and cackled. Then he looked down at the bike's pannier and trailer and asked, "Oh, this for me?" He set the bicycle's kickstand and then closed the knife and put it in his pocket. The third man loosened his grasp on the handlebars and began to walk around to Andy's side of the bike. Lane took 2 more steps backward. Then, in one smooth motion, he pulled back his jacket, drew the SIG pistol, leveled it, and took up the slack on its trigger. He took yet another 2 steps backward. He commanded them to leave. "Raus! Verschwindet!" The skinhead in the Bundeswehr jacket shook his head and hissed, "Nein, Pilgergeige. Deine Pistol ist nicht echt." "No, Pilgrim Fiddler, your pistol is fake." "Sorry, boys, but it's real. Now, verschwindet! Macht schnell! Und zwar schnell!" The one that had used the tree branch pulled it from the spokes, raised it over his head, and shouted, "Lügner!" He took a step forward. Andy aimed carefully and squeezed the trigger twice. The second shot hit the tree branch, ripping it from the man's hand. He looked startled. The one in Flecktarn shouted, "Lasst uns gehen!" All 3 of the skinheads ran off into the woods, shouting and cursing loudly. After seeing them top a hillock 75 yards away, still running at full speed, Andy thumbed the SIG's decocking lever. He switched magazines with one of the full spares on his belt and reholstered the gun. It was only then that he noticed that his hands were shaking and his ears were ringing. Back astride the bike, and again starting to pedal uphill, Andy's nerves calmed a bit, and he started to chuckle. Pumping his legs in cadence, he repeated to himself, like a running Jody, "Schweizer Qualität, Swiss quality. Schweizer Qualität, Swiss quality." He spent the first night just over a mile farther down the road. It was getting dark, and he could see the lights of the village of Bruchhof in the distance. According to his map, there would be at least 5 miles of urban area beyond that. So he turned left onto a farm road, and then again onto a smaller lane that ran into the woods. Now that it was almost full dark, he pulled his bicycle off the road and into the woods. There were just a few scattered lights from farmhouses. Unlike a typical American forest that was choked with fallen trees, this forest was of the orderly German model. It looked more like a park than a woodlot. He had no trouble wheeling his bike and trailer 200 yards into the timber. Finding a brushy patch, Andy disconnected the trailer and laid his bike down. Then he backed the trailer into a clump of brush. The ground here was fairly level. Thankfully, it wasn't raining. It took him just a couple of minutes to set up his camp. His sleeping bag was kept stowed inside his bivouac bag. All that he had to do was lay it out on top of his ground pad. After rolling back a large rock and relieving himself, he returned to his bike trailer and washed his hands with a water bottle. Andy sat and prayed. He had a lot to be thankful for. He pulled out an MRE at random. He was ravenous and wolfed down nearly all of its contents in just a few minutes, not bothering with the niceties of the heating packet and the drink mixes. After eating the chicken and rice entree, he gobbled down the entire packet of crackers, followed by several slugs of water. Then he tore off the corner of the peanut butter pouch and began squirting it directly into his mouth. Finally, he put all of the candies into his shirt pocket. After zipping closed the clear plastic front of the bike trailer, Andy sat down and kicked off his sneakers. They were still wet from an earlier rain shower. He realized that he would have to alternate between his 2 sets of sneakers on this trip, this pair that would only rarely dry out, and the pair that he'd keep dry. The latter he would wear only on days when there was no threat of rain. He put the shoes into a plastic bag and tucked it into the foot end of his bivy bag. He draped his rain gear over the sides of the trailer to help camouflage it. He'd have to do something about the bright yellow color. Before crawling into his bag, he rolled up his coat inside out to use as a pillow and tucked the cig under it. He took off his damp socks and put them between his outer shirt and T-shirt to dry overnight. It took Andy several hours to get to sleep. The stress of the incident with the skinhead robbers still had him cranked up. His mind was racing with 1,000 questions. What could he have done differently? Probably not much. Had they reported him to the local Polizeistation? Probably not. Had they wet their pants? Probably. Andy chuckled. He was worried about his prospects for getting back to the United States. He was worried about his fiancée. He was even worried about the chain and derailleur on his bicycle. Unable to sleep, he nibbled on the leftover candy and listened to the breeze and the sound of the raindrops dripping off the tree branches. He whispered to himself, "Dang, I forgot to brush my teeth. Oh well, starting tomorrow." As he finally drifted off to sleep, Andy worked on a mental checklist for the next day. I need to get more calories. I need to keep fully hydrated. I need to watch my gear settings well in advance for hills. I need to reorganize the trailer so that the gear that I need most frequently will be closest at hand. I need to check my six more often. I need to find a way to keep my socks dry. I need to take smaller snacks rather than just 3 large meals. I need to reposition the magazine pouch so that it won't dig into my side. He awoke just before dawn the next morning, feeling sore in his buttocks, thighs, and lower back. Obviously, bicycling used different muscles than he had been using with his regular PT regimen. There would be some inevitable adjustments to this mode of travel. After the eastern horizon started to lighten, he shook the water droplets off his bivy bag and rolled it up. In the distance, a cow was mooing for its calf. He could hear, but not see, just one car or light truck drive by on the nearby road. He took 10 minutes to clean and oil the pistol and to top off the magazine that had 2 rounds expended. Between the boxes and what was already loaded in the magazines, he still had almost 450 rounds of 9mm ball ammunition available, about 9 pounds of ammunition and magazines. He was willing to shed weight from his load in water and food, but not ammunition. That was a priority. His breakfast was a small can of peaches, a half-crushed breakfast roll that was left over from the previous morning at the BOQ Frühstückroom, and a bit of jerky. Out of habit, he buried his empty food wrappers and the dirty pistol-cleaning patches. That was what he had always told his troops was good litter discipline for the field. Andy stowed his gear, and, in the process, shifted a few items between his various bags and compartments to put things within closer reach. He checked the pressure of the bike's tires, then hooked up the trailer. Looking around his campsite, he was satisfied to see that the only signs of his presence would be some crushed grass. He quietly walked the bike back down to the road. It was starting to rain again. Andy pressed on, westward. The weather was rainy in the morning, soon soaking his shoes and socks. At times, the spray from passing trucks was brutal. There was no good way to avoid riding through the city of Hamburg without taking a huge detour. The traffic in the city was surprisingly light. Obviously, benzene was becoming more precious with each passing day. Other than some long queues at gas stations, the activity in Hamburg appeared relatively normal. Even though the terrain was more mountainous, Lane decided to take the smaller road through Friedrichsthal and Hüsweiler, rather than get near Autobahn 6, the major route west that went through Saarbrücken. The weather started to clear and warm up in the afternoon, and Andy made good time. He stopped at an Eisenwaren store in Hüsweiler and bought a can of flat brown spray paint, as well as the Fawkes gas lamp mantles that Lars had requested. He bought the store's entire inventory, 62 mantles. Even if these were more than Lars needed, they'd be a very lightweight and compact, yet valuable, barter item. Exhausted after a long day of riding, Andy made camp in some dense woods north of Saarvellingen just before dark. Other than a candy bar, he had skipped lunch, so he was again ravenous. He ate a can of sausages, a packet of crackers, and a package of ramen soaked in cold water. Lane detached and unpacked the trailer. He then used the full contents of the can of spray paint, covering up the untactical bright yellow trailer. He even sprayed the clear plastic front of the trailer, since there was no need to have visibility in or out of it. The trailer now blended in with the forest for his bivouacs. He was anxious to set up his radios, since it was a Tuesday, one of his scheduled short-wave contact nights. He set up his pocket-sized Cato receiver on a large stump and rolled out its long wire antenna, hanging the far end up on a tree limb. He placed his overseas bag in front of the stump to use for a low chair. Then he put on his headphones and dialed in 10.000 megahertz. The WWV time signal in Colorado had a faintly audible signal, even though there was daylight between him and the United States. "So far, so good," he whispered to himself. Andy confirmed that the radio's clock was set to GMT. In Germany, it was GMT plus 1 hour, but in New Mexico, it was GMT minus 7 hours. Still not yet noon. Next, he programmed the radio's alarm function to wake him at 0325 GMT, 4:25 a.m. local time. Andy heard it announced that it was 17 minutes after the hour, so he continued listening to WWV for the geophysical data report that always came on 18 minutes after each hour. They reported a solar activity of K2, K3, weak to unsettled, which was marginal for long-range propagation in the shortwave bands. Andy's face sank into a frown. Next, Andy erected the dipole antenna for his transceiver. He lined it up so that the antenna's broadside would face to the northwest, the Great Circle direction from him to Lars in New Mexico. Fortunately, he didn't need to worry about grounding the radio, since he was using a dipole antenna. Lars had helped Andy build and test the QRP transceiver 4 years earlier. It was one of a pair of kits that they ordered from Ellicraft in California. Andy justified the price to Kaylee by telling her that this radio had slightly more output power than a traditional flea power rig, ham slang for a transmitter with less than 1 watt. But the extra bit of power would really make a difference for DX, long-distance communications. Shortly before his departure for Afghanistan, Kaylee had decorated the exterior of the transceiver's Tupperware box with some of her artistry, Andy's call sign, K5CLA, and a humorous, stylized cartoon of a flea wearing headphones with yellow lightning bolts emanating from its hind end. Kaylee had laughingly reminded Andy to pack his mighty flea as he was preparing to deploy. Inside the waterproof storage box, the transceiver was so small that there was enough room left over for a small, spiral-bound notebook, an external power cord with both car battery clips and a cigarette lighter plug, and several small spools of wire for spare antenna or ground leads. He inserted 6 batteries into the battery tray and used the radio's battery voltage monitor to verify that they were good. Andy flipped open his notepad and turned it to a page of notes from when he was explaining radio procedure to Kaylee. He paused to read it again, because Kaylee had annotated it with questions, comments, and her ever-present cartoon doodles. He missed her so much that it hurt. The page read, Some common abbreviations used in CW, Morse transmissions. These are sent as if they were a single character. AR, end of message, typically sent on your last transmission before you send the call signs the final time. BT, paragraph break, or just a break in our thoughts. Kaylee wrote,
How do you say period?
We rarely use periods. Too slow and awkward to send compared to BT, unless we're relaying literal text where they matter. SK. If sent after sending the call signs the final time, it means we are shutting off the radio and not accepting any more calls. Common abbreviations sent as words using normal characters. ABT, about. BK, break. This means back to you, no need to use call signs. CPY, copy. CU, see you, later. DE, from. This is used between call signs. ES, and. FB, fine business, basically means that's great or that's wonderful. FER, for. Beneath this, Kaylee wrote,
That is goofy. Why not for? FOR.
Andy penned, laziness. It's just quicker in Morse to send FER than FOR. HI, laugh. HR, here. HW, how. K, go ahead. KN, go ahead only the station I am calling or talking to. MNI, many. NM, name. OM, old man. All men are OMs in the ham world. Beside this line, Kaylee drew a caricature of an old bearded man tripping on his beard. PSE, please. R, I heard everything you said and don't need you to repeat anything. Kaylee wrote,
So R is the first thing we'll reply with on each over. Or not if we need a repeat, right?
Right. TNX, thanks. TU, thank you. UR, your, Y-O-U-R, or Y-O-U apostrophe R-E, depending on context. VY, very. YL, young lady. All females are YLs in the ham world. Kaylee annotated this line with a caricature of an old witch wearing headphones. The cable from the headphones was dipped in a cauldron. 73. Best regards, always used singularly. Only CBers and ex-CBers use the plural, 73s. 88. Hugs and kisses. Question mark? Sent by itself, it means I'm going to repeat what I just said. Beneath that, Kaylee had written in larger block letters, KL, hi, 88, PSE, come home soon, for 88, URYL 73, AR. Translation? Kaylee, hi, hugs and kisses. Please come home soon for hugs and kisses. Your young lady. Best regards. End of message. Common Q signals sent as words. QRM, interference from another station. QRN, static. QRP, low power, less than 5 watt transmitters. QRZ, question mark, who is calling me? Or at the end of the contact, sent instead of SK, it means I'm listening for more calls and would like to receive some. QSB, fading. QSO, a contact, conversation. QSY, change frequency. QTH, location. Note, call signs are always sent in this order. Other guy's call sign, DE. Your call sign. And below that, Kaylee had drawn a cartoon of an outhouse with an enormous antenna mast on top captioned QTH number 1, OM, QSO, with TP. Translation? Location number 1, old man, a contact with toilet paper. Andy laughed and closed the notebook. He plugged in the antenna and his headphones. And he didn't need to plug in or even carry an old-style hand key, as the KX-1 had an internal electronic keyer and a set of keyer paddles that plugged directly into its case for the ultimate in portability and operating ease. The paddles were manipulated by a slight movements of the thumb and forefinger, squeezing the paddles, enabling him to send Morse much faster and smoother than he could with a traditional telegrapher's hand key. The paddles also had the advantage of being virtually silent versus the familiar clackety-clack of a hand key. For convenience and to allow him to keep one hand free, he attached the radio to his thigh using a Velcro strap. And he switched it on and set it to 10.106 megahertz, the international 30-meter band QRP calling frequency. And he put on the headphones, gave a brief, silent prayer, and then whispered, "Okay, Mighty Flea, do your stuff." Squeezing the KX-1's keyer paddles, Andy remembered to add DL/ in front of his call sign to indicate that he was transmitting in Germany, and keyed, "CQ, CQ, CQ. This is K5CLA, mobile, in Germany. Go ahead." He was surprised to hear an immediate answering call, only slightly off frequency. "K5CLA, this is PA3ADG. PA3ADG, go ahead." As he listened, he quickly adjusted the radio's incremental tuning for a comfortable, medium-pitched Morse code tone and wrote the other ham's call sign, PA3ADG, on his notepad. Excitedly, Andy replied, "PA3ADG, this is DL/K5CLA. Fine business. I'm reading you at 589 strength. My name is Andy." Then he excitedly added, "I am an ex-U.S. Army officer biking through Germany, and I am trying to get to the coast to find a ship home to the USA. Break." The ham answered, "Andy, I'm reading you at 449 strength. Fine business. Break. My name is Wim. I'm transmitting from Amsterdam. Are you on a bike or motorcycle?" Andy replied, "I'm on a pedal bike. I am camping. Break." He added, "My rig is a KX-1 QRP transmitter, only about 2 watts. Break." Wim answered, "Sounds like tough way to go in winter." Laugh. Break. Andy replied quickly, "Yes, it is tough." Laugh. "Wim, could I ask you, please, do you know of any ships from France or Belgium or Netherlands sailing to the U.S.? Break." Wim replied, "I received your transmission. I will check on that and call you on this frequency at 1845 Zulu time." Andy hammered back, "See you and 73. Regards, K5CLB mobile in Germany, calling PA3ADG, silent key. Very fine business, Wim. Many thanks. 73 regards. End of message. PA3ADG. This is DL/K5CLB. Any other stations?" Andy let out a sigh. He listened to the radio for a few minutes, but no other hams jumped in. He turned off the transceiver, reset the Cato radio's alarm to 1842, and said a prayer. He covered both radios with a trash bag, held down by his coat. While he was waiting for the follow-up from Holland, he set up his bivvy bag and ground pad and ate a can of applesauce. It was almost dark. Andy could hear what sounded like a dove or pigeon cooing in the trees above. He felt chilled after sitting still while sweaty, so Andy peeled off his windbreaker and rain pants and wrung out his socks. Then he crawled into his sleeping bag to wait. He half dozed for the next hour. The Cato's alarm went off, and Andy crawled out of the bag. He picked his way toward the dim outline of the stump in the dark and switched off the alarm. It was getting colder, so he put his coat on. Again seated on the overseas bag, he fumbled to put on his headphones and turned on the KX-1 transceiver. Right on the dot, at 1845, Andy heard Wim's crisp Morse code. DL K5CLA. DL K5CLA. This is PA3ADG. Go ahead. Lane replied, PA3ADG, DE, DL/K5CLA. Fine business, Wim. I'm reading you 589, break. Wim answered, Bad news, Andy. Break. There are no ships sailing to the U.S. or Canada. Break. Insurance companies say that it is too dangerous. Break. Sorry. Break. Planes still aground indefinitely. Break. Andy sent back, Okay, Wim. Thank you very much for checking. Break. Wim added, I think your best hope to find ship to U.S. is in Hamburg or Le Havre or Marseille. Break. Bon chance to you, Andy. Break. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Andy signed off. He reset the Cato's alarm to 0325 and again covered the radios to protect them from the weather. He slept uneasily, waking several times to glance at the tritium markings on his watch dial. When the alarm went off again at 0325 GMT, he was better prepared, with his red lens-subdued LED flashlight close at hand. Blinking, he said to himself, I need a cup of Java. And he switched the transceiver to 10.128. This was prearranged as the primary contact frequency for the Lane brothers. His notepad included a list of alternate frequencies to use in descending order in case of interference. At 0330 GMT, 9:30 p.m. in New Mexico, Andy heard a weak Morse code signal. K5CLB-DE, K5CLA, K5CLB-DE, K5CLA. The transceiver's signal strength indicator barely lit up. That did not bode well, since Lars had a 200-watt transmitter. Andy reached for the paddles and replied, K5CLA-DE, K5CLB-KN. Lars repeated his K5CLB-DE, K5CLA, K5CLB-DE, K5CLA transmission. Again, Andy replied, but it was apparent that his transmission was not propagating with enough strength to be heard above the static noise floor. After 10 minutes of this frustration, Andy heard K5CLA-DE, K5CLB-BT. In case you can hear me, BT. All is well with us and Kaylee, BT. Local power is up, but U.S. grids down, BT. Situation looking very Mad Max all over the U.S., BT. KL says, love, ES-88, ES, hurry home, BT. Psalm 91 to you, ARDE, K5CLB, SK. After 3 more attempts to make contact, Lars repeated the same brief report and then signed off. Disgusted at his lack of success at two-way communication, Andy packed up his transceiver in the zipper bags. Realizing that he probably wouldn't be able to get back to sleep, he moved his ground pad and bivy bag closer to the stump, and, being careful not to snag the antenna lead, he crawled in, cradling the shortwave receiver in his left arm. Andy tuned through several bands, searching for English broadcasts. He caught a brief news summary on BBC at 0430 and a more lengthy news show on Radio Netherlands at 0500. None of the news was good. The disruption in civilian air traffic in Europe was expected to continue for at least several weeks. Yesterday, there had been a simultaneous pair of bombings by Al-Qaeda in Bonn and Frankfurt. Hundreds of Arab immigrants were rioting over the currency inflation. In Paris and several other large cities in France, they were back to their old tricks, torching dozens of parked cars. Meanwhile, New York City, Baltimore, Chicago and Dallas and Los Angeles were in flames. Chapter 16. Grid Down. Whole nations depend on technology. Stop the wheels for 2 days, and you'd have riots. No place is more than 2 meals from a revolution. Think of Los Angeles or New York with no electricity. Or a longer view, fertilizer plants stop. Or a longer view yet, no new technology for 10 years. What happens to our standard of living? Yet the damned fools won't pay 10 minutes attention a day to science and technology. How many people know what they're doing? Where do these carpets come from? The clothes you're wearing? What do carburetors do? Where do sesame seeds come from? Do you know? Does one voter out of 30? They won't spend 10 minutes a day thinking about the technology that keeps them alive. Larry Niven and Jerry Pournelle, Lucifer's Hammer, 1977. Bloomfield, New Mexico, November, the first year. The collapse of the power grids was a turning point in the crunch. Before the grid went down, life in the U.S. went on with just the stress of mass inflation. But after grid power disappeared, life changed radically. The Texas grid was the last one to go, just a few days after the eastern and western grids failed in rapid succession. The cities of Farmington and Bloomfield had power supplied by the Farmington Electric Utility System, FEUS, a local power co-op that had its own production capacity from 3 natural gas-fired plants, as well as a hydroelectric plant at the Navajo Dam on the San Juan River. These provided nearly all of the power needs for their 1,700-square-mile service area. The remainder of their power was purchased from the Western grid at wholesale rates. When the Western grid collapsed, the FEUS was able to get local power, detached from the main grid, back online within a minute. If it were not for this local production capacity, the cities of the Four Corners region, as well as many farmers and ranchers, would have run out of water. Meanwhile, most other cities in the nation only had a 3-day supply of water in the gravity tanks that provided pressure to the municipal lines. When the grid went down, the municipal water systems in those cities failed. Robbie Lane had carefully researched and chosen Bloomfield for relocation, primarily because of its local power generation capacity and agriculture. The community's growth in the 1980s and 1990s eventually outstripped the local power production capacity of FEUS. However, by removing daytime service to some industrial customers and begging the local community to take extreme conservation measures, by asking customers to refrain from using electric heaters and to not use electric kitchen ranges during daylight hours, the utility was able to meet local needs. The local public relations ad campaign emphasized, "Save power so we'll have water, and save water so we'll have power." That message was heeded by most customers, and power consumption dropped by 20%. The other reason that Robbie Lane had picked the Bloomfield area was because the region was served by a number of irrigation ditches that ran year-round. These were entirely gravity-fed as diversions from the San Juan River, far upstream to the east. The ditches north of the river were administered by the Bloomfield Irrigation District. BID, and ditches south of the river by the Hammond Ditch Association. The maze of ditches included the Porter Ditch, Citizens Ditch, Yaquez Ditch, and the Pompa de la Sequia. Thanks to fairly reliable rains that kept the Navajo Dam full and seasonal releases from the dam, the irrigation ditches never went dry. Throughout the United States, EPA water quality standards instituted in the 1980s and 1990s forced even cities with gravity-fed water systems to install electric pumps for water filtration. Older gravity filters were replaced with new filters that met the 0.3 nephelometer turbidity unit, NTU, standard filters. In most cases, this meant that new filters that were pressurized with electric pumps had to be installed. When the grids went down, many city water utility engineers were reluctant to bypass the pressurized water filtration systems for fear of being fined by the EPA. So people who otherwise would have gravity-fed drinking water available were no better off than those who lived where electrically pumped water from aquifers was the norm. This needlessly turned millions of additional people into refugees. The San Juan Generating Station, on Navajo tribal land 15 miles west of Farmington near the town of Fruitland, was a coal-fired plant with 4 operating units that together could produce 2,000 megawatts of power, making it one of the biggest coal-fired generating stations in North America. After the western grid failed, the plant's managers took the plant offline. For the grid to function, nearly all of its production units had to be online. It was essentially an all-or-nothing grid, and the catastrophic grid failure of the crunch was something that had never been fully anticipated. In normal operation, the San Juan Generating Station consumed 15,000 tons of coal per day. The plant was the first of several western mine-mouth co-located power plants that drew from contiguous deposits of subbituminous coal. Much of the coal came directly to the plant by way of a 2,800-yard-long conveyor belt system. By itself, San Juan could not serve the entire western grid. Efforts to reconstitute the grid were almost comical. Only the hydroelectric plants of the Pacific Northwest and a couple of mine-mouth plants like San Juan stayed online during the reconstitution attempts. All of the smaller plants were offline, mostly due to lack of workers, many of whom were striking in an attempt to get inflation indexing of their salaries. The nuclear plants all went offline. Frustratingly, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission refused to recertify the plants for operation unless a 3-day checklist restart procedure with umpteen inspections was strictly followed. Wholesale payments to the San Juan Generating Station from the power utilities, averaging 2.5 cents per kilowatt-hour, had already become a joke, so the grid collapse was actually a relief to the plant management. With inflation raging, the break-even point for the plant would have been somewhere north of 50 cents per kilowatt-hour in the inflated dollars. The adjoining coal mine, wholly owned by the Navajo Nation, stayed in operation for just 2 days after the San Juan Generating Station went offline. This production filled their staging area to capacity, 178,000 tons in open-air piles. It was decided that this coal would be designated a tribal asset, and that it would be made freely available to any registered Navajo Nation member or anyone else who spoke fluent Navajo. All others had to pay cash. The rate was eventually settled at 20 cents in silver for a pickup load or $1 in silver for a 15-yard dump truck load. Although the coal was inferior to hard anthracite, it sufficed for home heating. Despite the collapse of the larger power grids, the lights stayed on almost continuously in the Farmington-Bloomfield region because it had local grid power supplied by the Farmington Electric Utility System, FEAS. The FEAS had its own generating capacity. When Lars, Liz, and Kaylee gathered for breakfast one morning in November, they decided to put their preparation in high gear. On 3 legal pads, they created 3 priority lists titled Urgent, Important, and Tertiary. The urgent list had just 4 items. Alps prosthetic skin lotion, or maybe a safe oil-filled goop silicone equivalent that will work with chafing for prosthetic arm. Detailed topo maps, preferably 7.5-minute or 15-minute scale. Need our local map sheet and the 8 contiguous sheets. Gas lamp mantles, need 20 plus. Contact lens saline solution and spare glasses for Kaylee. The important list included more batteries, especially need NIM rechargeable, prefer later low self-discharge LSD type. Extra chains and spark plug for chainsaw. Distilled water for battery bank. Can make a solar still if need be. The tertiary list included tampons, a lot more salt for preserving meat and attracting deer, playing cards, books, more spices, more kerosene. Any extra would be great for barter or charity. 22 long rifle ammo for bartering, elk hunting calls. The Lanes and Kaylee Schmidt were only able to work their way through part of these lists before they ran out of cash. After that, they successfully bartered for a few items using ammunition and pre-1965 silver coins. Chapter 17. Buckaroos. You've got to understand that we had a big ranch, but we only got money once or twice a year out of it. The money wasn't very free. All the money you got was in gold coin. I remember I was nearly 15 or 16 years old before I saw much paper money. It was all gold and silver. They didn't have any greenbacks that I remember. My dad would take the wool and mutton to sell, and he'd come back with some tobacco sacks full of $20 gold pieces. He used to drive 300 or 400 head of sheep down to Cloverdale. They only brought about $2 a head. A big 4-horse wagon load of wool taken over to Ukiah would pay for the groceries and clothes for the next winter. That was the big trip of the year when I was a boy. That was when the money came in. That was the way that we used to get paid for things. Gold and silver coins. As kids, they used to let us play with the gold coins now and again. That was quite a celebration. Ernest E. Rawles, 1897 to 1985. Their trip to Berea Baptist Church on Sunday was memorable. Kaylee, who attended church only infrequently, mostly because of doctrinal differences, stayed at home to guard the roost. Lars, Beth, and Grace drove to church in Beth's Saturn View, since it got better mileage than Lars' Dodge Durango. They expected a light turnout. From what they had heard, the gasoline shortage had spooked many people into extreme conservation mode. Others were afraid to leave their homes unattended for fear of burglary. As they pulled off of Blanco Road into the church parking lot, Lars chuckled and pointed to the overflow parking lot behind the church, which now had 15 horses hitched up to a newly erected rail. Saddles were draped over a row of 55-gallon drums resting on their sides, lined up in a phalanx. After they parked their car, they stepped over to the fence to look at the horses and saddles. Grace exclaimed, "Ooh, Daddy, are we going to get a horse?" "Probably very soon, Anneli," Lars replied, using her pet name, which was Finnish for Grace. Beth pointed and said, "Notice that 3 of those are pack saddles?" Lars replied, "That's odd." He made a mental note to donate some more drums, since if the trend in transportation in this new era of insanely expensive gasoline continued, the church would soon need room for more saddles. He could spare the drums, since he had a dozen that had been painted white for use in horseback barrel racing back in the 1970s, but they were now useless for storing fluid, since their bottoms were badly rusted. After walking through the sanctuary to the building's multi-purpose room for their usual pre-church cup of coffee, they saw that the room was newly lined with 2 rows of pallet boxes on both sides for donations. These were marked canned food, perishables, women's clothing, boys' clothing, girls' shoes, and so forth. As they walked by them, Beth said, "Let's sort through some extra clothes and shoes that Grace has outgrown to donate." Lars nodded in agreement. Ray, the leader of their adult Sunday school class, was there as usual, but he looked a bit self-conscious, carrying a SIG P250 in a hip holster, with 4 spare magazines and open-top pouches on the opposite hip. Lars said reassuringly, "I'm glad to see you're packing. Thanks for making everyone feel safer. Even though the police department is right across the road, we can't be too careful." As they sat down at one of the classroom tables, Beth asked quietly, "Is there any way we can still buy handguns?" Lars shook his head. "No way, hon. You'd have to trade a couple of new cars to get a decent pistol these days." During the prayer and praise time before the class began, when prayer requests were made, a black teenager, who the Lanes didn't recognize, stood up and announced, "You folks don't know me, or us. My name is Shadrach Phelps. My friends and I would appreciate your prayers. The 3 of us come from an orphanage over in Rio Arriba County that was closing down. We don't have any place to go, and we're looking for work around here, even for just room and board and hay for our horses. We're all hard workers. We each got our own horses and tack. We can buck hay all day long, split wood, butcher deer, and we know which end of the shovel goes in the ground. Oh, and, of course, we're Christians. We're trusting in God's providence. Thing is, we all want to get hired on somewhere together. We're tight, so we don't want to split up. Anyway, again, we'd appreciate your prayers." Phelps gave an embarrassed grin as he sat down. As he did, there were murmurs throughout the classroom. After the Sunday school class, the Lanes approached the Phelps boys. They were talking with a widow that Lars recognized as the owner of a ranch near Bloomfield. Shad Phelps was gesturing, pointing to his friends. "I'm sorry, but if you can't take all 3 of us, then I'll have to say no. But thank you." The woman nodded and turned away. Lars approached Shadrach Phelps and shook his hand. He looked Shad in the eye and pronounced, "My father always used to say, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, then go together. I'd like you young men to come work for me and my wife at our ranch. I think that we'll go far together." Hiring the boys was a straightforward arrangement, but feeding their 6 horses was a bit more complicated. When Lars and Beth first took over the ranch, they found that Tim Rankin had not done a very good job of maintenance. The little brush and roller painting that he had done had left copious spatters, and the spray painting had left obvious overspray. The elder Lane's saddles were still there, but Rankin had borrowed and never returned their girth straps, as well as several horse pads and blankets. At least Rankin had been vigilant about poisoning the mice and pack rats, and he had done a decent job of weed control in the pastures. Lars and Andy were both away on active duty when Tim Rankin moved into the house. When they asked about their father's guns, Rankin said that he hadn't found any in the house. This made Lars and Andy suspicious, because they knew that their father owned several guns. Since these guns had mostly sentimental value, they didn't push the issue with Rankin, who pled, "Well, if they were in the house, they must have been burglarized before I ever got there. There were a lot of strangers in the house after your dad passed on. The paramedics, the cops, the coroner, and probably more. Any one of them could have lifted your dad's guns." When Tim Rankin left, there were still 2 tons of year-old alfalfa hay in the hay barn and about 3 tons of baled straw in the stable loft. As soon as his job offers to the Phelps boys were accepted, Lars started to make inquiries about hay, grain, and firewood. After much searching and dickering, he bartered a mint-condition U.S. $5 gold piece in exchange for 9 tons of alfalfa, 5 cores of pinyon pine firewood, 7 salt blocks, and 200 pounds of molasses-sweetened cob, a mix of cracked corn, rolled oats, and barley. Lars felt that he got the worst end of the deal because gold was then selling for $8,460 per ounce. Since not even counting its numismatic value, the $5 gold piece contained almost a quarter ounce of gold, Lars felt cheated. The ranch's pair of 15-acre irrigated pastures were in decent shape, but to be useful to their full capacity once again, they needed to be reseeded. The local feed store still had some sacks of orchard grass pasture blend seed on hand. It took some dickering, but Lane was able to get 50 pounds of the seed blend in exchange for 3 silver quarters and a box of 50 .22 long rifle cartridges. Lane soon put the Phelps boys to work, broadcasting half of the sack of seed with a hand-cranked broadcaster, primarily in the pasture's many bare spots. But the more difficult work came in the next 2 weeks, when they laboriously raked the seed into the soil. They also had to be vigilant in scaring off any passing birds until after the seed had sprouted. Like so many other things that had previously been taken for granted, grass seed had become a precious commodity. It was after the orphans arrived that Lars also discovered that Tim Rankin had pilfered most of the horse care tools and veterinary supplies for his father's horses. There was little left other than a couple of half-empty jars of swat fly repellent. Luckily, the boys had brought with them a pair of hoof nippers, a hoof rasp, a brush, and 2 horse combs. Diego Aguilar had also providently sent along a 16-ounce bulk can of horse wormer. Instead of using a mouth syringe like the one Lars had previously used, the boys heavily coated a mouth bit with the paste and attached the bit, just as they would do for riding. Giving a horse a double handful of sweet feed then ensured that the medicine went down. While the Diego method of dosing was less accurate, Lane presumed that it was effective. Chapter 18. Rock and Roll. Note that Finland's 5 million people own 4 million personal firearms. Just wait till Congressman Schumer finds out about that. Jeff Cooper. Jeff Cooper's Commentaries, Volume 3, Number 2, January 1995. Stowing the boys' tack and moving into the bunkhouse didn't take long, as they hadn't carried much gear. The bunkhouse was utilitarian, but well insulated. The interior walls were covered with unpainted plywood. It had 2 narrow rooms that sat side by side, each with their own door, off the foyer. One of them had a window at one end with some gauzy curtains, and 2 sets of bunk beds that were positioned end to end. The other room didn't contain much except for about 30 boxes, most of which contained National Geographic magazines that had belonged to Lane's maternal grandmother. Some of these dated back to the 1930s. Both of the rooms were heated by a barrel wood stove on a low flagstone pedestal in the foyer. Soon after moving in and starting their monthly rotating OP duty shifts, the boys realized that one of them would have to sleep during the day, but the daylight would make it difficult for that individual to sleep. So Shad asked Lars if they could move the bunk beds to the other room, which could be kept completely dark. Lars gave his consent. But just 10 minutes later, Shad returned to the house, looking confused.
Mr. Lane, there's something wrong with that other room in the bunkhouse.
What do you mean wrong?
When the bunk beds were in the south room, they fit fine, but now, when we moved them into the other room,
They don't fit. That's weird because the rooms are supposed to be the same length. Can you come and take a look?" Lars pulled a 25-foot tape measure from his desk drawer and followed Shad to the bunkhouse. With the tape measure, they found that the windowless room was 6 inches shorter than the other. Lars chuckled. Pulling the bunk back from the far wall, he began rapping with his knuckles in various places on the plywood, listening for differences in sounds. Lars half sang, "Methinks my dad did some creative carpentry here." "So, it's like a fake wall?" Reuben asked. "Yes, I suspect that it is. Give me just a minute." Leaving the boys, Lane walked briskly to the shop and soon returned with his Makita cordless screw gun. Starting at the middle of the wall at chest level, Lars began backing out the sheetrock screws that held the plywood in place at 16-inch intervals. He was surprised when the first screw dropped to the floor after just a few turns. Looking down at the screw, he saw that it was just a stub. "That's odd. Must have broken off." The same thing happened with the next screw. "What?" Lars exclaimed. Reaching down, he picked up the 2 fallen screws. They were both just 3/8 of an inch long. Examining them closely, he observed, "These didn't break. These were sawed off with a hacksaw." Lars resumed removing the plywood sheet's screws in front of him. He found that most of the screws had been shortened and installed just to give the appearance of functional fasteners, but only 6 of them, 4 in the corners and 2 that were at the midpoint of the plywood sheet, were a full 2 inches in length and went through to the studs behind. "Oh, Dad, you clever Finn. Take a look at this, guys. This panel is designed to be removed with only 6 screws to take out." "Here, help me with this," said Lars, as he backed the last screw out of the upper left corner. Lane and the boys bounced the 3/4-inch thick sheet of plywood loose and pulled it away, revealing a cavity behind that was crammed full of stacked ammo cans, mostly U.S. Army surplus cans originally made to hold .30 caliber ammunition, and several odd-shaped items wrapped in heavy black plastic trash bags, sealed with priority mail packing tape. Starting with the 3rd row of ammo cans, all of the items were held in place either with hardware wire attached to screw eyes or hung from closet hooks. It was now obvious that his father had added a framework of 2x6s at the far end of the room and covered it to look like the original wall. Given the dimensions of the rooms, the difference in their depths was almost imperceptible. Lars began laughing as he started pulling the contents from the wall cache. "You boys may have heard that us Finns are the quiet, stoical type. Well, my dad, his first name was Robbie, fit that description to a T. My mom said that my dad would go for days at a time without much more than grunts and a good morning and a good night. He never told me about this wall, and my mom and my brother never mentioned it either, so I suppose that he kept it all to himself." After a pause, he added, "And since he died suddenly of a heart attack after my mom died, he never got the chance." It took the better part of the afternoon for him to inventory the gear. Meanwhile, Shad and Reuben used the Makita to remove other sheets of plywood throughout the bunkhouse, checking for more hidden compartments. They found none. Starting first with the plastic-wrapped guns, Lane found 4 Finnish M39 bolt-action rifles, almost identical to his own rifle, except that one of them was built on an early hexagonal receiver, and they had barrels from different makers. One was a Tikka, 2 were made by Valmet, marked VKT, and the other was made by Seiko. Always thorough and safety-conscious, Robbie Lane had attached tags to the trigger guard of each gun that read, "Grease in bore and chamber, remove before firing." Inside one of the plastic bags was a zippered green canvas case that, when unzipped, revealed an M1 carbine equipped with M2 conversion parts. Lars exclaimed, "Son of a... this thing is rock and roll." Shad asked, "You mean it's a full auto?" "Well, technically the term is selective fire, because it will shoot either semi-auto or full auto." After checking the gun's chamber to ensure that it was unloaded, Lane thumbed the carbine selector lever on the left side of the receiver, explaining, "The rear position here is semi-auto, but when it's flipped forward, it's full auto. A lot of guys converted M1 carbines into M2s back in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, since the conversion parts were pretty widely available, and it doesn't require any modification of the receiver." Shad grinned and said, "Oh, yeah, I read about M2 carbines once in a gun magazine, but that's a major bust if you get caught with it." Lars went on, "Yes, legally it's a contraband gun, but given the present circumstances, I think that's about to become a non-issue, if it isn't one already. But just the same, I don't think that I'll go around advertising that I have an unregistered Class 3 gun. I'd appreciate it if you'd also keep your lips zipped." Shad said, "Yes, sir." The other boys gave exaggerated nods. In another canvas case, this one reinforced with green leather at the ends, was a Valmet M62, the Finnish equivalent of the Russian AK-47, with a tubular stock. Lane let out a whistle when he saw the gun. He knew that the Valmet was considered the Cadillac of the AK family, and very valuable. One ammo can held 11 spare magazines for the M2 carbine, and another had 7 green plastic waffle magazines for the Valmet M62. There were also various slings and pouches for magazines, and an odd-looking bayonet for the Valmet M62 in a green leather sheath. It was marked Fiskars. To Lars, it looked more like a filleting knife than a bayonet. Later, after the boys went into the house to help get dinner ready, Lars was examining the Valmet M62 and realized that it, too, was selective fire. Looking closely, he saw that instead of just 2 positions, the safety selector had 3 positions, with one in the middle for full auto fire. He concluded that it was an original Finnish Defense Force M62, rather than a converted civilian production Valmet. Later, he told Beth that the gun had probably been smuggled into the U.S. by his uncle Aki, who for many years was an engineering officer on a Finnish merchant marine ship. The last of the guns was a Lahti 9mm semi-auto pistol with 5 spare magazines wrapped in brown waxed paper, along with an original Finnish military holster. The pistol had a single-column magazine and looked vaguely like a Luger. It had plastic grips marked VKT. Lars chortled when he saw that, and put on a deep radio announcer's voice. "Yet another fine product from the industrious workers at Valmet." He explained to Lisbeth that since the end of World War II, Valmet had expanded into a conglomerate, branching out to make everything from log harvesters to military aircraft. Lars had read about Lahti pistols, but he had never handled one. Finally, Lane began to inventory the ammunition in detail. In all, there were 1,100 rounds of 7.62 by 54R for the bolt actions, almost 1,500 rounds of 30 caliber carbine, 1,280 rounds of 7.52 39 for the Valmet M62, and 650 rounds of 9mm for the Lahti. He was thrilled to find that one of the 30 caliber ammo cans was filled not with ammo, but with rolls of pre-1965 silver quarters. It was not until the next day that Lars had the opportunity to examine the can holding the rolls of silver quarters. When he emptied it out to count the rolls, he found a sealed envelope tucked in alongside the rolls. It was marked Lars and Anders in his father's handwriting. He opened it and found a typewritten letter. It read, "My dear sons, it was my intention to give you these coins when you'd both graduated from high school. But back then, I had my doubts about your maturity, so I decided to hold on to them until after you earned your commissions. I want you to appreciate these silver quarters for what they really are, not just an investment and not just a family heirloom. They represent real money. Pardon the lecture, but you need to judge their value 4 ways, in terms of wages, manufactured goods, services, and real property. First, let's look at wages. Back in the old days, say before World War I, the average wage for a working man was around $1 silver a day. 1 day's wage right now for someone that works at a minimum wage job at $7.25 per hour is $58 for an 8-hour workday. A more typical wage for a workman with experience is around $11 per hour, $88 per day. $1 face value in 90% silver pre-1965 coinage contains 22.5 grams of silver, or 0.7234 troy ounces per dollar face value. Today's spot price of silver is $17.55 per troy ounce, so that makes a pre-inflation dollar, a true dollar in silver coin, worth $12.79. Or just think of it as roughly 13 times $1 in face value. 13 times face, whether it is silver dimes, quarters, or half dollars. So to put things in perspective, it takes $6.76 in pre-65 silver coinage to equal 1 typical day's wages, $88 in the current fiat paper money. Thus, in terms of wages, silver should have a spot value about 5 or 6 times its current value. By this measure, silver is now grossly undervalued. Next, manufactured goods. In 1964, the last year that silver coins were in general circulation in the U.S., a basic blued steel Colt Model 1911 .45 caliber automatic pistol cost around $65 retail. Today, a comparable Colt M1911, a Series 80, costs around $775 retail. So, if you were to sell $65 face value of this cache of silver coinage at your local coin shop, and they offered you 12 times face, that would net you $780 in the current funny money. You could then easily go buy a .45 at your local gun shop with the proceeds. The bottom line? It is not pistols that have gone up in price. Rather, it is paper dollars that have gone down in purchasing power. How about services? In 1964, a haircut cost around 75 cents, or perhaps $1 in the big city. My last haircut cost $14. I suspect that other services are comparable, whether it is your local dentist or your local brothel. I trust and pray that neither of you will ever use the latter service. Now let's look at the relative values of silver coinage and real property. In 1964, the median house price in the U.S. was around $18,000. Today, it is around $170,000, a 9.4 times increase. If you had set aside $18,000 face value in silver coins in 1964, 18 bags of $1,000 face value each, and held them until the present day, they'd net you around $216,000 if you sold them to a bullion coin dealer. That is enough for an above-average house. So obviously, silver coins have held their value far better than paper dollars. Anyone who sits on paper dollars for very long, at least dollars that aren't earning much interest, is a fool. I hope and pray that you keep investing in silver. You should acquire much more than this little nest egg. In my opinion, you can trust tangibles, like silver and guns, but you shouldn't put much trust in paper currency in the long term. To safeguard your net worth in the inflationary days to come, always remember, don't leave your earnings in paper money for long. As quickly as possible, convert it into tangibles to protect your savings from the ravages of inflation. Consumer price inflation is mild now, but that probably won't be the case in the near future. So adjust your way of thinking and doing business accordingly. Never forget, inflation is a hidden form of taxation. Divide these coins equally between you. Spend them wisely, and up until the day that the balloon goes up, spend them only as a last resort, and never forget their real worth. Love, Dad. As Lars tucked the letter back into the envelope, he said resolutely, "Yeah, Dad, you were right." Each of the Phelps boys was given one of the M39 bolt-action rifles in lieu of their first 2 months' wages. The next day, a few precious rounds of the hard-kicking 7.62 54R were used to sight in each of their rifles. Because that ammo was corrosively primed, Lane showed the boys how to carefully clean the rifle's bores and bolt faces, making sure that they cleaned their barrels for several successive days to be sure that all traces of corrosive priming salts had been removed. The bunkhouse was soon decorated with a Monument Valley poster and maps from National Geographic magazines. The boys settled into a routine of guard shifts, caring for their horses, some house chores, and reading. Lots of reading. Having the Phelps boys at the ranch was a great relief to Lars, Beth, and Kaylee, who up until then were starting to feel the strain of guarding the ranch by themselves. Lars' morning routine was to first pray at dawn silently, and then cuddle with his wife. Then he would sit up and put on his eye patch and his prosthetic hand. As needed, he'd put some silicone cream on the stump first. Lars had learned that the size of his residual limb changed during each day. Fluid pooled in the limb at night when the prosthesis was off, and was pushed back out when Mr. President was strapped on. Thus, the fit was slightly tighter in the morning than in the afternoon or evening. Still in his pajamas, Lars did 20 rapid push-ups and 40 sit-ups. Then he'd shower and get dressed. Before the crunch, he would also read his email and have a cup of coffee with breakfast. But both of those diversions soon became just memories. In recent days, he would eat at the kitchen table with Matthew Phelps, who was the early riser of the Phelps trio. Chapter 19. Gainful. As every individual, therefore, endeavors as much as he can, both to employ his capital in the support of domestic industry, and so to direct that industry that its produce may be of the greatest value, every individual necessarily labors to render the annual revenue of the society as great as he can. He generally, indeed, neither intends to promote the public interest, nor knows how much he is promoting it. By preferring the support of domestic to that of foreign industry, he intends only his own security, and by directing that industry in such a manner as its produce may be of the greatest value, he intends only his own gain, and he is in this, as in many other cases, led by an invisible hand to promote an end which was no part of his intention. Nor is it always the worse for the society that it was no part of it. By pursuing his own interest, he frequently promotes that of the society more effectually than when he really intends to promote it. Adam Smith, Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations, 1776. Lars and Beth Lane were cuddled in bed by the light of a single candle. For the first time in many days, they rested comfortably, knowing that one of the boys would be on guard duty all night long, listening and watching for intruders. Beth asked, "How are we going to make do? Your disability retirement checks are still coming, but they're a joke. The check for 1 month might buy a couple of days' worth of groceries, if we're lucky. And at the rate things are going, in another couple of weeks a check might just buy 1 can of beans." Lars sighed. "Well, we aren't going to make a living on 20 acres in this country, especially with 7 or 8 mouths to feed. If we just barter for food and fuel, our stash of precious metals will eventually get depleted. It's pretty clear that I need to look for work, putting my military training to use."
"What? As a mercenary?"
"Not exactly. There are a lot of businesses in town that are doing a pitiful job of securing what they have. Whether it's a burglary or a robbery at gunpoint, they know that sometime within a few months somebody is going to come and clean them out. It's only the refinery that seems to have their act together so far in terms of security. So I think I ought to go hire myself out as a security consultant. I could set them up some rudimentary physical security. Maybe I could team up with one of the welding shops on that, and also train their employees on shooting and small team tactics." Stroking his wife's back, he added, "Now that we discovered my dad's guns and that silver, I also have some leverage in bartering situations. I'd like your blessing to poke around town and see what happens." Beth sighed.
"That sounds good to me. You just be careful and proceed with prayer."
Upgrading the security at the Lanes Ranch went quickly, with the help of the boys. The main task was constructing an observation post, OP, with railroad ties. Lars carefully positioned it on a gentle rise 52 yards from the southwest corner of the house. From there was a good view of the house, barn, and bunkhouse. The OP measured just 6 feet square and 5 feet high. By heaping split pinyon pine rounds over it, they made it look like a nondescript pile of firewood. After building the OP, they moved on to upgrading the house itself for defense against looters. Lars was fond of saying, "When it comes to stopping bullets, there's nothing like mass, and sandbags are cheap mass." It was clear that they'd need sandbags, lots of sandbags. There were 16 empty feed sacks in the barn. These had been made to hold 50 pounds of grain, so they were oversized for their needs. If filled with sand, they would have weighed more than 100 pounds. So Lars cut each sack in half and restitched the cut-off ends to form additional sacks using a large, curved upholstery needle. This task was just like the sailcloth stitching that his Uncle Aki had taught Lars when he was 12 years old. But this yielded just 32 sandbags, not nearly enough for their needs. They made inquiries all over Farmington and Bloomfield, but found that all of the available feed sacks had already been bought up by others with the same idea. After a few days of searching, they heard that feed sacks were still available from Southwest Seed, 60 miles away in Dolores, Colorado. Unlike a typical retail feed store, this was a seed packing and grain elevator operation set up to handle wholesale quantities. When he arrived, Lars was not surprised to see several armed men guarding the feed and seed complex. They were, after all, guarding something quite valuable. The sales manager walked Lars around. He pointed out their inventory, which included many pallets of brand-new, bundled feed sacks. Most of them were white, but about 1/3 of the 20-pound size were tan. It was those that Lane wanted, since they were the right size for sandbags, and they'd blend in well in desert country. Negotiating the sack purchase took a while. This reminded Lars of transactions he'd witnessed several years before at the bazaar in Basra, Iraq. It started with pleasantries, followed by a few outrageous offers and counter-offers, and finally some serious dickering for more realistic prices. They eventually agreed on $4.50 face value in pre-1965 quarters and 200 rounds of .22 long rifle rim-fire cartridges in exchange for 600 empty tan sacks. While he was there, Lars also bought 40 more pounds of pasture blend for $1.20 face value in silver dimes. It was more than Lane needed, but he anticipated that it would be good to keep on hand for barter. Life at the Lanes Ranch was comfortable, at least by post-crunch standards. Everyone had enough to eat, and the rotating security shifts were just 4 hours per day from Monday through Saturday and 6 hours on Sundays. They soon instituted L&L's standing rules. These rules were penned on a large piece of cardstock by Lisbeth and posted inside the door of the bunkhouse. 1. If in doubt, sound the alarm. 2. Keep all doors locked 24/7. 3. Never leave the house unarmed. 4. Never leave the house without a walkie-talkie. 5. Always carry at least 40 rounds of ammunition with each bolt-action rifle and at least 3 magazines for semi-autos. 6. Treat every approaching stranger as a potential enemy. 7. Keep your friends close and your enemies at 9x distance. 8. No guard quits their post unless properly relieved. 9. Severe punishment for anyone who falls asleep while on watch. 10. Horse grooming and hoof work daily without fail. 11. No lights visible from outside after dark. 12. Good stewardship in all things, no wasteful behavior. 13. Keep proper sanitation and cleanliness. 14. Leave every gate the way you found it unless told otherwise. 15. Maintain everything to last a lifetime. It may have to. 16. Rust is an enemy. Oil and grease are allies. 17. Maintain the need-to-know rule. No loose lips. 18. Courteous behavior and Christian attitudes, always. 19. No foul or blasphemous language. 20. Respect everyone's privacy. 21. 100% effort. No slacking on chores. 22. Health and safety are top priorities. 23. Watch for signs of dehydration and hypothermia, self and others. 24. Be honest and forthright in all business dealings. 25. Recognize the head of the house as final authority on all decisions. 26. Count your blessings. 27. Be charitable and tithe consistently. 28. Smile. God loves you. You are in His covenant. Below that, Lisbeth added a quote from her favorite psalm. The Lord knoweth the days of the upright, and their inheritance shall be forever. They shall not be ashamed in the evil time, and in the days of famine they shall be satisfied. Psalm 37, 18 and 19. Chapter 20. Tentacles. The government turns every contingency into an excuse for enhancing power in itself. John Adams. Fort Knox, Kentucky, November the 1st year. Maynard Hutchings and his council that headed the provisional government soon consolidated their power in Kentucky and much of Tennessee, declaring themselves the sole and legitimate provisional government of the United States of America and possessions, with Hutchings himself voted by his council as President pro tempore. The provisional government spread its sphere of influence rapidly. Any towns that resisted were quickly crushed. The mere sight of dozens of tanks and APCs was enough to make most townspeople cower in fear. Anything that the Prov-Gov couldn't accomplish through intimidation, it accomplished with bribes. The new currency was spread around lavishly among the Hutchings cronies. Covertly, some criminal gangs were hired as security contractors and used as enforcers of the administration's nationalization schemes. Some of these gangs were given military vehicles and weapons and promised booty derived from eliminating other gangs that were not as cooperative. Hit squads were formed to stifle any dissent. These did so through abductions, arson, and murder. Nobody was ever able to prove a link, but an inordinately large number of conservative members of Congress from the old government disappeared or were reported killed by bandits. Some foreign troops were clothed in U.S. ACU digital or OCP camouflage, but most foreign troops stayed in their own uniforms and were used as shock troops to eliminate any pockets of resistance. Disaffection with the new government smoldered everywhere that they went to pacify. Within the first 3 months of launching the new government, Hutchings was in contact via satellite with the UN's new headquarters in Brussels to request peacekeeping assistance. The old UN building in New York had been burned, and the entire New York metropolitan region was 9/10 depopulated and controlled by hostile gangs. Hutchings had at first naively assumed that the UN's assistance would be altruistic, with no strings attached. It was only after the first UN troops started to arrive in large numbers that it became clear that UN officers would control the operation. Eventually, Hutchings became little more than a figurehead. The real power in the country was held by the UN administrators. They had their own chain of command that bypassed the Hutchings administration, and they had direct control over the military. One closely guarded secret was that Maynard Hutchings signed an agreement that promised payment of 30 metric tons of gold from the Fort Knox depository to defray the costs of transporting and maintaining a mixed contingent of UN peacekeepers, mostly from Germany, Holland, and Belgium. The gold was shuttled out of the country in half-ton increments in flights from Fort Campbell, Kentucky. There had also been the offer of Chinese peacekeeping troops, but Hutchings insisted that no Asian or African troops be used on American soil, saying, "I want it to be all white fellas that'll blend in." In early December, Lars Lane made an appointment to meet with Elroy Martin at his office. Although Lane's daily uniform around the ranch was a pair of khaki pants and a digital ACU shirt, his best bet to blend in, given the predominant local sagebrush over sandy soil, he decided to brush his tan leather combat boots and wear his full ACU uniform. He even de-sterilized it, slapping on a Velcro flag on the shoulder, a subdued oak leaf on the center of his chest, and a Lane name tape. Beth suggested that he wear his tan eye patch, saying, "It's better you look rugged, rather than him spending the whole time eyeballing your glass eye." Only Beth could say something like that to Lars without him feeling the least offended. She always knew what to wear to a party. As Lars drove back from shopping, he passed a group of men who were constructing a reinforced fighting position beside the road on a low hill, about halfway between Farmington and Bloomfield. It was obviously part of the sheriff's posse work on Bloomfield roadblocks that he had heard about. They observed his passing vehicle suspiciously, and two of them stepped toward their rifles until they saw the license plate prefix. Lars drove up to the refinery's gates and was not surprised to see that they were closed and manned by a pair of guards armed with both M1A rifles and holstered pistols. One of them had a clipboard. Lars rolled down his window and announced, "Major Lars Lane, I have an appointment with Mr. Martin." Lars was asked for his ID, and the guard took 20 seconds to closely examine it, comparing it with the notes on his clipboard. This obviously was not just a perfunctory, wave-them-through sort of stop. As the guard was looking at Lane's driver's license and military ID card, Lars sized up the guard. He was in his early 30s and had a buzz cut. He had the bearing of an Army or Marine Corps veteran. He wore unmarked ACUs, desert boots, IBA, and slightly scratched Oakley sunglasses and a tan baseball cap for the full-on Special Forces operator look. And just as he was being handed back his ID cards, Lars noticed a woven texture on the back of the well-worn clipboard. It was one of the executive protection Kevlar clipboards that he had seen in Iraq. Clearly, these guys were not your everyday rent-a-cops. The guard whispered a code phrase on a handy-talkie, and 10 seconds later the electric gate opened. Lars drove up to the plant's administrative office, a nondescript, windowless, concrete slab tilt-up building that looked recently constructed. He stepped out of the cab and slung his Valmet across his back. To Lars, the building looked normal except that he could see a parapet of sandbags at one corner of the roof. And then, as he approached the building, he noticed the front door, which had probably originally been glass, had been replaced with what appeared to be plywood, painted dark gray to match the building. A neatly printed sign with an arrow read, "Press buzzer and identify yourself. Door is heavy. Pull hard." Lars pressed the button and looked up at a CCTV camera. "Major Lars Lane?" A moment later a buzzer sounded and Lane pulled the door open. It was indeed very heavy. As he swung it open, he could see that the plywood was just a veneer, covering an unpainted sheet of half-inch thick plate steel. After he stepped through, the spring-loaded door automatically closed behind him with a click. Lane turned to see that there was a green indicator light shining above the door and that there were heavy metal brackets installed to manually bar the door. He turned forward again to see that he was in a narrow passageway just over 3 feet wide and 9 feet long, with a cinder-block wall on one side, the building's slab outer wall on the other side, and tongue-and-groove 8-inch planks sheeted above. At the end of the hallway was another door, also steel, this one unpainted, and he was again under the lens of a CCTV camera. He heard the inner door being unbarred. After a pause, a woman's voice on the intercom announced, "You may proceed." Pushing open the inner door, which seemed even heavier, it looked like 3/4-inch plate steel, Lars came into an entry foyer. A trim woman in her 30s with a stubby, breeching riot shotgun slung at her side greeted him. "Good morning, sir. Mr. Martin is ready to see. Follow me." She walked him past mainly empty desks to the far end of the building. Lisbeth would have been happy to see that Lars was giving attention to the secretary's Remington riot gun, and not her rear end. As Lane was ushered into Martin's office, he was taken aback to see that instead of a paneled executive office, it appeared to be a converted storage room with no decorations. Martin had a round face and a middle-aged paunch. He wore suit pants, a polo shirt, and small Giorgio Armani wire-framed eyeglasses. Martin had what Lars called a desk jockey physique. Martin was seated behind an odd square desk that was constructed a bit like a church pulpit, with slab sides that went all the way to the floor. A Kenwood multiband transceiver and a police scanner sat stacked on one corner of the desk. Their antenna coax cables went straight up to the ceiling, adding to the utilitarian look of the office. "Take a seat," Martin said with a wave. As he did, resting the Valmet across his thighs, Lane realized that the desk where Martin sat was probably constructed out of plate steel and just covered with wood for show. Martin began. "I've heard some good things about you." "Likewise, and I'm impressed with your security around here." "You were in the Army?" "Yeah, I was branched civil affairs. I got out as an 04. Martin responded. "I heard that was becoming its own branch just as I was leaving the Army. Times change." "Yeah, Iraq and Afghanistan changed a lot of things for the Army. Low-intensity conflict, nation-building, all that." Recognizing the distinctive cheese-grater black fore-end on Lane's rifle, Martin intoned, "That's a Valmet, isn't it?" "You sure know your guns." "Yes, it's a Valmet. It belonged to my father. Before he passed away, he collected guns from Finland, since he was Finnish." "But I thought your family name was English." "Lane without the I is English, but Lane with the I is fairly common for folks of Finnish descent." "Oh, I see." After an awkward pause, Elroy asked, "Can you sum up your military experience?" "I did 3 tours, 1 in Afghanistan and 2 in Iraq. I spent a lot of time outside the wire. Civil affairs officers mainly do host country liaison. That got dicey at times. I was an IPI liaison. That stands for Indigenous Populations and Institutions. I picked up a bit of Pashto and a conversational level of Arabic. I was nearly done with my 3rd tour when I got this present, courtesy of some jihadi Uzbek who was given some electronics goodies by the Iranians." Lane raised his prosthetic hand and rotated it at the wrist. "So I hear that you want to set up roadblocks, like the ones they're building around Farmington." "That's right, but I'm getting some resistance from the Bloomfield City Council. They think I'm an alarmist." "They ought to go visit Phoenix or Denver. That would give them a whole new attitude right quick." Both men nodded. Lane asked, "Say, before we talk too much grand strategy, can you tell me how you're keeping the refinery operational?" "With a bit of Yankee ingenuity," Elroy laughed. "The staff here is excellent. You've got to understand that most modern refineries run a closed-loop, 24-hour-a-day continuous operation. The alternative to continuous ops is batch operations. Batch ops are usually confined to a specific grade of product like diesel, and any operation waste is tanked. In the old days, they simply pumped this waste in a nearby ditch, or if they were really green, they put it in a clay-lined open holding pond. To run a continuous op, you of course need continuous feedstock that can meet the minimum throughput and tankage for product storage for final distribution. The tricky thing is that all aspects have to be balanced to avoid stopping any of the process, whether that is feedstock delivery, throughput, or product distribution. Any bottleneck can upset the process. On the other hand, a batch op depends on a set volume of material for a set amount of yield for specific production runs, and is not a reliable candidate for cogeneration due to its up-and-down nature. You need to have around 150 pounds of steam pressure. So we opted to run continuously by mothballing 3 of our 4 units. The 1 unit that we are running has a cogen plant just in case the local utility power has a hiccup, and that power can even backfeed, just in case their power plant goes down and it needs to be restarted. After taking a noisy breath, Martin went on. "It's a bit of a scramble, keeping enough feedstock coming in, but we're working the kinks out." Lane nodded. Martin folded his hands across his chest and said, "I suppose you're interested in my background, too. Here's the essentials. I spent 12 years in the Army, Signal Corps, mainly doing strategic long-haul communication systems, plus some tactical systems. In my time overseas, I saw a lot of third-world countries that were failed states. What I saw in Kosovo and in the stands colored my perspective on the current crunch. Here it is, in a nutshell. I think people here in the Four Corners are vastly underestimating the impact that the big cities to the south and north of us are going to have on us. Our neighbors think that we're in a safe, isolated area, but we're really not." Lane nodded in agreement, and Elroy went on. "We're incredibly lucky here to still have electricity. Most of the country is in the dark, and because of it, they're rapidly descending into anarchy. Food is the other key resource, and here in the Southwest, water is scarce to grow crops. Most non-farming communities are at risk because they simply don't have enough calories stored to get them through any kind of crisis. But storage is no more than limited capital to allow people the time to grow more food. Food production requires land, water, and the requisite experience. On a large scale, it also takes fuel. The carrying capacity of the U.S. using traditional, non-petroleum farming techniques will be just a fraction of what most people think it would be. Also, most areas of the U.S., especially the cities, don't have anywhere near enough farmable land to go back to some kind of agrarian pattern. Without public infrastructure and modern transportation, we're going to experience a huge die-off, caused mostly by starvation." Lane added, "I agree. And for those left, I think it'll come down to the haves versus the have-nots. The psychologists call that the we-they paradigm." "Right. In a total collapse without immediate restoration of the power grid and the economic web, basically, everyone who lives in a city is doomed unless they can take over some kind of farmland. Those that live in areas without enough farmland will be have-nots. Period. I don't care how much food that survivalists have stored in their basements, it will run out someday. In the long term, it's grow food and raise livestock or die." Elroy continued, "But here's my point. Those teeming millions will not just starve and go away. I believe that any family who thinks they can defend a working farm against raiders just by themselves is delusional. Humans are dangerous. The fact is, they are the most dangerous animals on Earth. We must never lose sight of that. We are now surrounded by starving predators that are much more dangerous than tigers. It won't be like that earthquake in Haiti, where the bad guys had machetes. Here, in the U.S. of A., the vast majority will be armed with firearms. The ones currently without firearms will obtain them by any means necessary, including looting government armories. These are thinking and highly motivated enemies. They know how to read maps. Some of them have a grasp of hydrology and can appreciate the difference between solely gravity-fed water systems and those that need grid power. They can put 2 and 2 together. Secondly, consider that raiders, the outlaw looting groups that they call them now in the newspapers, may be a threat for a very short period, but I really don't see permanent groups of more than a dozen ever forming. They will be quickly replaced by much larger groups of citizens, doing essentially the same things, but much better armed and organized." Lane interjected, "It may just be a matter of semantics, just what they call themselves or the flag they fly, but they'll still be looters by any other name." Martin gave Lars a thumbs up and continued, "One of my overseas stints in Stratcom was in, of all places, Albania in 1998. Talk about being in the wrong place at the wrong time. A few hours after Albania's political crisis started, which was caused by a huge national lottery pyramid scam, almost every adult male in the country procured an AKM from government stocks. Armories were the first targets looted. As the crisis started, I flew from Brussels back into Tirana packing a pistol and a sack of money, naively thinking I would be able to move around the country and defend myself, getting our in-place assets out of jams. What a laugh. Everyone had me outgunned, and the vast majority of these yahoos had military training of some sort. I never got out of the capital city. Every road seemed to have roadblocks every few miles, blocked by armed local citizens. Martin carried on. Without central authority, people don't just starve and go away. They form their own polities, their own governments. These polities are often organized around town or city government or local churches. They may call it a city council or a committee or a senate. The bottom line is, we, the people, will do whatever we have to do to survive. That's your we-they paradigm in its essence, all the way to the point of xenophobia. And that specifically includes taking away Nappy's grain, or even just stored food that was prudently set aside by the more forward-thinking individual families. When things started to unravel, I realized that when, not if, a polity formed, I'd better be part of that process. If not, my refinery and my employees would be looked upon as resources instead of part of, members of, the community. Lane jumped in. You've nailed it at its essence. Local polity will pass a resolution, or emergency order, or whatever, and legally confiscate anyone's goods if they're deemed to be they instead of we. If you resist, you'll be crushed. They'll have the resources of a whole community to draw upon, including weapons, vehicles, manpower, electronics, tear gas, the whole works. Every scrap of government-owned equipment and weaponry will likely be used by someone. Anyone who plans to hold out against that kind of threat is kidding themselves. Elroy again gave a thumbs up and continued. That is why I pushed as hard as I could to get the county sheriff to set up roadblocks. I planted the seed and laid out the details, and now he thinks it was all his idea. Hey, whatever works. My fear is that the local polity that is now coalescing is almost certainly going to make mistakes. Some of these could be lethal blunders. I frankly don't think the locals, except for a few of us, have given a lot of serious thought to facing long-term survival. They'll squander resources and they'll delay implementing necessary actions, like planting more food or converting irrigation water systems into also handling domestic water, or working together to defend a harvest. Even worse, they may even decide to take in thousands of refugees from the big cities. That will almost ensure longer-term starvation. Lane chimed in. A much better approach is to be an integral part of the community and use the combined resources of the community to defend all of our resources together. This would be much easier if a high percentage of the community were like-minded folks who are committed to sharing and cooperating while still adhering to the free market. Nothing communistic or command-driven, top-down. I agree that any communities like ours with ag production are going to have to somehow survive while facing even larger polities, like the cities, counties, or even state governments, or people that call themselves by those names to give themselves an air of authority and legitimacy. Elroy said, I can see that we are on the same sheet of music. I think we both read some Ayn Rand. Lane gave a nod and grinned in reply. I saw this happen in microcosm in Albania, so I don't expect to face a horde of lightly armed, starving individuals that will come at us on foot. No, sir. I expect to face a fairly professional, determined army formed by a government of some kind. Again, as you mentioned, the color of the flag they fly is meaningless. Small farming communities can support a few outsiders, but not very many. The community will need to both politically and, if need be, militarily deal with outside polities, or we'll face a war that we can't win. In any case, the twin communities of Farmington and Bloomfield need to have a plan and some resolve. I just hope we can muster it. God willing, we'll be able to shape that plan as community leaders instead of resources, Lars added. After a moment, Lane went on. Well, my roadblock proposal is going up for a vote next week. Hopefully, common sense and the new realities will prevail. Now, assuming that it does, I want to proceed immediately with blocking positions around Farmington that will at least be able to sound the alarm about approaching forces. I'm afraid we're going to be on a shoestring budget. So, we're going to need fuel. The locations for the roadblocks will be chosen based on holding commanding terrain, not just plopping down barricades that are in walking distance right at the city limits. That is stupidity. So some of our Committee of Public Safety men may have to drive several miles, perhaps up to 15 miles, to man their duty shifts. Martin jumped in. If we set up 24/7 security around Bloomfield, that means that they'll need one less roadblock to defend Farmington. They watch the west for us, we watch the east for them. I'm all for that. That'll cut manpower requirements by 25%. Sure, I'll provide you the fuel. Lars exclaimed, Outstanding. Thank you, sir. Lars pulled out a notepad and pen and went on, scribbling notes. Let's do the math. Okay, not counting our in-town quick reaction force, which will be set up by the Minuteman or Volunteer Fire Department model, we'll have 4 Joes manning each roadblock 24/7, 3 8-hour shifts per day, that's 12 men per roadblock, and manning 3 separate roadblocks equals 36 trigger pullers that need to get from point A to point B every day. Each will need an average of 1 gallon of gas per day. I'm sure that they'll carpool, but the leftover gas will be a perk of the job. So, 36 gallons of gas per day times 365 gives us 13,140 gallons. Fair enough, Lars. But you'll need a bit more fuel to get the vehicles and materials in place to construct your blocking points, and some for your QRF's vehicles. So, I'll issue vouchers for 15,000 gallons of gas annually, out of my own pocket. We only have a rudimentary printing facility, and I worry a lot about forgery, so I'll just open a standing account for each Bloomfield Corps man. 30 gallons monthly. Each time they get gas here at the plant, it will be deducted. It's the same sort of thing that I've done for the staff at my ranch and for the refinery employees. It's pretty simple accounting. And darn generous of you. Hey, I wouldn't be doing this unless it was in my own best interest. It's not just the 24/7 365 that I worry about. It's the 24/7 360, as in 360 degrees. I want my flanks covered. So far as I know, I own the only operational light products refinery this side of Texas. That's bound to be a tempting target. It's a humongous target. Just promise me that if you go work for the folks in Farmington, you won't go poaching for manpower in Bloomfield. We need to keep all our men with military training here, Elroy said. You have my word, Mr. Martin. Did you have any other questions? I'm curious. I've seen the 10-liter Scepter fuel cans that you've been selling, and I've heard that you bought thousands of them. That was quite prescient of you. But why do you have them priced at $8 in silver apiece? That's more than a week's pay these days. You bought them months ago before the inflation went crazy, so they must have cost 1/10 of your retail price for them in the equivalent, back in the paper dollars. Elroy leaned back in his chair and gazed upward. After a lull, he replied, 3 reasons. Reason 1, I don't have an unlimited supply. and we had no way of knowing when the grid might go back down locally, and if and when the big grids will go back up online. So I need to make them last. This way, when I pay my employees partly in gasoline, they'll be sure to have containers. Reason 2. I need to have fuel that is packaged for barter over long distances. The way I see it, in a couple of years here in a fuel-producing region, it'll be tires that'll be in short supply, and I need to be able to trade for those. Reason 3 is that I need more than just fuel to barter for vehicles and heavy weapons. We need to amass some more armored vehicles. So if we go out far afield, trading with people that are fuel-poor and vehicle-rich, then again I need to have the requisite containers. That makes sense. But, what do you mean more armored vehicles? A slip of the tongue, Lars. Please don't mention it to anyone. But I have an old M8 Greyhound. That's a wheeled APC from World War II. That's being restored and modified up at the shop at my ranch. After that's finished, I plan to keep it garaged here at the plant, sort of a hidden stinger. But if things continue to deteriorate the way I imagine, we're going to need a lot more armor to be able to put up a creditable defense. After a pause, he added, Okay, then. We have an agreement. They shook hands. As Lane stood up, he glanced over his left shoulder and noticed a caged ladderway leading to a trap door to the roof. Pointing with the muzzle of his rifle, he asked, Does that ladder lead to your command post? Yep, that's my CP. You're a very observant individual. Well, I admire a man that puts an emphasis on substance over style. I can see why you picked this room for your office. I would have done the same thing. Chapter 21. Up the Creek. There is a certain relief in change, even though it be from bad to worse, as I have found in traveling in a stagecoach, that it is often a comfort to shift one's position and be bruised in a new place. Washington Irving. Eastern France. Late November and early December, the first year. Andy's cold and wet bicycle ride to the coast of France through the northern departments was grueling, and took him 2 weeks of hard riding. Many of the nights were miserable, with few opportunities to dry his clothes. The roads were only lightly traveled, and he had no offers of rides, except for one elderly man who was driving a tiny 2-seat Renault R5. There would be no room for Andy's bike or trailer, so he declined. He camped in the woods most nights. As his stock of food dwindled, his trailer got lighter, and he was able to travel faster. He was only able to find a few bits of food that were still affordable. This included 3 retort-packaged bricks of vegetable soup, and a couple of half-kilo plastic packets of instant oatmeal. Eating these cold was unappetizing, but nourishing. Buying them expended most of Lane's remaining euros. As he passed from the Picardy department into Nord-Pas-de-Calais, the population density increased. This made Andy nervous about his personal safety. His opportunities to camp unobserved in woodlands got further and further apart. His greatest fear was being attacked while sleeping. He prayed often, and as usual kept his pistol handy inside his sleeping bag. While he was near the town of Douai, a large dog came sniffing around his camp at night. Lane half shouted, "Chien! Rentrez-vous! Rentrez-vous!" That worked, but he had great difficulty getting back to sleep after the dog had left. Lane was surprised to find the port of Calais guarded by both police and soldiers. He was able to pass through the outer perimeter without being questioned, but at the inner cordon he was stopped and asked by a French army sergeant for his papers, and told that the port was closed to civilian traffic. Andy pulled out his Army Reserve ID card and asked to speak with the harbor master. This turned into a convoluted series of short meetings and interrogations, first with the lieutenant in charge of the cordon, then the harbor security officer, then with the harbor master's office, and finally with the harbor master himself. The harbor master, Arsène Paquet, seemed distracted by the radio traffic, but he was amiable and sounded sincerely concerned about Lane's desire to get home to the United States. Paquet immediately made 3 phone calls and punched in 2 SMS messages on his text phone. The resulting word was that there were no French ships that had filed sailing plans to the United States or Mexico. Paquet offered in a conciliatory voice, "I'm sorry, monsieur. Only from America, not to, for at least months in the future. The insurance companies will not allow it. To be precise, I should say that if they sail, it will be with the knowledge that their insurance is not in effect. Few would take that risk. This insurance situation is uniform for all ships that are European Common Market flagged, or étranger flagged, but owned by EC-headquartered companies. But I think the situation may be different in England." "How so?" Paquet explained. "They have different insurance laws and procedures. Everything here in the EC has been so normalized. England is not a member of the European Common Market." "So you're saying that to find a ship, I need to get to England?" "Yes, there is definitely a better chance. You can try to go to England, but with this terror thing, the planes are grounded, the ferries are stuck in port, and even the channel trains are not running. Did you see the news about the Insulet?" "No, what was that?" "The transport is bottled up so tight, they are worried that diabetes patients in England and Scotland may run out of insulin." "So, any suggestions on how I can get to England? I am desperate to get there, to find a ship. I can pay in gold coin, genuine ore." The harbor master cocked his head. "Gold coins? Really?" "Yes, really. I have an old 20-franc gold rooster coin, Le Coq Gaulois. That's about 1/5 of an ounce in gold. I'll trade that coin to anyone who can get me into England with no fuss." "My wife has a cousin, Joseph, who is the captain of a fishing boat near Boulogne-sur-Mer. Give me a moment, and I will make another inquiry." 20 hours later, Andy and his bicycle had been deposited at the fishing docks of Boulogne-sur-Mer. His trip there, expedited by Paquet, was in a truck that smelled of fish. The road traffic was very light. En route, the truck had made several stops to drop off and pick up cargo. One odd sight was when they made an intermediate stop at the Gare de Boulogne-sur-Mer to drop off some cargo. A train à grande vitesse, TGV, high-speed train was sitting on a siding, normally seen at speeds of up to 200 kilometers per hour, or at just very brief stops. The idle train looked odd. Andy arrived at the Quai Gambetta with his bike and trailer in the late afternoon. The dock had mainly fishing boats and yachts tied up, but nested among them was a small, 2-masted sailing ship called La Recouvrance. Andy wondered if it was an historic ship or just a replica. Joseph Lejeune didn't speak much English. His fishing boat, named Boton, was smaller than Lane had expected. The captain was also younger than Lane had expected, perhaps in his early 30s. The boat had a crew of just 3. Lejeune met him on the deck. They exchanged names and shook hands. "I seek passage en Angleterre?" "Yes, I am taking you now. You have with you the gold?" Andy obligingly showed him the coin. Lejeune smiled. Bon. Allons. There was no delay. As the sun was setting, Andy's bike and trailer were carried on board and covered with a tarpaulin and lashed down. The mooring lines were cast off, and Boulton pulled away from the dock with a roar. They quickly motored between the Jetée Nord-Est and Jetée Sud-Ouest and out to sea. A small lighthouse marked the end of the North Jetty. The wind was chilly, but the skies were nearly clear. Andy soon joined Lejeune in the wheelhouse. As a transistor radio blared French rap music, Joseph Lejeune offered him a cup of strong black coffee in an extra-thick mug. As Lane sipped the coffee, Lejeune said haltingly, "We sail for the village of Rye. The tide is good, and our draft, it is shallow. This Rye is a small town of fishes. No questions will be asked. You are in safety in Angleterre in just a few hours." Ahead of them, the sky was darkening over fairly calm waters. The boat had a faint smell of diesel fuel and fish. Andy reckoned that they would arrive after midnight. He sat in the back of the wheelhouse, feeling the vibration of the engine and feeling the gentle chop striking the boat's bow. Lejeune regularly checked the GPS receiver. The radio played on, with one rap song after another, interrupted by annoying commercials. The station ID declared that it was Delta FM 100.7 from Boulogne. The two crewmen popped in for cups of coffee and to rip huge hunks of bread from baguettes. They hardly spoke a word. One of them spent most of his time below tending the engine. As they approached the British coastline, Andy was surprised to see one long stretch to the south of them that was completely blacked out. He pointed this out to the captain. "Wow, it's just dark. It must be another power failure." Lejeune wagged his chin in disgust and muttered, "Le fin du monde tel que nous le connaissons." Lane cocked his head and queried, "Excusez-moi, my French is very poor. What was that you said? Something about the end of the land?" "My meaning, Monsieur Andy, was the end of the world as we'd known it." Andy retorted, "Oh, yes, it does seem to be the end." The fishing boat quietly pulled up the slough into Rye Harbor. It was nearly 2 a.m. when they pulled up to the dock. Since the water was almost dead calm, the captain didn't bother to tie up the boat. The tide was high, so Andy was able to simply step off it right onto the dock. The two crewmen handed his bike and then the trailer down to Andy. Andy handed Joseph Lejeune the 20-franc coin and said, "Merci beaucoup." Pocketing the coin and nodding, he replied, "Mais Dieu soit avec vous," and gave Andy a wave. The throaty growl of the engine increased in tempo as the boat reversed far enough to make a safe turn and head back out to the English Channel. Lane pedaled down the deserted dock under the yellowish light of sodium vapor lamps. Turning onto Rye's main street gave him a huge sense of relief. From here on, it was unlikely that he would be stopped and asked for identification. Getting used to riding on the left side of the road was a quick transition, but it would have seemed more natural if there had been traffic on the road. Other than hearing some trucks in the distance, there was no evidence of vehicles moving. Andy didn't have a map, and the night was overcast, so he couldn't tell the direction he was heading. He just had the vague idea of turning right and heading up the coast. After leaving the town of Rye on Folkestone Road, Andy stopped and consulted his compass. He noted that it headed northeast. That seemed correct, and he knew that Folkestone was up the coast from Rye, so that seemed affirmative. He pressed on. The roadway was very quiet. Only 2 bakery trucks passed him in the first 2 hours of riding. A half hour after dawn, Andy passed through the village of Brenzett and he saw an elderly man with a walking stick who was walking his terrier on a leash. Andy stopped his bike and asked, "I'm sorry, but I'm without a map. Will this road take me up to the White Cliffs of Dover?" The dog started yapping, and the man hissed, "Hush, you!" Then he looked up and answered Lane. "Yes, indeed it will, but you have to make a few turns to get to Dover. Come with me, and I'll fetch you a map." Turning on his heel, the man said, "That's me house, just 3 down." Andy dismounted and walked his bike across the street. He walked alongside the man and the dog, talking as they walked. Andy said, "I appreciate your help, sir." "Don't you mention it," the old man answered. He noticed the man had a bit of a wheeze to his breathing as he walked. The man turned in a gate and said over his shoulder, "Wait here, young Yank." He emerged a minute later carrying a Kent Coastal Cities Ordnance Survey map. "This will show you all these smallish roads you'll need to get to Dover on a bike. You can keep that map. I have a newer one. Safe home." Andy thanked him, and the old man soon popped back in his door. Setting the kickstand, Andy spent a few minutes consulting the map, picking out the roads that would get him to a succession of harbors as he made his way up the coast. That afternoon, he passed through Folkestone. As the terminus city for the Channel, Folkestone had some rough characters who eyed his bike and trailer with hungry eyes, and he gave them stern looks in response. To one ruffian who started walking toward him, he shouted, "Back off!" Once he got away from the city on the New Dover road, Andy felt the most at ease since he had left Filsec. The economy was a wreck, and there were very few cars and trucks on the road. But at least here he found more shops open than in France, and some friendly faces. Bicycling through England in the winter wasn't much different than on the continent. The weather was just as bad, but at least language wasn't the barrier, and he encountered more hospitality. His first night in England was outside the town of Church Home. Just as he was looking for a secluded copse of woods, he was flagged down by a middle-aged man carrying an umbrella. As soon as the man heard Andy's accent and learned that he was a stranded American, he offered him a place to stay for the night. Sleeping in the man's barn was much preferable to sleeping in the woods in his bivvy bag. One downside was that Andy felt even more self-conscious carrying a pistol in England than he had in France. He decided that he would draw it only in the most dire circumstances. If he was ever arrested, he would undoubtedly be searched. His SIG pistol would land him in a world of hurt. The last place he wanted to end up was in Wormwood Scrubb's prison, just as the world was falling apart. As he was bicycling toward the city of Dover, Lane stopped to repair a flat tire. Just as he was finishing pumping up the tire with the replacement inner tube, a policeman pulled over to observe him. Andy nodded and waved. The policeman, dressed in a black raincoat that was half covered with optic yellow safety patches, strolled over to Lane. Andy clipped the pump back onto the bike's frame and reattached the trailer. "What do you have in that trailer?" the policeman asked. It was again Andy's American accent that quickly changed the situation from a suspicious encounter into a friendly chat. The policeman, who appeared to be in his early 30s, had an acne-scarred face and was tall enough to look Andy eye to eye. Lane introduced himself and gave a 1-minute summary of his trip from Germany. His only omission in the story was of the French fishing boat. By that omission and his mention of arriving in Folkestone, the policeman assumed that Lane had come by train through the Channel. "So, you're all on your lonesome, and you want to paddle up the coast looking for the ship?" "That's right." "Well, sir, that's a very dangerous thing to do at the present time. It's a good thing that you didn't get murked right there in Folkestone. There's a bad lot down there. Yobs, they are. And there's more of the same in parts of Dover as well. Mind you, don't go near the Dover docks." You'll find no yachtsman there, just Barney. Nothing but trouble. Yeah, I've seen their kind before. I had to stare down a couple of them. After a beat, he added, You know, just coming off active duty, I feel a bit naked, traveling by myself, unarmed. Can't blame you. The policeman hesitated and then said, My name is Michael Lyon. I think you need my help. Lyon's palm brushed the top of his baton, and he gazed at it. He continued, in a matter-of-fact voice. Let me explain the legalities, Captain Lane. You carry one of these, it's an offense. You carry a knife, it's an offense. You carry a cricket bat, it's an offense. You carry pepper spray, it's an offense. So, what am I supposed to stop the bad guys with? Harsh language? Lyon laughed. Well, it's fortunate that you're a bicyclist and not just a foot. That gives you a bit of leeway. You see, here in the UK, on a bike you can legally carry safety equipment, and that includes flashlights. And the law doesn't specify what size flashlight. Andy smiled and asked, What do you recommend? Lyon glanced around nervously and said, Hang on a sec, Yank. I've got something in the boot. He stepped over to his police car and opened its trunk. Unzipping a duffel bag, he pulled out a 6-cell Maglite flashlight. It looked like the other turned aluminum police flashlights Andy had seen before, but slimmer. Then he realized that it held C-cell instead of D-cell size batteries. In an even lower voice, Lyon said, Now, this can be used just like a baton, but you can legally carry it on your bicycle. Not in your hand, mind you, and not on your person when you are walking down the street, but attached to your bicycle or in your pack when bicycling. It's a fully allowable exception. Is that one for sale, by chance? I can't be peddling wares on the street whilst on duty now, can I? That would be unseemly. But there is nothing that says that I can't give it to you. Are you kidding? Lyon shook his head. No, sir. Just consider it an act of Christian kindness. That is very kind of you. Tell you what, if you are ever in the state of New Mexico, my home will always be open to you and your family. Lane pulled out his notepad and a pen. He continued as he was writing. Here's my address. When the big trolley gets back on its tracks, I fully expect to see you on a holiday. Plan on spending a week or two at my home. I'll take you to see Monument Valley and some of the Indian cliff dwellings. Ever heard of a place called Mesa Verde? From where I live, it's just across the state line in Colorado. Michael Lyon shook his head from side to side, and Andy continued. Those are some amazing ruins. Now, again, I fully expect to see you and your family on my doorstep someday. In fact, I'll be disappointed if I don't. Andy stuffed the flashlight into the loops on the back of his handlebar bag. He and the policeman shook hands and wished each other well. Lyon waved as Andy pulled out from the curb into the drizzle. As he pedaled away, Andy realized that the Mesa Verde ruins had belonged to a culture that had been erased from existence. In the late 1200s, Mesa Verde was abandoned, and the society was never rebuilt. He wondered about the hopes for his own civilization in the long term. Heeding the policeman's warning, Andy avoided central Dover. Instead, he skirted around the city. He kept on the Dover Road, which roughly paralleled the A-258 highway. Eventually, he got to Pegwell Harbor. There, Andy learned that there were no boats headed to the U.S., since the East Coast and Gulf Coast were reportedly in utter chaos. The few yachts and commercial vessels there that might be sailing were all headed to New Zealand. One of the motor yachtsmen kindly spent an hour on his VHF radio on Andy's behalf, calling yachtsmen and commercial vessels to ask of any boats with planned sailings to the U.S. or Canada that winter. There were none. This was discouraging news. But also hearing that all flights were still grounded, he had no choice but to press on up the coast. As he was cycling up the Harrison Road just north of Ramsgate, Andy was confronted by two young toughs on Kawasaki motorcycles. They zoomed up behind him, and one of them turned sharply and braked to a halt right in front of Lane. He was forced to apply his own brakes to avoid hitting the motorcycle. The thug quickly dismounted and shoved a length of hoe handle through the spokes of Lane's front wheel. It was déjà vu of the incident near Hamburg. Andy jumped off his bike, simultaneously pulling his newly acquired flashlight from its retaining loops. Taking a high swing, he brought it down hard on the young man's forearm. The biker screamed and shouted, "My arm!" Andy immediately turned and delivered a rapid series of baton strikes to the chest and arms of the other motorcyclist, who was slow in dismounting. Overwhelmed, he gunned his engine and sped off. Seeing Andy's furious show of force, the first biker jumped back aboard his Kawasaki and sped away unsteadily, shouting curses. As he picked up his fallen bicycle and inspected both it and the trailer hitch for damage, Lane muttered to himself, "There must be some international college of thuggery that teaches the bike spokes technique." Chapter 22. A Semblance of Normalcy. During the hyperinflation in post-World War I Germany, what used to be a comfortable nest egg was suddenly the value of a postage stamp. If one held just a portion of their savings in precious metals, the crisis was greatly softened. Gold will never be worth nothing, even if the exact price fluctuates. There's a famous photograph, however, of a German woman during this time period burning piles of tightly bound banknotes to keep warm. Congressman Ron Paul. In better weather, another day of cycling the minor roads north from Dover brought Andy to the quintessentially Kentish town of Boughton, just short of the town of Faversham. He spent the night in the woods, just off the road from Boughton to Hernhill, uneventfully. After breakfast and a shave the next morning, he cycled back to the main road. Andy felt like he was deep in the heart of the land of thatched roofs and tweed jackets. At Faversham, he turned down to the yacht harbor at Orr Creek. Lane was surprised to see such a large number of private sailboats and motor vessels in the harbor. Although he was first met with suspicion at the harbormaster's office, he was eventually given a safe place to leave his bicycle and trailer while he scoured the docks to make inquiries. He arrived at low tide, with the water so low that most of the boats were resting on their keels in the mud, looking forlorn. The harbormaster explained that it was an unusual minus tide. In a series of conversations, Lane was told that there were 3 boat sailings expected within the next week, one bound for New Zealand, one for Tasmania, and one for Belize. There were no vessels of any description that they had heard of bound for the United States this winter. Andy sat down on a seagull-splattered bench and prayed. After 10 minutes of fervent prayer, he returned to the motor cruiser where they seemed the best informed about the upcoming sailings. Asking about the boat headed for Belize, he was told, "Second or third slip from the end on the last dock. Look for a big Tiana. She's called the Duro Bravis." Andy only had a vague recollection that Belize was formerly called British Honduras, and that it was close to Mexico. He couldn't remember if there was another country in between. To Andy, the Central American countries, other than Panama, were just a jumble on the map. Lane went to the dock as instructed and found a middle-aged man and woman transferring supplies from a cart onto the sailboat. It was a 48-footer and looked well cared for. Most of the other sailboats in the harbor were in trim form for intermittent, casual recreational use, but in contrast, Duro Bravis had some bulky items lashed to its foredeck, covered with brown tarps. Andy recognized the distinct blue color of water cooler bottles beneath one of these tarps. The slightly overweight, gray-haired man was wearing a T-shirt emblazoned Hollow Shore Cruising Club under an open windbreaker. As Andy approached the boat, the man stepped away from the cart, pulled a long kitchen knife from under his jacket,